4th, 2018 zoning hearing. Today is going to be a long day. So we start our meetings each month with a prayer from different clergymen across the county. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce you to Pastor Jim Kilpatrick of the Burnt Hickory Baptist Church. He's going to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father, you are a gracious God, and we thank you so much for your mercy and for your love. And Lord, in this season, when we reflect upon what you did for us, the giving of your Son, and Jesus, your willingness to come and to lie in that manger, Lord, we are reminded of that. But we're also reminded of your word that says, if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask you, and that you give liberally. So, Father, this morning we pray for your blessings upon these who have called to represent us and to discuss the matters that are at hand that will affect this county and affect others. And we pray for wisdom. We pray that you will just be here and that you will be present and that you will move in a way that is pleasing to you. And Lord, we are always careful to remember that you are with us and that you are moving and working, and that whatever happens, you are in control, and that all things work together for good. And so, Father, we just praise and thank you for your blessings as we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Also, Officer Ott with the Cobb County Police Department will lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any overflow seating, John? We have a lot. It looks like a lot of people out there in the hallway. And
There are some seats here at the front they can sit in.
come in the front. Yeah, they might. We have a rather long agenda, as I stated today, and we're going to do, first of all, we want to wish y'all a happy Merry Christmas. I say Merry Christmas. Does anybody say Merry Christmas?
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm not afraid to say it. That this would be our last meeting of this year, and then we won't have another zoning hearing until February of next year. So with that, I'd like to say that at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to do an early head count so that we can see of some of the cases that have a lot of opposition, what the number is. And then if somebody needs to leave, we have a head count, and also be sure if somebody leaves that you leave someone to speak in opposition. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to John Peterson, and he's going to explain the rules and regulations.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, the applicant is requested to stand and signify that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call for any opposition to signify they are here also, so they can be counted for the official record. Then after the counting of the opposition, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case and concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time, and there's not a rebuttal process. So convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on a case, you might want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after both sides had their 10-minute presentation period, the Planning Commission will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, you may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for questions or comments. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued and will not be heard today. The first case is rezoning case Z37 of 2018, Winchester Parkway LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z37 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z49 of 2018, KO Management Incorporated. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z49 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z64 of 2018, Northside Hospital, Inc., by Denton's US LLP. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z64 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z67 of 2018, Ken Aaronhold. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z67 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z71 of 2018, Pope and Land Enterprises Incorporated. The case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z71 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z76 of 2018, Mohammed Vasai. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z76 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z82 of 2018, IGBO Union Atlanta. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z82 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z83 of 2018, Blake Wilder Strategies LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z83 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, we did get one request late last week to continue one more case. That's rezoning case Z80, Embry Development Company, LLC. They are asked this case be continued by the Planning Commission until the February 5th, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. The applicant is here today if there's any questions, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay.
Z80 would like to continue their case.
And that's Scott's case, and I'll let him speak.
Yeah. I appreciate the applicant continuing it. One is so that we can get a traffic impact study done before we hear the case. And there's some general work that needs to be done on the application, some after having a community zoning meeting. So I'll make a motion that we continue Z80 till our February hearing.
We have a motion, we have a second. We have a second. All those in favor? That's continued to February.
And then there's one more case, which is Z61. Did you get a continuance letter on that one, John? He was supposed to send you one in, send one in.
I did not.
Okay.
We
Is the applicant here for Z61? I don't think he was coming because, so should we just go ahead and continue that one?
Yeah, if it was the applicant's intent to continue the case and he knows about it, let's just go ahead and continue the case.
Yes, that was his
You
intent.
need to read it in the record, John.
Excuse me?
You need to read it in the record.
Okay. Well, I don't need to read the entire case.
Okay.
We just need to know, is the applicant here for Z61, EMAE LLC? The applicant is not here, but apparently he's been talking to Commissioner Porter about continuing the case.
All right.
Okay, and he's still working on his plan to change it from townhomes to single-family detached. So I'll make a motion that we continue Z61 until our February hearing.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? That carries 4-0. I was like,
She saw which one I was doing.
I know. Had to look. I know.
Okay, all the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. If they ring, they do interfere with the broadcast and presentation. Any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within the 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 more was made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted to this board after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I've had some requests for early head counts. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read
Yeah.
those in.
Go ahead, John.
Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z69 of 2018, Brooks Chadwick Capital LLC? Please raise your hands, keep your hands raised. Let the record show there's 43 people here opposed to rezoning case Z69, Brooks Chadwick Capital. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z69? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 5 people here in support of rezoning case Z69, Brooks Chadwick Capital LLC. Next case, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z68 of 2018, Trayton Homes LLC? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 4 people here opposed to rezoning case Z68. Could I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z68, Trayton Homes? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 11 people here in support of rezoning case Z68 of 2018 Trayton Homes. Moving on to the next case. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z70 of 2018, the Wasserman Group LLC? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 31 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z70, 2018, the Wasserman Group LLC. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z70 of 2018? Please raise your hands. Okay, 2. So that would be 33 opposed to rezoning case Z70. Let the record show there's 6 people here in support of rezoning case Z70, the Wasserman Group LLC. And lastly, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z81, Wesley C. Staggs? Please raise your hands.
I think we should just call the case.
We have too many opposed, yeah. You can't pick and choose it.
Let the record show there's 36 people here opposed to rezoning case Z36. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case, of rezoning case Z81, Wesley Staggs? So this will be support.
36 opposed.
Let the record show there's one person here in support of rezoning case Z81 Wesley C. Staggs. With that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
All right, and John, if you would call out, we had a request to see how many were here and opposed to the Lloyd development, which would be Z63.
Okay. Rezoning case Z63 of 2018, Lloyd Development Services. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z63? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to rezoning case Z63. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z63? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's no one here in support of rezoning case Z63.
Okay, and I think Commissioner,
Yeah, John, if we could ask for the same head count in opposition to C75 and C77, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z75, 825 Mars Hill LLC? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 30 people here opposed to rezoning case Z75, 825 Mars Hill LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z75? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's no one here in support of rezoning case Z75. Next case, rezoning case Z77, Ackworth Baker Grove LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are in support or opposed to rezoning case Z77? Please raise your hands.
I think Lloyd. I think Lloyd.
Let the record show there's 12 people here opposed to rezoning case Z77. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z77? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's one person here in support of rezoning case Z77.
Thank you, John. And just one last reminder, for those that we've asked, if anyone leaves, and you want to go home, make sure that you leave someone here to speak in opposition. So with that, John, well, I think we're ready to begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose case is 74? Go, you want to count here? Go ahead, John, that's fine.
Is that Z74?
74.
Okay. Rezoning case Z74, Arena Consulting LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z74? Please raise your hands.
It's more than we thought.
Let the record show there's 10 people here opposed to rezoning case Z74. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z74? Please raise your hands.
Well, there's that one person.
Let the record show there's one person here in support of rezoning case Z74 Arena Consulting LLC.
Okay, John, I think we've counted everybody in here. Except us, you haven't asked. So if you'll go ahead and start with the consent agenda, that would be.
Yes, ma'am. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for December 4th, 2018. Rezoning case Z72, Jose R. Medina, request rezoning from TS to LI for the purpose of a contractor, which is a pool maintenance company, in land lots 370 and 423 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Atlanta Road, northwest of Mosley Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Landscape buffer, privacy fencing to be installed on the rear southwest portion of the property adjacent to the residentially zoned properties, subject to county arborist approval. Parking plan to be approved by the zoning division and striped within 90 days of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. Pool maintenance company only, with the district commissioner approving other uses. No outdoor storage and no outdoor display of merchandise. No automotive repair uses or tire stores. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z72, Jose?
Yeah, he's.
Okay, let the record show he's here. Is there anyone here opposed for rezoning case Z72? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z79, Portico Properties Incorporated, request a rezoning from R20 to R15 for the purpose of 2 single-family houses in land lots 698 and 699 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southeast side of Carson Lane and on the east side of Wheeler Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z79? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 13, Garfield McCook, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a personal care home in land lot 222 of the 20th district. The property is located on the south side of Stylesboro Road, west of Alatuna Lane. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Maximum of 10 residents. Maintain turnaround capabilities of driveway so vehicles can exit the property frontwards. No exterior signs. Maintain all state and county required permits. Maintain size of the lot as it currently exists. Site plan review comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant here for LUP 13? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 13? Let the record shows no one opposed. LUP 14, Renika Rogan, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a personal care home in land lot 1142 of the 19th district. The property is located at the northeast corner of Clay Road and Golden Circle. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Maximum of 6 residents, carport for vehicle parking only, staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict, landscaping to be provided for beautification of the property, landscaping to include robust landscape beds around the house, including front and rear, with shrubs and other landscaping. Landscape plan to be submitted for approval by the county arborist and the district commissioner. And the property grounds be kept in a neat, maintained, free of debris. Dead plants, trees, or shrubs to be replaced within 90 days. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 14? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLUP 11, Venue Holdings LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a used automobile dealership in land lot 171 of the 20th district. The property is located on the west side of Barrett Lakes Boulevard, north of Cobb Place Boulevard. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for SLUP 11, Venue Holdings? Okay, let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. SLUP 13, Kennesaw Jewish Center Incorporated requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a student center for students of the Jewish faith attending Kennesaw State University in land lots 94 and 97 of the 20th District. The property is located on the east side of Fray Lake Road, northwest of Campus Loop Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on September 6, 2018, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications that will ensure the tree ordinance is met. Applicant to install a 10-foot landscape buffer along Fray Lake Road. District commissioner to approve the landscape plan. District commissioner to approve the building architecture and colors of the building. Hours of operation are to be consistent with Kennesaw State University operating hours. No outside speakers or amplified sound. No access to Fray Lake Road. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Site Plan Review Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 13? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. It's back to the board, and I think all of us might have something we need to add to it. And Galt, we'll start with you.
Okay, thanks, Judy. On LUP 14, there's one stip that we missed that's on the current LUP.
Okay.
That's a renewal here. And that is parking to be provided in existing driveway and carport. No on-street parking allowed by residents, employees, or guests. If additional parking is needed, a parking plan must be submitted for approval by the zoning division manager and district commissioner.
Okay, and we'll add that to it. Andy?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We've got, on case C-79, I would like to,
Turn your,
oh,
right there.
I voted
Top.
though.
Yeah, you voted. We're proud of you. Okay.
Clear that off, thank you. Okay, I'd like to add the following stipulations. That the applicant is to save trees located within the 30-foot rear setback. That upon commencement of construction, the applicant is to remove 2 sheds located at the rear of the property. That the district commissioner may make minor modifications to the approved zoning, except those that increase the density of the project, reduce the size or composition of an approved buffer, relocate a structure closer to the property line, increase the height of a building, change an access location to a different roadway, would be in direct conflict with or direct contradiction to the Cobb County Code of Ordinances or zoning ordinance, or require a variance waiving applicable regulations of the Cobb County zoning ordinance. I'd also like to add that the final building elevation is to be approved by the district commissioner, and that construction land development work will be limited to the following hours: Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. until 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. until 4 p.m., with no work on Sunday or holidays. And I can give you this.
Thank you. And Skip?
I don't have any changes to my one case, but I would like to make a motion. We accept the
Well,
consent.
I
Oh,
got
you
you.
do, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just being polite. On my,
Very unusual.
it is unusual for me to be polite. Slope 13, I got an email late last night, and Kevin, if you'll come up here for just a brief moment. I think, Kevin, I think you probably got it too from the the Pine Tree Country Club.
Yes, we did get that email late last night.
Oh, okay, and I give a copy to, I gave a copy over there to Robin, and it pertained to the detention pond,
Yes,
and if you'll just briefly, they want final approval. Did you get that, all of it? I got so many emails last night, and since I'm homeless, all of them were coming in all over the place. It says the architect has not determined the final location or structure for the required retention pond. Pine Tree wants to ensure it is built and located in a suitable manner to integrate into the neighborhood.
it appears that the site plan submitted is not the final version.
Yeah, what we agreed to with Pine Tree, and it can be added to the the other stipulations that they had requested, was that final detention and stormwater would be subject to the approval of Cobb County Stormwater Management Division, who is in charge of doing that, and with the final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner, which will work hand in glove to make sure it's in the appropriate place and has been reviewed by the appropriate professionals.
And y'all are okay with that?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. And also, I did hand the clerk the December 3rd stipulation letter
That was
generated,
revised, right.
that had been prepared because Pine Tree Civic Association had made a requests on late Friday, and so we responded to those, and that's what they've supported. And I committed to them that I would make sure I turn those in
Right.
today. So if
I did too. I think they're working at the polling places today, the
they are,
representative.
and so that letter's dated December 3rd. So if that could be added as well.
Would be added to it. And the two, Robin, that I gave you there, as it pertains to the elevations also, would be added to the minutes.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you
thank
for that
you.
consideration.
All right, those would be our additions, or any others? Call the question. Oh, we need to make a motion.
My opportunity here to say something. I'd like to make a motion that we, with the blessing of our chairperson,
Yes, yes.
I'd like to make a motion, we accept the consent agenda with the changes as read into the record.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
We'll have a second. All those in favor? 4-0, it was approved. Thank you, everyone.
All right, all those folks on consent agenda, you're free to go. Just come back here in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. But all those that were on consent, you're free to go.
What Skip said.
We have to. Kevin, did you want to make a statement? Ask us something?
I do have an announcement and a request for Z70, the Wasserman Group. I know there's a number of people here. We had a great discussion with a number of the adjoining residents and other area residents last week. And based off of that discussion, they had been requesting at the end of last week that we request this case to be continued to February. This is an assemblage. That's difficult to pull that together. At the end of the day, we feel like that productive discussions have been made. Rather than have a hearing where there's unanswered questions from those residents, we feel like we can very much get with them, continue to meet with them. They have requested it in multiple emails and even requested it this morning. The Wasserman Group wants to work with these folks and has been working with these area residents. And to that end, we would request that the case be continued and the application be continued to honor that request. And we're in the process of setting up a Saturday meeting already. So we won't be idle in our activities. It'll be ongoing and very active in our discussions.
Thank you, Kevin. It's back to this board and it's Skip.
Yeah, this is my case. I appreciate the request to continue it. I think there are a lot of people who are here anticipating that we're going to hear this case. And I think it would be healthy for this case to actually hear it and then probably take an action to hold it or some other action, yeah, based on what we hear before the day is over with. So I would make a motion that we not continue it, that we actually hear it and then take our action as a result of that.
Do we need a motion to deny the continuance?
I would, yes.
Okay, so you made, Skip made a
Well,
motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we actually hear this so that we can get the issues on the table and then proceed from there.
All right, have a
And I
motion.
appreciate the offer to continue it. I think that's a goodwill gesture intended to let the community know that the Wasserman Group really wants to work with the community. But I think it'd be healthy to, I'd entertain discussion on it, but that's my take on it. I'd like to hear it.
No, I don't think we need discussion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion second not to continue. So the case will be heard today. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Happy to do it.
think we've got so many that have opposition, we're just going to take them in the order. So,
Okay, first case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z63, Lloyd Development Services. They are requesting a rezoning from R20 to RSL for the purpose of a non-supportive senior living subdivision and land lots 458, 479, and 480 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Holly Springs Road and on the south side of Davis Road. Earlier, there's 8 people here opposed and 5 people in support. The applicant is present. All those folks wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
okay, Goddess, we're ready when you are.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning. For the record, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Garvis Samson. I represent Lloyd Development Services concerning this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. John Lloyd of Lloyd Development, along with Trace Copeland of the same company. So between the three of us, we can respond to any questions or address any concerns you have. Those two gentlemen have been on the forefront of our discussions with area residents, most particularly Ashmore subdivision, which is contiguous and to our east of this property. And I'll get into those a little more specificity. But just to set you up, this evidently is an aerial photograph that shows a 4.3 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's located at the intersection of Davis Road and Holly Springs Road, right there at an entrance, or rather, excuse me, an intersection that's a roundabout intersection. And when that was done, it left an uneconomic remnant that's just to the west, right in that corner right there where the cursor is. That remains in the ownership of Cobb County as a uneconomic remnant, but ultimately, I think Mr. Lloyd and his company are probably going to make an offer to the county to purchase that, since it's unutilizable in its present state. And of course, it was just left over from the property acquired for the roundabout. This property is in East Cobb County, and as you can see, there aren't that many properties or larger tracts left to be developed. An awful lot of rooftops. To orient you with respect to this piece, the group that we've been speaking to principally is immediately contiguous and to our east, Ashmore subdivision. Below us is a church and related facilities. Although zoned R20, obviously that's an institutional type use. Now, we haven't limited our discussions to Ashmore because there's a lot of other HOAs in the area, and coincidentally, John Lloyd lives within about 4 or 5 minutes, if not less, maybe 4 or 5 miles from this property. What LDS is requesting is a rezoning of this property to the RSL, Residential Senior Living Zoning District, specific for single-family, detached, age-restricted, active adult homes. And as late as Sunday night of this weekend, I received a letter from the president of Ashmore stating that his board was getting to a position where they could issue a final letter in support, and that board of directors of Ashmore did submit that last night. Ms. Presley, the clerk, has handed that out to you along with another handout which has been distributed. And I know you don't like 11th hour machinations, but the simple fact is that's how long our discussions were going on until last night. We also recently, on November the 28th, included some additional stipulations and conditions in a revised letter with a revised site plan. And if we could get the revised site plan on the monitors, I think it'd be helpful for you and certainly demonstrative. As you can see, this is not necessarily irregularly shaped, but it's an elongated piece of property. It's owned by Ms. Margaret Kahili. It may be in a trust, but in any event, I've known her for years and years. The Kahili name is huge in this part of the county. She's related to the Merritt, so the Merritt is another big name. And I bring that up for a specific reason, is we're calling this Merritt Manor in, I guess, deference to, or certainly in admiration of the Kahili family and all they've done for this section of Cobb County. If you look at this site plan, it's interesting because it's a big ticket factor, I think, for you guys on the Planning Commission, and that is the lot per lot ratio on the east side of this. What we've got are 7 lots within our proposed development and 7 lots and/or homes within Ashmore subdivision. I don't want to simplify it by saying their only concern, because there's several, and I'll get to those, but the primary concern was this property right now is very flat, water ponds on it, so detention, stormwater management were key issues. What you see now is a detention pond located on the northwestern corner of the property near the roundabout intersection, which was moved from the northeastern corner of the property, specifically with respect to requests, not just from an aesthetic perspective, but from a workability perspective in stormwater management. And we and Ashmore have interfaced with Mr. Braden from Stormwater Management. It's my understanding that he has been on the site and met Mr. Braden and met with these folks as well. The letter you have from last night at 9:50 is from Mr. Darrell Brooks, who is the president of the Ashmore Homeowners Association. He makes it clear that he's speaking on behalf of the board, and there could be folks here, and evidently there are, that have issues that we may need to address and you may need to address, and certainly we have ample time between now and the Board of Commissioners meeting on the 18th. This property seeks 16 separate lots. The homes will be traditional single-family detached homes. The difference is they're not just age-targeted, they're age-restricted under the Federal Fair Housing Act, which means just by definition under the IT translations and generations of that document for traffic engineers, that means anywhere from 30 to 35 less trips per day and potential conflicting turning movements simply because of this demographic. And I'm not saying people that are 55 years of age don't drive cars, because we certainly do. It would be nice if I was 55. But anyway, I used to drive cars and hopefully still will. But your max density under RSL, if it's located on an arterial, and this is a density cap of 5 units per acre. We're asking for a density at 3.72 units per acre, but we think it's justified, particularly with the support we have and the positioning on an arterial. The homes will comport with the architectural style and composition you have. These are Caldwell-Klein architectural renderings. I think that's one of the most premier groups, and certainly catches the essence of what Mr. Lloyd is trying to do here. The house sizes will range from 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, easy living standards, as you would suspect. The preponderance of the square footage, of course, is just ground level, masters on the main. Price points on this, dependent upon the ultimate interior finishes by the customers or the purchasers, is going to be between $550,000 per home up to $600,000 and greater. Now, you have affordable RSLs and you have other RSLs where you're not necessarily, even though folks are looking to downside, they're not necessarily looking to shortcut their style in terms of interior finishes and modifications. So that drives these price points, and I know we can't dictate them, and you can't include them as a condition, but I've been asked by several of you and other members of the public what that will be, and of course it'll comport with what you have in front of you. We have some stipulations regarding landscaping, which will be significant and is enhanced with the letter, excuse me, the email that you got last night. In addition to that, we're going to be creating a mandatory HOA for this. It'll include strict architectural controls, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, which will ensure that the overall development and the HOA work in concert with each other. And of course, what HOAs mandatory do, and with this kind of price point, this kind of home, it dictates higher annual assessments to be part of this mandatory HOA. But that HOA will upkeep and maintain the common areas, open space, mail kiosks, any amenities. These are private streets, and of course, the entrance and the entrance signage is as well. Of course, those CCRs and the mandatory HOA documents will be submitted to staff and the county attorney prior to the issuance of any certificates of occupancy on the property. We are asking for a concurrent variance. You're seeing this a lot with RSL, certainly in the past 3 years, and that is for variance waiving the distancing between houses from 15 feet to 10 feet or 5-foot setbacks. The hardship for that variance is self-evident simply by way of the nature of this product and the demographic we're attracting. There's going to be a 10-foot no-access easement on Davis Road, on Holly Springs Road, except with respect to, of course, the point of ingress and egress for the subdivision entrance, sidewalk on at least one side of the street. Driveways positioned at least the amount 50 feet from the tangent of the intersection with Holly Springs and the subdivision entrance. If you look strategically placed throughout the development, you'll see guest parking according to the fire marshal and driveways and accommodations to go with that. Now, to get to what you received last night from the Ashmore HOA, and I don't know if they're here today or not because they're very happy with what they have asked for and what we can do. But more specifically, you have it in that letter that's handed out to you. I have 2 seconds left worth of time, but I'll let that document speak for itself, and I can certainly address, as can Mr. Braden, Mr. Lloyd, those stipulations and conditions. So we do appreciate your time and respectfully request that you approve this application as we've presented. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Garvis. We hear from the opposition at this time.
Good morning, Planning Commission. Thank you for the time to address you this morning. I'm Charles Sprayberry with the Cobb County School District. Regarding petition number Z63, the Cobb County Board of Education has concerns about this development. Senior residential developments generally have a negative impact on tax revenue for the Cobb County School District. Unlike standard residential and commercial developments where property taxes are not exempt, we therefore would like to express our concern to the Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners and ask you to take our concerns under consideration as you review this zoning application. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Good morning. I represent the Hudson Pond Homeowners Association, slightly to the east of the development. I've lived here since...
Sorry, what's your name?
Arthur Robinson.
Arthur, and you were, where, I'm sorry, we didn't hear you.
Hudson Pond
Hudson
Homeowners
Pond.
Association on Davis.
Okay, go ahead.
27 homes in the HOA.
Okay.
I've lived here since 1980, and I've seen almost unconstrained growth. We live in a situation now of gridlock. I have serious concerns about the development here with no civil engineering that adds anything to our way of life. It's going to increase traffic and make a negative impact. I don't see how that entrance is going to add anything to this area, adding more homes. It's simply gridlock most of the day.
Anything else?
Sorry,
Anything else?
no.
No, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Shaw. I'm also in the Hudson Pond subdivision. I'm the Architectural Control Committee. I've lived in Cobb 35 years, and pretty much all of it around this area. Holly Springs is, during most of the day, a nightmare. And that entrance, that close to the roundabout, is just going to create additional problems. People already can't make left-hand turns out of their relative subdivisions onto Holly Springs. I see people every day doing really stupid things to try to get out into traffic, creating additional traffic problems. I saw a school bus this morning turn left 100 feet in front of a car because they couldn't get out. This is just not a good access point. If it was a little further down the road, perhaps. I have no issue with the senior living perspective, although as head of the Architectural Control Committee for a not much larger subdivision, 16 homes and a HOA and an Architectural Control Committee, that's barely enough people to keep, particularly in my own age group, to keep the group going, to be responsive. And we need that in order to keep up the Cobb standards that we've worked so hard to maintain for these years. That's it. I just don't think it's a well thought out location.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, good morning. I'm Patrick Burns. My wife Mary and our 4 young children live in Chestnut Oak subdivision, which is located northwest of the roundabout, right on the roundabout, right across from this property. I come today to speak in opposition to this application to rezone from R20 to RSL. This proposal brings high-density development to our area by placing 16 single-family homes on 4 acres of property. This would have a negative impact on my family and several of the young families' quality of life, bringing traffic congestion to an already very busy area. And our children walk to school to Mountain View through this area. This transforms the landscape of the area, which is predominantly for miles around R15 and R20. Besides not conforming with the existing area neighborhoods, in my layman's review of the RSL ordinance and the staff report, it is apparent that this doesn't conform with many of the RSL requirements. And there's several variances that are being sought by the applicant. Notably is the 15-foot distance between homes, landscape buffers adjacent to residential properties, and rear setback requirements. And this is just looking at the staff report. Well over half of this property is located on a minor collector, which is Davis Road. And RSL requires a minimum of 10 acres and a density of maximum of 4 units per acre. That's my understanding. I'm just a layman looking at this. Traffic data that was used to look at this by the staff is well over 7 years old, and it doesn't really reflect the current congestion of this roundabout. And it is particularly congested because the new Mountain View School is at the end of Davis Road. The strain at this intersection is evident by an existing broken sewer, which I brought a picture of. So currently, under the current congestion, there's a big impact here. So I've lived in East Cobb my entire life. I'm a graduate of Walton High School. My family and I chose to live here. However, we in the East Cobb community are continuing to be concerned about the recent decisions that continue to be made. And I urge you to vote against this. My children have a right to live here in the future if they choose to. But if you continue to propose RSL developments in this area, this will not be the neighborhood that we know and love. And there's some real public safety concerns that we have in adding congestion to this area. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Patrick. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing no one else, the public hearing portion is closed and it's back to this board, and this would be my case. And we had, I've got some handouts. We had continued this case, and so heard it today. This is, typically when we look at an RSL, all of us see it on a much larger tract of land than a 4-acre tract of land. This is a small RSL compared to what we normally see. So some of the things we look at when we're trying to determine what is the best use for the property, we all don't make immediate decisions. We go back and forth and try to look at the whole area. I knew that we had opposition coming into it. The roundabout, I hate roundabouts. I know some people love them, I hate them. I spend days on them. I can't get off of them. This particular location is right at that roundabout, and while their site plan shows no egress onto Davis Road, it would all come out onto Holly Springs, which is one of the reasons that it was considered for an RSL, because it was an arterial road. Now, if we go back to staff had recommended approval, which sort of shocked me, to be truthful, at 2.5 units per acre. And John, quickly, would you give me, we've talked about it, what was the number of lots that you had proposed, or the staff had proposed at 2.5? What would that knock it down to?
That would be 10 lots.
10 lots. So from 16, it would go down to 10 lots if we took the recommendation of the staff, which then leads back to what one of the gentlemen spoke about, was the density and the number of homes and how you're going to have an HOA and how it's going to support it. These homes, these lots would be very, very small, but you'd have very big homes on them, especially in the price range of $500,000 to $600,000. Those are big homes, or big price points. And the lots look like they're about the size of a cemetery plot. They're very small lots. So I think that things that in an RSL, I love RSLs. I like them. I usually are for them, but this RSL, it looks almost like a density grab to me. It's got so many things that doesn't make it a good RSL. But one of the things that you do, or I do, like about an RSL is the traffic. We all have to look at, you have a very different traffic pattern with an RSL. The time that they go out is much different than it is for a regular. We don't add any children to the school system. And we also hear each month from the school system about they don't pay any taxes. Well, you know, they've paid taxes till they're 62 and their kids are way out of school, so they've paid their fair share. So, and I don't know that the Cobb County Schools ever refused to educate a child as long as I've been here, which has been forever. So there's a lot of things to like about an RSL. One of the things that we look at, and I'm going to have Amy from DOT to come up here. That is a new roundabout that we have there, and with a school. And Amy, I want you to just briefly tell us what you considered on the traffic impact there, of where it's going to come out on Holly Springs Road.
Sure. Amy Diaz, DOT. So the roundabout replaced a stop situation that had very long queues. So it is my understanding from the district engineer that it has improved operations in that area a good bit. The driveway is far enough from the roundabout that we're not overly concerned with a access point at that location.
Okay, so DOT likes the RSL. Now, would you have changed if it was a regular R15? Would the comments been the same?
There would have, it's still below the threshold for a traffic study, well below it, but we would have had more concern if people were going to be coming out during peak time.
During peak time, which is typically what a R15 or R20 would be.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Amy.
No problem.
And then the next thing I want to speak to Dave would be the drainage. I think, and looking at some of the comments, there were standing water on this site, some other issues.
Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division.
Dave, you just address the stormwater concerns or any concerns you might have, and some of the comments were about the ponding of water on this site.
Yes, the original plan that came in, Stormwater had some significant comments that they did address with the revised plan, so they've moved the pond to where it needed to be. The existing site right through, is this it right here? Right through this area right here, there's a really flat, low spot, and there's an existing pipe on the site, but there's a high point, a little bit of a high point there before it gets to. So this area has ponded, shallow ponding, not a big flooding, but shallow ponding for a long time. Mm-hmm.
And so this would be an opportunity, at least with the development, to be able to accommodate that and provide a conveyance from Ashmore subdivision through the site to the existing drainage downstream. So something we've talked with the engineer about, and they're willing to address.
Okay, so you're comfortable with if they can maintain?
Yes, and they're also willing to, the Ashmore subdivision, I think it was platted back in '94, so it's was done prior to a lot of the stormwater management requirements that we have now. But there's, the detention pond is on the back of 2 lots. And for some reason, when they approved, I don't know if this came through zoning or not, did it, John? But anyway, there's a 30-foot buffer between the property line and where the pond is, instead of the pond being placed on the or close to the property line like it is now. So the existing pond is back in those 2 lots, and therefore you've got a 30-foot distance to be able to pick up that runoff or the discharge from that pond before it even gets to this site. So John Lloyd and his engineer are willing to work with stormwater to be able to pick that existing discharge up, convey it through their site so it doesn't cause an issue with Ashmore. So we're pleased with that as well.
All right, thank you. The other issue is that when we talked about, one of the reasons staff recommended deleting it down on the density to 2.5 was to meet the code, wasn't that, John? The reason staff had recommended the 2.5 of the land use plan?
The staff recommended it be deleted to 2.5 units per acre to come into compliance with the land use plan, which has a maximum of 2.5. And the staff felt that 2.5 was more in line with the subdivision next door, which is at 2.3 units per acre.
Okay. One of the other things I considered on this tract of land was what other uses I could give it and still keep it about the traffic. And to me, traffic is one of the major considerations on this, is deleting it down to an R12. I could do an R12, which would be age restricted, which would be 12,000 square foot lots. I consider that, but I don't have a plan before me. Last night, we got some communication late last night, and to be honest, we got a lot of communication, all of us did last night, STIP letters, late last night, and we haven't had time to study all the letters that we got in and understand that there is some stipulations they've agreed to with the adjacent property owners. So those are my comments, and I'd like to hear from other board members if they have any comments.
I'll throw out a couple. One is, as the property's zoned today, staff estimates they can put 7 lots on it, which looks very reasonable to me. So and they can go pull permits and start to work on it, basically, submit their plans. They don't have to come through zoning or do anything for that. They don't have to agree to any, really, I don't think they even have to put a buffer to the adjacent subdivision because I think it's R20 to R15. Is that right, John? They wouldn't need a buffer?
If it doesn't go through zoning, then there's no required landscape buffer. That has to stay there permanently.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that. So that's one of the things when we're sitting up here we look at is what can they do today on the land and what could they do otherwise? Now, on the RSL, under staff recommendation for 10 lots, that's 2.33 units per acre, which is effectively the same density as the subdivision next door. And if we looked at an R15 even, it would be 9 lots. So we're really not, and an R12 under the land use plan would still just be 10 lots. So it wouldn't really change. Now, the difference is the other zonings, R15, R12, or R20, the traffic patterns are different and it's higher peak time use. Basically, retired people like to wait till the traffic gets gone before they go out, if at all possible. Not saying always, but it's, yeah, typically the peak traffic is half or less of a normal subdivision. So, yeah, from that regard, if people are worried about traffic, the RSL is the better option. But I certainly understand the concern, you know, a 10-lot RSL is a fairly small RSL, and usually RSLs do lawn maintenance and all those kind of things. So it's always a concern of ours when we get to very small subdivisions. That's kind of my comments back and forth on it.
I think the project's too dense. I think one of the ways you get too dense is by ignoring the setbacks that are in the code to keep the separation on the houses, which leads to fewer houses, and I understand why it happens. I don't understand in this instance, I believe, Garvis, you had said that the nature of this product and the demographic they're attracting creates the hardship that justifies the variance in the side yard setback to 5 foot, and I just don't get that. I don't understand why RSL needs less setback than, you know, another zoning, and I think that it's that way of thinking about this project that's led to the higher zoning. I think at a lower, to the higher density, I think at a lower density, you could move the access to the project further away from the traffic circle. You could be more comfortable in the way in which the stormwater is handled on the site. I mean, I just calculating 2,500 square foot houses by 16 houses, you're nearly an acre worth of house. Now, I know some of those are going to be 2 stories, but you haven't allowed for the driveways. I don't know how you stay under 35% impervious surface at that kind of density. And so I personally like the RSL. I like the fact that the traffic varies. I've lived close to this area for a long, long time, and this is a place I'd like to retire. I hadn't really considered my kids yet. You know, they're got their own minds, but we need RSL in the area, so, you know, so that people who have enjoyed living there their whole life have an opportunity, and we see a lot of RSL in different parts of the county, and not so much close to this. So that's my 2 cents.
Skip.
I like RSLs principally because the issue that we hear over and over and over sitting up here is how traffic is getting so bad across virtually all of Cobb County. And as was just mentioned, RSL units, the demographic that would populate an RSL unit has, according to the traffic engineer's handbook, I think Cobb DOT can confirm this if we need to, but basically a single-family dwelling generates roughly 3 times as much daily traffic as when compared to a single RSL unit. So when I look at the traffic issue, I think that an RSL unit, an RSL development is something that's going to improve at least that local area. The rub that comes in is, as I understand it, some 3/4 or more of the people who tend to buy into RSLs are coming from other places in Cobb County. And so all we're doing, if the traffic statistics are correct and they come out of nationally recognized handbook and so forth, if they're correct, all we're doing is consolidating lower traffic in one area at the expense of backfilling with single families in other parts of the county. So do we have a net gain? Well, we have a net gain a little bit because it's not all the people who are coming from the county, but the vast majority of them seem to be. So I think right in this area right here, we have a roundabout. We want to deal with traffic in a responsible way. And RSL is a good way to do it, but I totally support the idea of reducing the density to something less than 2.5 units an acre so that it comports with the future land use map, which requires no more than 2.5 units an acre. On the side setback, I have mixed feelings about that, the reduction, the variance to a 5-foot side setback. As long as it's not used to increase density, then I don't have a problem with the 5-foot side setback, because there's some designs, not necessarily the ones that are being proposed here, but there are some floor plan designs that take advantage of the fact that if you have a 5-foot side setback, that gives you 10 feet between units. One unit can have a little courtyard that faces the wall of the adjacent unit, and everybody's happy with that. So, that's a selling point in some design plans. It's not clear to me that it's appropriate in this case, but I just wanted to note that. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. So it's back to me, and I'm going to have to make a decision. And I want to make sure I wished everybody a Merry Christmas this morning, because I have a feeling, I have a feeling nobody's going to like us by the end of the afternoon. The conclusion I have with this tract of land and studying it, and I've talked to everybody on the board and John, the staff, I talked to the applicant, who's been more than willing to work with us, is it, because I'm not comfortable with the density, I'm not comfortable with the number of lots, staff was not comfortable. I don't have a site plan before me that actually shows. I'm going to make a motion that we deny the application and that staff continue to work with the homeowners in the area and look at something besides an RSL. I think the RSL is not large enough to have an HOA and be supportive. I also think that giving the location of it, that whatever the applicant works with in the next couple of weeks, that they consider a age restriction on it so that we don't have to worry about the traffic pattern. So my motion would be to deny it. Do I have a second? We have a motion second. Call the question. And that's denied 4-0. Thank you, everyone. John, what's our next case?
Okay. Rezoning case Z68, Drayton Homes LLC, request rezoning from R20 and NS to RM8 for the purpose of a townhouse community and land lots 627, 631, and 632 of the 19th district. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road and on the northeast side of Milford Church Road. Earlier, there was 4 people here opposed and 11 people here in support of the application. The applicant is present. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thanks, Dave. We'll start with the site plan. I'll be over there, so.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We're ready, Kevin, when you are.
Hopefully we can get more into the holiday spirit.
Hopefully.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners, and Kevin Moore here on behalf of the owners and the applicant, Drayton Homes, in this application for rezoning. This property is just over 14 acres. It's 14.16 acres, and I'm sure if, can you pull that up on the screen just from, there we go. We can start with just to kind of give an overview of where this is located for those who may not be familiar. The property, as shown on your screen, is currently zoned neighborhood shopping and R20. The R20 is in the yellow on your screen, and the neighborhood shopping's in the red. So that you can see there along the bottom of the property is Milford Church Road, and this property is located just off the intersection of Milford Church and Austell Road, and there's also has extensive frontage on Austell Road as well. Also of critical importance when considering this application, because what Drayton Homes is proposing is rezoning it, the property to RM8 for a maximum of 94 townhomes to do a quality townhome development at this location. And it's important to kind of consider the context of this property, what it's shown in the land use plan today, how it's being projected to be developed, given that roughly, nearly half of it is commercial today. And the other half is R20, that across Milford Church is O&I. And then you look at Austell Road and the grocery store and commercial that's across at CRC on Austell Road. All of that combined has led to this intersection and this property on a land use plan basis. The front half of the property, basically where you see that NS zoning line going forward, is in a community activity center, not a neighborhood activity center, but a community activity center. Our second most intense land use plan designation of a community activity center. The balance of the property is then in medium density residential, so up to 5 units per acre. So this 14 acres is within one of our most intense land use plan categories, as well as one of the more intense residential ones, medium density residential. And so what we did and what Trayton in looking at this project and looking at this property is looking at is whether strict adherence to the land use plan is really desirable. Strict adherence to the land use plan would have commercial types of uses, and those would be rather more of your intense service type uses that would have access, multiple accesses on Austell Road as well as Milford Church. And then further, a cluster type subdivision, which might be perfectly fine, but also having entrances and locations off of Milford Church. And we don't believe that strict adherence to the land use plan in this instance is what's really necessary, what's really needed, and what's really desired. We think that a townhome community that Trayton Homes is proposing here, and we'll turn to that site plan now, can really address the issues that this property brings and do so in a way that transitions from the commercial nature of the intersection, where you have a service station and the grocery stores, and transition to Milford Church Road, where the residents rightfully so believe they believe Milford Church to be a residential street. And this project, we believe, then allows that to occur, as opposed to having commercial that would stretch down Milford Church Road. So I'm going to turn to that site plan now and kind of go through some of the highlights of it. Turning to the site plan now, this is Austell Road again and Milford Church. We have a total of 94, maximum of 94 townhomes. We do have and have agreed with the neighboring communities, and we've spelled it out in our stipulation letter to have extensive described landscape buffers and landscaping that will stretch both along Milford Church Road and also adjacent to the existing residential, and that's described in detail in the stipulation letter for the trees and planting material that will be put in place so that we have that quality of appearance that as you go down Milford Church Road from this Austell Road intersection. In addition, we have agreed with Cobb County Stormwater Management. Initially, the detention pond was shown on this property here for this property. This is included as part of that parcel, even though it's across Milford Church Road. It's part of this overall tract. We have now designated this tract to be left undisturbed, and it'll be placed in the conservation easement in favor of Cobb County. And that's important because this side street is the entrance to Milford Chase subdivision. So rather than having any development occur here or even a detention pond, it will now be left alone. We've now moved those detention ponds to these locations here. In addition, we've agreed with Cobb County Stormwater Management to have higher or elevated levels of stormwater management due to downstream conditions that have existed, which is also something that had been requested of us and which we have agreed. In addition, the townhome community has been restricted by stipulation to no more than 5% rental, which is extremely low. Typically, you see 10% in these zoning applications. At the request of the area residents in our meeting, we've agreed to 5%. In addition, we have provided for a extensive full amenity because, again, it's important for this community that this proposal be a quality addition to that community. I want to show you some pictures of the amenity that's provided by Trayton Homes, and I think you'll agree with me that it's simply outstanding. The type of amenity package that they'll put together and have put together. This is, in fact, photos from an existing townhome community of Trayton Homes, and you can see exactly the type of quality that is proposed here, and that's included, again, as part of our commitment and stipulation letter. And you can see the type of quality that's being proposed here for this intersection. One of the important parts of this application, I think that you saw some of the support that we had and when the head count was given, is that we have been able to meet with the community on a number of occasions. Each of their requests, we have been able to meet, and I just highlighted simply a couple of them for you, but the stipulation letter is pretty complete and pretty comprehensive, and that's where a lot of those came from, is from meeting those requests that the area residents had. In addition, in the last slide I'll put up is a picture of the proposed townhomes that Trayton is proposing here. Again, we believe these are townhomes as a projected price points are in the mid-high 200s to start, but other projects that Trayton has done in similar types of developments then will go into the low and mid 300s as they're being sold now after the initial startup period. We believe that this type of community by Trayton that injects this type of quality in an area that has not seen a lot of new development in recent years is vastly needed. It's vastly needed to establish Milford Church Road. When you turn off of Austell Road, immediately now you will know it's a residential street, as opposed to what the land use plan now shows it as being a front-end commercial street. With those, we believe that this is an excellent opportunity to have an excellent quality community by Trayton Homes in this location. The balance of my time I'm going to reserve because I know that Ms. Anderson has wanted to make a couple of statements in support, and I don't want to infringe on any of the opposition time and use it correctly. So if there's, I know that a couple of you wanted to make a couple of comments, and I'll save the time for them.
Okay.
Y'all rather hear from them anyway.
We're about a little bit more than 2 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the Planning Commission. My name is Jackie Anderson, and I'm a resident of Milford Chase subdivision, as well as the Milford Chase HOA president. Maybe I'll step back a little bit, it won't vibrate so much. I'm also a part of the zoning committee formed to represent multiple residents along the Milford Church Road corridor. Since becoming aware of the Z68 rezoning application by Trayton Homes to build townhomes in our area, members of our committee have met with several people regarding this matter, including Attorney Kevin Moore, the developer Cliff Poston, Galt Porter from the Planning Commission, Dave Brayton from Stormwater Management, and Ashley White from Cobb County DOT. We have communicated information and encouraged area residents to join our meetings and express any concerns to appropriate parties. Initially, most of us were opposed to this development, but as a result of our meetings and agreed upon adjustments made by Trayton Homes, we now stand collectively in support of the development. However, individually, there are still some who do oppose. Today, we want to briefly voice our concerns publicly to ensure what we understand to be outlined in stipulations and revised plan reflects our expectations regarding flooding, traffic, and integrity, and a firm commitment to a comprehensive landscape package to sustain the integrity of our area. Our zoning committee chair, Bruce Costas of Milford Chase, will speak about flooding, followed by Leroy Walden of Milford Forest to speak on traffic and integrity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. We only have like 29 seconds left. You got 29 seconds, yeah. And that's it. And then the opposition gets to speak.
My name is Bruce Costas. I'm a resident of Milford Chase. The bottom line to this is 29 seconds. You have a list of the items that were here on stormwater management. We have flooding in the neighborhood, and we had a video to show you of that 2 weeks ago, Monday morning, 1.5 inches worth of rain. We can't handle the additional water without having you accept the stormwater management requirements for this Z68.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Now, you're speaking in favor. This is just in favor of. Okay. You have. You got 11 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Leroy Walden, 30-year resident of Milford Chase, Milford Forest area. Basically, my role here is to talk a little bit about traffic. Bruce talked about flooding. Got a great video of flooding. Basically, what I want to talk about is that, we've worked closely with Kevin and with Trayton, and they've developed a traffic study. The concern that we have about the traffic study is that it's full of empirical data that's in keeping with good standard practice and with the code. The problem is, though, is that it doesn't necessarily reflect what happens on the ground every day. And so my admonishment to the board is to give additional consideration to the fact that there are already some sightline issues with these intersections. There are two intersections predominantly, the Milford Chase, Glen Meadows intersection, which here is labeled as one. And you can see there's visual confusion associated with that particular intersection that needs to be addressed before we even talk about the approval. This is Milford Forest and what would be the proposed entrance for the new development. And as you can see, it also has some sightline issues.
Your time has run.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please give some additional consideration to a more in-depth and comprehensive traffic study before approving this.
We will. Thank you. All right. How much?
I actually hit the wrong button, so they got an extra minute.
Okay.
So opposition will have 11 minutes.
So the opposition. The opposition, we'll hear from them now. And we'll add a minute to their time. 11 minutes.
Is there an HDMI cord or anything I plug in? Bring it over here. Hang on 1 second. You can see everything this way. Good morning. My name is Hal Wilkins. I represent the Glen Meadows Homeowners Association there as part of the Milford church community. I've been a Cobb County resident since 1992. Graduate of Kennesaw State University. I've coached football for youth here at not only Osborne, Hillgrove, Harrison, and McEachern. I've also owned a business here in the county as well for Hawaiian Spirits Concern off of the East-West Connector. And Cobb has been a very wonderful place to live and raise a family, obviously. But in respect to Z68, we have some concerns that I've voiced and had conversations, and even working jointly with the team that just presented here as well. I was part of those conversations to understand the implications and parts of what was going to occur relative to this new introduction of the trade home environment. One of the things that we wanted to consider was, at a macroeconomic level, various sources that kind of sort of concerned us around existing home new sales being down at this point. So sources that range from CNN to Freddie Mac, new mortgage rates being at a 7-year high, plus, high prices in regards to the cost of purchasing new homes, as well as the changes in some tax laws around that. And even in respect to what trade is trying to do, the rising cost of constructions, as well as finding hard workers. So, AJC cited that Cobb home sales were down 9% last year. So we really wondered how Trayton would be immune to the forces that impacted the competitors like Lennar and Pulte, who have lost significant share value, almost half of their share value in the same market under the same conditions. One of the things we took a look at was really, trying to understand exactly with the introduction of this particular facility, these homes, would it be a benefit? But again, the concerns were centered around, could they be successful in regards to actually selling out these 90 homes that they proposed and some of their newest stipulations in regards to that, since we recognize that, there has been an increase in the pricing of the homes here, but the number of homes for sale have decreased in Cobb County overall. And as we looked at and peel back the layers relative to what we saw from Cobb County currently, hometown home sales, so similar product, we see most of the concentration and the density that seem to be closer to the county line toward the city. So it appears in our estimation that people favor these types of projects
would appear to be more on the east side of the county, not necessarily the west side. So we took another look at it and said, well, let's peel back and just find all of the product that's in that same price range, if you will. And as you can see, the dissipation of the amount of density was also present. So we took it one more level and looked at everything in our community as we talked about the Milford Church corridor. And there's very few properties or projects in the same manner that don't comport to what we have in place today. So some of the challenges that we felt that Pulte would be, that Trayton would be against was just the projection of, dips in home sales and ownership over time. We wanted to understand a little bit how would they be able to overcome some of these external market forces and provide some success in light of these negative current trends. We also looked at the way that, if they're trying to pursue millennials, if they're trying to pursue out-of-towners as this target market, what would be convincing enough other than the nice shiny objects in respect to the fire pits and pools that would attract millennials and out-of-towners to come to a community. Although it does have its benefits, it's still a struggling Title I school environment with Smitha, with Bernie, with Osborne as part of that. Would that be attractive enough to get individuals who would be able to afford a $250,000 and $300,000 townhome? So what we did was we took a look to the past. We said, let's take a look back and see exactly what they've done in other areas. So we looked to find out, I think, part of their project that they had in North Square near Marietta. So we looked to say, okay, well, what kind of impact did this have to the community relative to deforestation, to the overall ecology, to the environment abroad? So we took some snapshots here that were found online. And as we can see, I believe the gentleman who just turned it over to me in respect to the traffic concerns, this is part of some of the snapshots that occurred when they built out that particular area. We don't have the same level of spacing on the street there on Milford Church to even support tractor trailers to be parked at any point in time. We already understand the traffic is a very touchy subject within the county itself, but we believe that it's only going to be exacerbated by the introduction of this particular project. When we looked at it a little bit differently, from a different view, we just understood the impact of the clear cutting that would have to occur adjacent to our product, to our subdivision, and we just felt that at this point the impacts would be very negative. So we really couldn't find any benefits in regards to trying to be in support of this, even though we aren't in support of exclusionary zoning, and we're not having this sort of NIMBY mindset. We would love to extend our community to other people. We just don't think this is the right project for it. So as we continue to look to see exactly the continuance of the development that they have today, I think they're currently trending somewhere just above 66% of occupancy for the current the North Point product. And we just didn't think that, overall that our environment would really recover from this type of introduction of a project. We're like everyone else, We go out to work every day. We like to come home to our safe zone, to our safe landing zone there in that community. We shop at Whole Foods, we shop at Sprouts, Costco. We like to have a little dinner dates out on the square or going downtown at some point. But when we come back, this is the view of what we see coming home today. This is our view as you enter into our safe zone as it stands, our safe landing zone today, coming down Milford Church. Our biggest concern would be the new normal that's being proposed. So this detention pond would actually be adjacent to the entrance of Glen Meadows. So now this would be the eyesight that we would see coming in and out. And as they depicted in the last demonstration where they showed, those initially were projected to go across the street. Now they're on our side of the street. This is from the north, I believe this is from the property that they just did in the Marietta area. So unfortunately for us, it became a clear-cut example that we really couldn't address and embrace at this point in time. Maybe there's some other products that we could talk about going forward. Maybe there's some other examples of taking advantage. And again, I don't want to be, I understand the Johnson family lost a family member, and my condolences to you for, I think your mom was the matriarch who owned that property last. But at this point, and in fact, that was where we live today, was part of the property your family owned at one point. But at this point, we really don't believe that this is an advantageous. We haven't found any studies that tell us that the introduction of townhomes will be beneficial to the improvement of home values today. Thank you for your time.
Good presentation. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning again. I'm Charles Spraybeer with the Cobb County School District. I appreciate the Planning Commission's time and Board Chair, your time as well. Approval of this petition will have significant impact on enrollment at Osborne High School. Therefore, we oppose its approval.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, the public, is he wanting to come up and speak? Are you wanting to speak, sir? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Good morning. Janos Harvey. I'm a resident of the Glen Meadow subdivision. I'm opposed to this development for the reasons that my neighbor previously stated. Also, my concern, as everyone else, is the ongoing, just growing traffic. It's not just in Cobb County, it's in Metro Atlanta. I'm a native of Atlanta, so I've seen the growth from beginning to end. Right now, the growth is just ridiculous. To have that subdivision, to have these new townhomes built and have that entrance, that proposed entrance where it is going to create a nightmare. There's already the curve that's right there. Plenty of accidents happen because it's a sharp curve, because of the way it's structured. So to have these residents would only add to that traffic pattern. Traffic goes from 2:30 in the afternoon until 7 o'clock at night, maybe 8 o'clock along that along Austell Road. It starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it goes until 9, maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. So to add this is going to add to that and exacerbate it, as my neighbor previously stated. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 2 minutes. Does anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing no one else is back to this board, and this would be Galt's area.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'll just start by, one thing I do want to say is I really appreciate the applicant having more than one community meeting, reaching out to a lot of people. For the record, I want to say there were 17 people here last month to hear the case, and we were unable to hear the case due to sad circumstances. And the fact that the number seems flipped, now we have 15 people here in support, or 11 in support and 4 opposed, says that they've done some work in the last month to kind of change that. I think all of us up here realize that if they build something on this land, there'll be more traffic. Unfortunately, the Georgia Constitution doesn't allow us to tell people they can't develop their land. They have a constitutional right to develop their land. So we really get down to, is this a good use versus another use of it? And actually, the part of it's already zoned with a commercial zoning. And even more of it is planned for a very intense commercial kind of use. At one time, it was envisioned there may be a supermarket come here, a larger size. I know we have the Walmart neighborhood market across the street, but maybe a Kroger's or a Publix or something like that. But the overall grocery market has just changed rapidly in the last few years with home delivery and pickup services and all of those things that are happening. The grocery stores have just quit building grocery stores, and that was probably the most likely use. There's a whole lot of other uses that people may not want in that area that could go commercial, a lot of automotive related, which I think we have an abundance of along Austell Road and things like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, when the applicant did the traffic study, they actually used the traffic generation numbers for single-family detached homes instead of townhomes, which I don't quite understand why they did it, because that generates a whole lot more traffic using single-family detached. It's about 50% more traffic, roughly. And when you vary it, you look at overall traffic, you look at the peak traffics and that, but just as kind of a rough rule of thumb. And even at those higher traffic counts, the traffic came out not changing the service levels of the roads and those kind of things that we worry about. There's going to be more traffic. We know that, but some people said, well, why don't you develop detached homes? Well, they're looking at 94 townhomes, and there's roughly the applicant had a plan that had like 71 detached homes. I don't think that would probably meet our code, but probably somewhere in 55 to 60, they may be able to do. And at that, that's basically generating the same traffic as the townhome community. But the difference is they wouldn't be able to put the amenity that they're talking about here, which helps keep values up and things like that. And then there's other things, for instance, we constantly hear from this area, we'd like more restaurants and more of the things that we see in some other parts of the county. And the reality is rooftops drive that. But not only rooftops, the types of rooftops drive that. The retailers and the restaurateurs know that townhome people go out to eat more often than single-family detached. So not only is it more numbers of people to go out, but it's also, people who will go out more often for that. So it's kind of a demographic balancing. So I can make an argument that townhomes will probably help this community more than another single-family detached in there. So I want to put that out. I have a number of notes here. We did hear about the Title I schools, and probably the best way to help that is to bring in more families. These aren't going to be cheap homes, so they're probably not going to be students who need the Title I assistance. As far as enrollment at Osborne, they're rebuilding the school right now, so hopefully the school system's planned for a lot more enrollment as they're rebuilding. So the fact that it may be overcrowded now or doesn't have the capacity, I don't think really should factor into it. So that's another one. As far as home sales being down, part of that's due to lack of inventory. There just isn't enough homes available for people to buy. And the other part is the rapidly increasing price. So I just wanted to hit on a few of those things. And mortgage rates are still at historic lows. I mean, when I bought my first house, it was at 13 something, and the next house was at like 16%, and they're still just below 5% now, which is really low. So I don't think those things really hold it. Just trying to make sure I hit some of the things that we talked about or that have been brought up to me over time. Talked about the traffic and that. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because we have a lot of cases, and we spent at a community zoning meeting that Commissioner Cupid and I host monthly. We spent about an hour and a half on this case a month ago. So talking with all the residents and that. So I know not everybody was there, but we had quite a few people there. Yeah, just a little shorter. With regard to stormwater management, there are revised comments that came out from stormwater management, which really, in layman's terms, requires them to detain more than what you normally would because of some of the downstream issues, and I'm just going to leave it that much. But I know Dave Braden from our stormwater management has met with various homeowners and really looked at this hard. And so I'm confident he'll do that. And I know one of the people referenced making sure we accept those, and absolutely that would be part of it. The traffic study, it's already a pretty detailed study, and it didn't show any issues, and it has traffic generation about 50% higher than what they probably should have used. So I don't think there's a need to do any more detailed traffic study. And now there was a couple of issues, and one is on the site plan, there is mainly public roads, but a section of private road. And there's been real concern, and at our last community meeting just a week ago, there was a lot of concern about that. And not having a desire to have some people have a private road and some a public, and then, you know, and that we've had a lot of issues within the district with townhome communities not having proper reserves to maintain roads. And unfortunately, a lot of times those roads were not built to public standards, so the townhome community comes to the county and wants the county to take responsibility for them, you know, dedicate them to the county, and the county won't take them because they don't meet county standards. And that's always a concern, and that would be the case in a section of this. So one of the things I did is ask the applicant to prepare a different site plan that included all public streets, and they did do that. I have to say it wasn't their engineer's best work. I think they forced themselves to drop a couple of units that I don't think they need to, and they also moved the amenity closer to Austell Road, which I don't think they needed to do either. So I think they could do better on it, but I do think it should have all public roads. And another concern that really came up at the last meeting, and I haven't had a chance to discuss this with Kevin, is there was a strong desire to bump the square footage up to 2,000 square feet per unit instead of 1,700. And it looked like to me on the site plan that they have enough room without getting into setbacks to just increase that footprint a little bit, not necessarily width, but depth to do that. But I haven't really had a chance to talk to Kevin if you want to come up and address that. I'm going to give you at least a shot at that one. And if you want to show that other site plan, you can too. I noticed you didn't, but that's up to you.
If it's the planning commission's desire that the recommendation be public, then we'll try to work with that. Again, it's such a small segment on that street. We'll see what we can do. Or talk DOT into changing their standard on the cul-de-sac, one of the two. On the request for an increase in square footage, right now we have a minimum square footage of 1,700 square feet. The difference in the quality of the interior amenities that go into these townhomes, doesn't change. They're still the same quality and high-end quality that Triton will build. But size, as far as having different incremental sizes, does matter as it relates to price point and being able to appreciate that price point. And talking with them, the minimum, their townhome is actually $1,750. That's what it's designed for. Getting it to 2,000, it will hamper their ability to do proper marketing. So we'd really like to keep it. We can go to 1,750, and I hate to just I'm not really trying to negotiate. I'm just letting you know where they are with that. And if we can raise it to 1,750 square feet, it'll be very few that are that way, but they need that ability to create the marketing momentum. If any that end up being built that, but they need that ability. Overall.
I think what I'll do with that one is maybe do the 1,750, but with a note to you to have them look at 2,000 before the Board of Commissioners.
Sure.
and work that out there, because I think you're going to hear the same concern there.
We can. We'll make sure we look at that in much more depth and see what we can do.
But I think they're all the same unit, basically, aren't they? There isn't a variation in size in these. They're all...
It's what you build out, yes, in the interior. But we appreciate the use of the note. Let us look at that in more in depth and see what we can do.
Okay.
I'd rather than trying to square peg round hole it. We could. So let us see how we might work that if you could. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and I think that's, anybody else have any questions? And I'm just gonna kind of move that along. One comment I forgot to make is there is a stipulation in the letter from the attorneys that no construction vehicles will be parked on Milford Church or Austell Road. So I know that was a concern raised, and I want to let you know that was covered. So I'm going to make a motion regarding Z78 to recommend approval, subject to all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict, maximum of 94 units. The site plan received October 25th, 2018 with the following changes. The private road be brought up to public standards. The necessary adjustments to move the amenity lot to allow for a cul-de-sac. Parking lot or parallel parking spaces to be placed between Lot 56 and Milford Church Road. That's on the exit part of where the entrance is to the subdivision. And also a minimum of a 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to the property lines for the two parcels located at the corner of Austell Road and Milford Church Road. So that's basically the gas station and the other vacant parcel that's there. There's one other thing I forgot to mention. It was requested that around the detention pond, there be a wood fencing instead of chain link. And that's something that the county just really doesn't want to see because it's a big safety concern. The wood fences deteriorate rapidly, then all of a sudden you have some little kid getting in there. It doesn't last, basically. So that's something the county just basically says no to. So it's in the stip letter, but I'm going to change that. The applicant was willing to do it for you, but it just doesn't meet the county standards. So all stipulations in the letter from Kevin Moore received November 28, 2018, not otherwise in conflict with the following changes. Item 6, revised to 1750 square feet. Item 17, delete private street. Item 25, replace wooden fences with black vinyl coated chain link fences. And also delete the last sentence, which reads, any county requirements for chain link fencing shall be deemed waived. So delete that. And I'm also going to add that sidewalks will be installed on both sides of the streets. And that's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries 4-0. Thank you. John, before you start on the next one, we're going to take a little quick break, about a 5-minute one. So, and then we will be breaking as just a public announcement up there. We'll be breaking for lunch at 12 o'clock.
Do one case an hour.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with our hearing at this time, but we're going to do something, John, very briefly. Skip wants to ask a question.
Yeah, if everybody could, be quiet for a moment, we're reconvening. Early on this morning, Kevin Moore got up as one of the first things we did and asked and offered that his client Wasserman Group for the Z70 application would be willing to continue this until that case, until the February cycle. It was my impression that there are a lot of you then, when he made that offer, it was my impression there are a lot of you who would like to hear this and then possibly hear what the decision would be that we would make moving forward from there, possibly to hold it until that February cycle. I've learned during this recess that the vast majority of you who are in opposition or have a feeling one way or the other would like to see this continued today, now, which means that we will not hear it if we were to take that action until February. I think that approach has a lot of benefits. It allows the incoming new commissioner to weigh in. It allows the Wasserman Group to really work with you all to make sure that their proposal is fully understood and adjusted and massaged in ways that maximize the opportunity for them to meet your requirements and needs. And I know that the outgoing commissioner, Bob Weatherford, would support that because he feels exactly the same way, that there are some good attributes to this proposal. There are also a whole bunch of issues, and if the opportunity is there to work them out in a reasonable way, we should do that. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for discussion possibly that we continue Z70 until the February cycle.
motion to continue to February, do we have a second?
I accidentally voted. I pulled an Andy over here
So-
and hit the wrong thing.
So you're gonna second the motion since you've asked it?
I will second. I'd just like to maybe make sure that there aren't a considerable number who do want to have it
Yeah.
here today.
I
Maybe
think-
we could get a show of hands.
Could you have a show of hands of the ones that want it continued? Yeah, I think so.
How the ones want it heard.
And how about the ones who want it heard?
Heard and held.
Heard and held, yeah. So it's more, okay. So we have a motion and a second to continue it to the February meeting. All those in favor? That is continued until the February meeting. Thank you.
Can I'd just like to make one additional comment. I apologize to all of you who sat around and listened to all of our ruminations on these other cases, as important as they are, waiting for Z70 to come up when now we're voting to continue it. I apologize for the time that you had to be here, but I do, on the other hand, appreciate the fact that you have been here just weighing in on what's going to happen with our community. And it is our community, so thank you.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Okay, all those folks that were here for Z70, you're free to leave. We're not going to hear that until February of next year. Next case. Moving on to the next case. Rezoning case Z69, Brooks Chadwick Capital LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RM12 for the purpose of a townhouse community in land lot 745 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Atlanta Road, north and south sides of East Lee Road, across from Lee Road. The applicant's present. Earlier, there were 43 people here opposed and 5 in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the owners. This is an assemblage of 12 owners of this 7-acre parcel, just over 7-acre parcel located at Atlanta Road and Lee Road in this application brought by Brooks Chadwick Capital for rezoning. The property is stated as just over 7 acres, 7.02 acres. It's currently zoned R20, as you can see on your screen, and it's proposed to be rezoned to RM12, but for a maximum of a 79-unit townhome community at this location. And you can see on that screen above you the surrounding area, and in particular, you can also see how this property is comprised of the multiple parcels. This is a major assemblage, and it has context as such. At Atlanta Road and Lee Road. Lee Road at this juncture terminates as it turns off of Atlanta Road. And these are all currently homes on these lots. These owners are largely absentee owners. And by that, I'm not calling them out. I'm just saying these aren't owners that are occupying these homes. These are largely absentee owners. These are largely leased and rented homes and have been for some time. And even some owners that are out of state in this instance for these properties. And as a result, this has been a 3-year process, or over 3-year process, really, of assembling these properties. These were identified by various people in the community that had identified this particular area for redevelopment, recognizing that there was a need here to assemble this group of rental properties that really just needs redevelopment. It actually stands in stark contrast to what has occurred along Atlanta Road over the last 20 years and stands in stark contrast to the quality and to the recentness in the last 20 years of surrounding residential developments. But as with any assemblage, that takes time. It takes time because you're convincing people who don't want to sell to sell. And it takes time, it takes effort, it takes resources to do that, especially when it's income-producing property such as this. And when you look at this type of property and you think about where you are today and where you were before and where you're going now, it's without question that the best days for these 12 properties are in the past. They're not going to get any better in the future if left in their existing state, which again leads to the justification and leads to why there were members in the general overall community along Atlanta Road that pointed to this property as a great potential for redevelopment. The property itself on your land use plan is located in a medium-density residential. There's surrounding medium-density residential. It's also located directly across the street from the neighborhood activity center. You can see that on the map reflected with the GC zonings. In terms of the overall area, there's RA5 zonings for cluster lot type single-family development, very similar to the PRD that's to the rear that wraps this property. There is commercial office, there is fee simple townhomes at 8 units an acre, and if you even go bigger, what you see up and down Atlanta Road is a vast reshaping of that corridor that's occurred over the last 20 years. And turning to our site plan, which we'll do now, again, we believe it's just a furtherance of that reshaping of this corridor to make it into what it is today and what it's become as opposed to what it was. Turning to the site plan now. Again, this is Atlanta Road on the left-hand side. This is the 7 acres, and we're proposing a total of 79 townhomes. The design for this townhome community would be such that these are front-facing townhomes out onto Atlanta Road, and therefore would engage the sidewalk and engage Atlanta Road, providing for limited opportunities for fencing and landscaping along Atlanta Road, but also engage that. What you provide at that point in time is a streetscape for that Atlanta Road corridor, which has been repeated in other instances on Atlanta Road as well in various places. Probably the most prominent feature of this site plan was a result of discussions we had and comments that we had received when we initially reduced the density and also doubled the buffer. And by that I mean the buffer that's to the rear of this project. This is the Paces Ferry Park subdivision that adjoins us. And this buffer was doubled, and then we, in addition to that, designed specifically this buffer plan, and we've highlighted it because it goes way beyond what would be required if we just called it a landscape buffer in terms of what the Cobb County arborist would consider to be sufficient to meet Cobb County requirements. What this buffer plan represents is over 700 separate pieces of planted material. It represents hundreds of trees, hundreds of other low-lying type bushes, as well as higher bushes to provide multiple levels. If you review this landscape plan in detail, it provides multiple levels of screening. The idea here is that you are placing townhomes, which is a residential use, against another residential use, but it is single-family detached versus townhomes as far as those two residential uses. And one of the biggest areas of concern was, can we expand that buffer and do something special with it? And so that's what Brooks Chadwick has brought to the table at this location, is that type of specialized buffer that goes all the way around this project that would provide the level of screening that over 700 separate pieces of plant material would provide. We think that's way above and beyond even calling it a landscape buffer. This is a very much a heightened professional landscape buffer that would do its job, and that is it would provide that level of screening and therefore maintain the privacy both for the future townhome residents and the current residents of Paces Ferry Park. Now, one of the things that we have noted and has been even seen in some, at least one of the letters of community support is that there has been an awareness that higher density would be necessary here in order to achieve the assemblage. That's certainly the issue that we've now come to from our standpoint in our discussions with the neighbors, is one of density and one of what can this be or turn into. At this point, what we are committed to is the increase in buffer. What we have committed to is understanding that this particular project is really needed and necessary because we have a point in time in which something can happen. An assemblage of 12 properties, if it's lost, doesn't come back around very often. It's very hard to put that back together. Those owners become disinterested in ever going through this process again. And you end up in a situation where rather than taking advantage of an opportunity to improve a community as a whole, and by a community, I mean the Atlanta Road corridor and its surrounding area, not just necessarily the homes adjacent to it, which though this improves them as well, but in terms of providing an opportunity, a point in time when that can occur. And that's what we're proposing here. There'll be comments from the opposition that this is incompatible with this area. And I would beg you to consider that this area really is the Atlanta Road corridor. Just over 20 years ago, when Atlanta Road was widened, the ability and a point in time happened and an opportunity happened to start to transform that entire corridor all the way down to 285. And that's what's occurred. And it's occurred over that period of time as we've seen new residential developments take the place of older ones. We've seen new quality upscale residential developments be able to flourish. We've seen new commercial follow that new quality residential that has come in the form of redevelopment, come in the form of mixed-use developments, come in the form of new commercial development. There's still places to go, but where those pockets are now are places like this, which is really an infill piece of property that is also needed in order to complete that reshaping of Atlanta Road as a corridor as it goes into the future, and not simply have a donut in the middle of it where this is not what's compatible, as opposed to what is being proposed by Brooks Chadwick in this instance, which we believe is absolutely compatible with the Atlanta Road corridor, which has townhomes, which has smaller lot subdivisions, which has the new mixed use and redevelopment of existing commercial uses. Townhomes, even at the level of this density, is still compatible, and it's necessary, we believe, to continue the reshaping of this corridor and is the logical next step to complete that going forward. Again, we remain open. We will continue our discussions over the next 2 weeks, but we remain committed to this assemblage and remain committed to what we believe would be an outstanding development by Brooks Chadwick, and that respects its neighbors by putting its money where its mouth is, by doing the type of buffer that's being committed to here with a complete buffer list and tree planting list, like I said, of over 700 separate pieces of planted material. With that, we believe this is not just a good, but a great zoning application, and one that we hopefully and respectfully request your approval and recommendation of approval for to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
This time, the opposition, I'm going to remind the opposition that you have 10 minutes, so if you have more than multiple speakers, be sure and divide up your time so that the applicant has 10 and y'all have 10.
Are you ready? Good
Yes.
morning, I'm Patty Crenshaw, and I live at 3712 Tynemore Trace. And this morning, I'm here with two hats. First, I'm representing the Paces Homeowners Alliance, which is a civic organization of about 500 homeowners in the surrounding area. Frank Savini is the president of that group, and he's out of town and unable to be here. So I'm really speaking on behalf first for the Paces Homeowner Alliance. This high density is the issue over and over again, that 11 units per acre does not comply with the current land use plan of medium density, and if approved, would set a negative precedent for this area. It would adversely impact adjacent single-family residents and is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Back in September, Mr. Savini and I met with Kevin Moore, the developer's attorney, to discuss this proposed project. And we made it very emphatic that the density was a real issue and that we could never support 82 units on this small tract of land for 7 acres. The developer came back, reduced it by 3 to 79, which we did not think was really addressing the issue of the high density. And we certainly appreciate the efforts with the buffer that has been put in place like that. But it still doesn't address the precedent of changing this property. We also back in November, Mr. Moore requested a continuance so we could get together and meet with the developer, and that has not happened at all. We have not been contacted by either Mr. Moore or the developer to set up a meeting to sit down and discuss how we might come together and work out a plan here. So with that situation here, it's all the same as it was almost from the very beginning. The PHA has no other choice but to recommend that you deny this application. And so for the record, before I sit down, as a homeowner and a property owner whose property backs up to the proposed development right near the East Lee Street development, I'm very concerned about how much cutting all these trees, all this going in there, and reshaping that water will be affected, damage onto my property and devaluating my property as a homeowner. And I just think not only would it be a negative impact on my personal value, but the residents surrounding there. And thank you for your service to our county.
Madam Chairman, Committee, my name is Mark Molesky. Thank you for the time today. I am a current City of Smyrna resident. I've lived there for 20 years. I'm a lawyer here in Marietta, and I'm here today as a resident and really to speak about the impact on the schools. And the attorney who was up here earlier spoke about density and about how this corridor, the development isn't fitting with the corridor. And in some respects that may be true, but the real problem here is density, density, density. There are other options other than high density. That's why it's currently R20. It's not RM12. It's R20 for a reason. These neighborhoods around here are PRD, they're R20, these are single-family detached homes. And if you look at the traffic on Atlanta Road alone, there was a new townhome development that went up on Atlanta Road just up the street, just past Paces Ferry. And traffic from that has increased traffic exponentially. Traffic in the area is exponentially increased. But the biggest problem is the impact on the schools. Now, I have a son who's 7 years old. He's at Nickajack Elementary School. And if you look at this, and I don't have a pointer to point to it, 90% of that development is going to feed into Nickajack Elementary School. The other 10%, and those are rough estimations, I don't know the exact percentages, the rest of it's going to go into Teasley. Teasley was just renovated in the last couple of years, and it's already at capacity. Nickajack was renovated in 2012, built in 1998 for, and I have the numbers here, I don't want to misrepresent them. It was built for 1,025 children. Today, without this high-density development, Nickajack is currently 25% over capacity. For the first time ever, children's classrooms, not just their specials, not just art and music and those outside programs, their classrooms are being held in trailers at Nickajack Elementary School, one that was renovated and expanded in 2012. The fourth grade class, it currently has 4 fourth grade homerooms and trailers. The remaining 4 fourth grade homerooms inside the building have 97 students. There's capacity for 31 additional fourth graders in Nickajack. 31. And I understand constitutional rights. I understand the right for people to develop their property the way they see fit. But the role of this board and this commission and the county commissioners is to make a determination about the safety and the public welfare of the public at large. And this is going to impact, and developments like this impact our children more than anybody. I'm going to sit down and let everybody else have their time, but this is about the children and about not having enough room and capacity with high-density housing. For that reason, I would oppose this development on Atlanta Road.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Jim Boucher. I currently live at 1911 Timemore Court, which is completely connected to where the retention pond will be located along that property. My wife and I have lived in this property since 1998. I've lived in Cobb County since 1992. My wife and I specifically chose this location back in 1998 because of the location. You know, the surrounding communities, we knew that the types of house we lived in was going to be what was going to be surrounding our house. We wanted a lot that was a single lot location, is be very similar to ourselves, limited noise pollution, tree lines, places that our kids could play and enjoy life, and comfortable coming home every day. In November of 2014, this was actually rezoned to R20, which we were acceptable with at that time. It's similar to what we have now, so it's very hard for us to kind of disagree with that zoning. The tree lines that currently exist around that property are around 75-foot trees. So I appreciate the comment around the 700 shrubs and 6-foot trees that are going to replace those, but I will be long gone by the time those will be 75 feet tall to provide a nice buffer. So I would like to point that out. The proposed zoning of this property is not consistent with the zoning to the northwest, east, and south. And Paces Ferry Park is a family subdivision. I'd say probably 75% of the homeowners in that subdivision are families. We have kids in that area. So having kids, my kids asked me this morning, hey, Mommy and Daddy, what are you guys doing this morning? And we said, well, we're coming to a commission meeting to kind of talk about our houses. And so they were very concerned about, why we were doing this. So I Googled, why do we have zoning laws? And almost every single search that came up, it responded with zoning laws are the laws that regulate the use of land and structures built upon it, protecting the value and enjoyment of properties by separating incompatible land uses and minimizing their potential negative impacts on each. So if zoning laws are consistently changed and recreated over and over, not really sure what the point of ever creating the zoning law in the first place. By approving this, you would be choosing the future unknown benefit for some new townhouse owners versus 180 existing homeowners that currently have lived in this property for over 20 years. So kind of out with the old, in with the new kind of mentality. Cobb County is one of the fastest growing counties in the country. We love it. We like it, the fact that it's growing, the Battery, the Brave Stadium, et cetera. Things need to be zoned properly for what they are. We're not against growth. We're against what needs to, be in those areas that, they're zoned for. So I appreciate your time today and hope that you vote no on C-69. Thank you.
Thank you. You have about a little over a minute.
Okay. My name is Darrell Pittard. I am the president of the Wakefield Hall Estates Homeowner Association. A couple of things that haven't been dealt with. It looks like to me that they have ignored a decel lane, which I think is very important. We have a decel lane just 300 feet up the street, and that in the afternoons, if we didn't have that, I would think we'd have significantly more accidents. There already is the existing Atlanta Road East-West Connector Corridor Development Plan, which has been in place for almost 18 years, and it stops just south of this property. I don't understand why some of the things that are addressed in that plan has been ignored in the application. To my knowledge, the applicant has not reached out to us at all, and our properties are just 300 feet away from it. It sounds to me from Mr. Moore's explanation that the price of the consolidation or the assemblage is driving the density. Well, I'm all for free enterprise. I'm usually on the other side of an argument. I am a real estate developer. I currently have 12 subdivisions. So I'm not usually opposing a rezoning. This one's just so unreasonable, it's easy to do. So my argument would be, don't do the density to justify the price required by the sellers. Thank you.
And the time has expired. I know yours is very brief. Go on, Mr. Sprague, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. Approval of this petition will have significant impact on the enrollment of Teasley Elementary School, Campbell Middle School, Campbell High School. Therefore, we oppose its approval.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry, ma'am, we are out of time and we've got a lot of cases today. Okay. Opposition, we've concluded with the opposition and it's back to this board and it'll be Andy.
Okay, would it be possible to get the future land use map up on the boards for this area? We've heard a lot about the density really from both sides. I think the density is the core issue here. I think that some of the other issues are subordinate to that, so not even really justify the time it would take to bring them up. But What I see here along this Atlanta Road corridor is actually a very well-conceived transition from the commercial property at the further south from this property near the intersection of Cooper Lake and Gilmore through higher density residential to medium density residential, which approving this rezoning to RM12 would place another section of high-density residential right in the middle of that medium-density residential. I don't think we need to manipulate the way in which we've developed this corridor. I think it's developed the way a zoning, a future land use should develop. So I think with that said, I'm ready for the other commissioners to speak.
Make a motion.
Is there any other comment, or?
Go ahead. Make your motion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners denial of this case Z69.
We have a second by Cobb. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is denied, 4-0. Thank you. Y'all just
Merry Christmas. And as you leave, be quiet.
I think we can get 73.
Okay.
We get 2 or 3 of them.
Rezoning case Z73, Duncan Land Investments LLC, request rezoning from R20 to R12 for the purpose of a single-family residential subdivision. Land lot 586 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Piedmont Road and Cases Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z73? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezone case Z73? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 2 people here in support.
Yeah, opposed. How many are opposed?
So 2 opposed and 2 in support? Okay. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward, be sworn in.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Planning Commissioners. For the record, my name is Richard Duncan. I am the owner and applicant of this zoning case Z73. I am requesting a rezoning of approximately 3 acres on Piedmont Road and Cajun Road from an R20 to an R12 for the purpose of developing an 8-lot subdivision. Back in March, I had previously withdrew this. I had originally had a Z13 case back in March that I withdrew for certain reasons. One was I wanted to get more with the community. They had a major concern with the, it was originally zoned for an RA4, and they kept looking at some of the zoning requirements that could be done under RA4, such as multifamily home, cluster homes, or, condos and stuff like that. So I decided it would be better for me to go ahead and withdraw it and sit on it for a little while and get with the neighborhoods and go over it a little bit better with them, so they would be more understanding what could be done as current zoning and what I'm proposing to do today. Under the R12 zoning, it is still getting the same 8 lots as I was proposing in the RA4. After, like I said, even prior to the last zoning, I actually already drew up the R12 zoning to try to go ahead and meet with commissioners and different people to show them that I could do an R12, which would make people feel more satisfied but for time restriction, it wasn't time enough to get it done, and I had some other stuff going on too, so I just felt it best to postpone it. For this zoning, though, I did a mail-out. In the mail-out that's required to do prior to zoning, I set up a meeting for the homeowners that were possibly in concern with what we're doing, so we could address some of their issues and discuss different things that what was going to be doing. And matter of fact, two of the opposition, which is two of the people here that support, are here today that actually joined the property, which are most affected by this new zoning. And actually, one of the ladies that spoke at the last meeting in opposition after the meeting we had was in support after she seen what could be done and what was going to be able to do now. And during that time, I discussed their concerns that they might have on the project. Some of the residents were at that meeting, but there's Mr. and Ms. Mabry, which are here today. Some of their main concerns of the proposal that under the current zoning was one of the reasons they are more in support of what we can do. And if I get my other board here that shows under the current. Under the current zoning, I can get 6 lots on this. I know it says on their thing, it says 5, but we have drawn it out and it will support 6 lots. If this was zoned an R15, it could only get 6 lots also. But on the 6 lots with R15, it's not financially feasible to put a new road in to support 6 lots when I can get 6 lots on an R20 using the existing roads that are there. But some of the concerns of the neighbors that joined the property is the way that, this is an R20. First of all, is their main concern was traffic, because the new app that shows everybody how they can go from Piedmont Road to Highway 5 and the people that cut through now. And when they seen that there was going to be 4 driveways off of Cajun Drive backing out into Cajun Drive, it was a big concern of them, people backing out versus one road in, one road out. Second, by doing these flag lots to accommodate to get to 20,000 square foot, things flag, you flag back here to accommodate to be able to do the R20. They're worried about these being a dead zone back here that nobody maintains. And also under the, doing the zoning, they get a HOA, and the price point of houses would be different. They have an HOA which will maintain the subdivisions, which is something they would be more in favor of also. As I said a while ago, under an R15, which I tried to do an R15, but by doing R15, the uses up 3,000 square feet per lot more, and it goes back to 6 lots. And if I'm gonna go with 6 lots, I just keep it as the R20, because the cost point to develop it would be so much more. I have to put a new road in, new curbing in, put fencing along Piedmont Road that I've agreed to do. So feasibly, if I can't get the R12 to allow the 8 lots, then it's just not, it just soon say the R20, because it's just not feasible cost-wise, because I can get the same thing. Also, I do know to the north, east, south, and west, all around this project is R20. It is currently R20 on all 4 sides of it, but that's on all 4 sides of it. It's all older residents that's been there, as the Mabrys have been there 45 plus years, and they've just chose not to sell out when some of the other stuff zoned R15 and around them and different things. Back in 2017, I did purchase this property knowing it was in a medium density land use area. Under the medium density, it would allow 5 units per acre. Under a low density, it would allow 2.5 units per acre. What I am asking for is a 2.8 units per acre. That is low medium density at just over 2.5 units per acre. I'm just barely over what you can put in a low density that I could have done in a medium density a lot higher. And saying that, also, there's been people asked me before, said, well, why don't you just, as we've seen today, an RSL, which it seems to be unfavorable for the commission and the county. But this was a 3 acre tract, which I know it's got to be a minimum of 3 acres to be able to do an RSL. But I looked at it and I said, well, to me, an RSL there is not attractive, because it could allow somebody to put more density, a higher density in there. I know it's a less impact for us, way you look at older people that can go in and out. But I was just trying to look at the overall neighborhood that's already there and try to stay in kind of close to the density requirements, which that's why I stayed at the low end of low end of medium density, which is 2 point, like I said, I'm at 2.8. Also on Piedmont Road, less than 0.2 of a mile in one direction, there's RA4. And the other way, less than 0.4 of a mile from where I'm at, there's a RA4. I developed a piece of property across the street about a year or so ago. It's Haven Point. And it's been asked several people, so the commissioners have asked, well, why don't we just, even at the last zoning, keep it? You did it that R20, why can't you do this one? Well, if you look at this, I've got another little drawing here of that project. It's smaller, I don't know if you can zoom in on that. When I purchased that piece of property, it was approximately 5 acres. But out of that 5 acres, there's over 2.5 to 3 acres on the other side of the creek that was unusable. And when I negotiated to purchase that property, we knew that was the case, that I wouldn't be able to use that. I even tried to do a R15 open space community, and I still came out with the same amount of lots. And I said, well, there's no sense going through zoning if I'm going to get the same amount of lots. But if you look at the density, really, I think I figured out actually the density of what this piece of property would be. Actually, is this the Poner thing? Okay. The density, if you look at these lots, like lot 1, if you actually just figure what's actually in the lot, it has the flags too. Most of this lot flags behind the pond. Lot 2 flags behind the pond. Lot 3 has all the buffers and everything on it. And lot 4 and 5, same way. And then 6 flags back through here and 7 also. So if you actually just calculate what area that these lots are actually utilizing, they're averaging, like this one's like 11,000, 11,000, 8, 10, 9, 13, and 14. So it's actually, if you were to calculate actually the land that's being used for the subdivision and the size of lots are in the same of what I'm proposing here, are actually less than what I'm proposing here. I do have a STIP letter, which you all have before me, that I did back in October the 11th, which addresses, the size of the hammock. They'll be detached, 2,600 square foot minimal. Elevations will be Craftsman style with brick, batten board, hardy shakes. There will be, all lots will be sodded fronts and sodded fronts at least 15 foot along the sides of the houses. The entrance siding will be ground-based monument. There'll be also, I've agreed to put a 6-foot tall privacy along Piedmont Road, which I've done in the past on some of the other ones I've done on some of these higher roads that I've put some of these subdivisions. There will be a mandatory HOA that will maintain and upkeep landscaping and fencing around the detention pond and entrance, as well as a fence along Piedmont Road, which that was a big concern with especially the neighbors that actually joined the property. Want to make sure that all that is maintained to look great. Also, the builder that's at Haven Point, which is across the street, is the one that's going to be building in this new subdivision if it gets zoned. He's already ready to sign a contract as soon as we find out where the zoning ends up on, so it will be the same houses that are at that Haven Point. Also, construction hours will comply with Cobb County Code Ordinance, Monday through Fridays. Construction hours will on Saturday from 9 to 6, no work on Sundays. Appleton Greens, all working vehicles.
Excuse me, sir, your time is run.
Oh, has it? Okay, I'm sorry. But on saying that, I've asked the district commissions or the board to consider accepting this application today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition at this time. Does the opposition wish to speak? No? Okay. Hearing and seeing no one, it's back to this board, and this would be my case. So I will start the discussion. This case, as you know, had been before us before, and it is in a medium density, is correct. We looked, or we had staff look, trying to figure out why it was in a medium density, because there's nothing around it that's medium density. And nobody could figure out exactly why. Apparently it'd been designated as medium density for years and years. So it is on the comp plan amendments coming up in January, this January, to put it back into a VLD, very low density.
is it low density or VLD? John, what is it, VLD? LDR, LDR, low density residential. So it's coming back in January. The applicant, he applied for R12 this time, and R12 is typically used as an infill. This is not an infill piece of property, because you have R20 and R15 around it. And it could be developed as it's currently zoned. It could be even developed at R15, which would be in keeping more with the area. I know he presented his plan that he could do it today the way he wanted to, but I did have a question, and I'm gonna ask Ashley or Amy, whichever, about the curb cuts. You probably can answer this.
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation.
Ashley, if we saw, and I'm sure you saw the site plan he presented, that the way
With the
he
multiple curb cuts?
Yeah. What would y'all's position? You would have to come before y'all anyway because it'd be a subdivision, where it was zoned or not.
Right, we would prefer to have the one curb cut that's shown on the zoning plan, just because it's, less disruption with traffic. I think his plan showed multiple curb cuts on Piedmont Road too, which is an arterial, so we like to keep as much traffic off of the arterials as we can, as far as curb cuts. So we don't have an issue with, the way it's shown on Cajun, as long as there's significant spacing from the intersection.
Okay, and they wouldn't be there on that one. So
Right.
y'all would have input onto the curb cuts even if we didn't rezone it?
We would, right.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Just a clarification on that.
Mhm.
When we say input on R20, if they put it up that way, they're individual lots with no streets, so they're gonna have to have driveways. Can you require them to do like a shared driveway, or is it just they get their curb cuts because they kind of have an entitlement to it, or how's that work?
We can ask for shared driveways, but I think the way his plan was shown, I don't know if some of the lots would have access to Cajun Drive. I'm not sure how it would look. But we worked to try to get as many curb cuts off of the arterial as we could.
Okay.
Because it would have to go through plan review, because 2 or more houses constitutes subdivision.
Right, it would come through plan
So
review.
it would be coming through and then they'd make the recommendation. So you couldn't get as many curb cuts as what they were showing or indicating.
Right, we try to work to reduce those curb cuts.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, so we know that we have a plan here. We know it's in for a comp plan amendment. I would prefer that it had come in as an R15. I think it would be more in keeping with the neighborhood if it had been an R15. I don't consider it an R12. So I am ready to make a motion if we have any discussion.
I'll just make a comment. I could do R12 at 7 lots, which would get it down under 2.5, get it to 2.26, which is one more lot than an R15. But I think, I do see some benefit of doing something here that would have a street and the various guides. I know if he does all those individual lots, he can do them and
I think,
but
yeah, I understand, and I do feel the same way. I think that between now and the next couple of weeks, that what he needs to do is come up with a R15 plan that shows the one street, and it could be just a little bit more, as you're talking about, in the density where he could get that one additional lot. So my motion would be to deny this, the R12, because it is on the comp plan to be modified. And, well, I was gonna delete it to an R15, but I don't have a plan. I don't know what it would look like, so I'm just gonna, so I'm just gonna recommend that we deny this and the applicant to work with the district commissioner on an R15 plan to present at the Board of Commissioners meeting. So that would be my motion to deny. Do we have a second? All those in favor? Oh. We denied it 4-0 and continue to work with Joey and your district commissioner about an R15 plan. Okay, so I think, do you think we can get another one in 12 minutes?
We had 10 opposed to.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that. So why don't we go ahead and,
30 to the national, 10 to 70.
I think we can go ahead and break for lunch.
Why don't we break early?
I'm sorry.
Okay, and before we break, is the applicant here for Z78, David Hammondtree? Is the applicant here for Z78, David Hammondtree? Aye.
Not here? Okay. We are going to go ahead and take a lunch break at this time, and we'll be back at a court, about 10 minutes till 1, we'll be back. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're back ready to get started again. Our next case is going to be Z74, and I see John coming in the door, so.
We should get started.
We should get started just with, yeah. Debbie, go ahead and get started.
Do you want me to?
No, he's right there. Merry Christmas, John. So with that, we're on Z74.
I apologize for being late.
That's all right. We waited. She had you covered. She was gonna read it in.
We were waiting for that.
Okay, rezoning case Z74, Arena Consulting LLC, request rezoning from R30 to R20 OC for the purpose of a single-family residential subdivision in land lot 527 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Gordon Road, east of Florence Road. Earlier, there were 10 people here opposed and 1 in support. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here? Oh, there was 10 people opposed earlier. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
And remembering the opposition, the applicant will have 10 and the opposition will have 10, so you need to divide it up.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Madden, representing Arena Consulting for the rezoning of 5225 Gaydon Road. The original plan, I guess I'll start there, we submitted was for rezoning from R30 to R20. We submitted a plan for 28 lots. And we continued to work on the plan, and after the initial submittal, submitted an alternative plan with an OSC. That plan showed 30 lots and had some variances. That was the plan that the staff made comments on. After we got the comments back from staff, a lot of the comments revolved around variances that were part of that 30-lot plan. We have since taken away 1 lot to put us at 29 lots with the R20 OSC, and that is the one that, if you want to show that on the, yeah, and so that is the plan that we're asking you to look at today. Staff should have it. We have, it's a cute little development, but we have open space of 6.2 acres, which is 35% of the property. There are no variances, and we have included several things in addition to the normal requirements. One thing is we have put sidewalks on both sides of the road. We have a gazebo, or sorry, a fire pit as an amenity, which is mostly pervious cover, or hopefully all pervious cover. The parking spaces that we have on there, I'll kind of walk you through the plan. We have parking spaces to accommodate our driveways, which we're assuming are going to be longer than 22 feet, shorter than 50 feet. I think that requires us to have 14 and a half spots. We've rounded up to 17 spots, which should hopefully accommodate the mail kiosk. Is that pointer? Thank you. So along Gaydon Road, we have also a school bus pad, which is a little bit hard to see on here, but it is there, right along the decel lane. We have landscape frontage along Gaydon. Here's the fire pit and mail kiosk. And then the parking we've put along the street, which is part of the new fire code, is my understanding. And we've had to notch in a few lots along this road right here to allow for that parking. In the open space, we have a path which goes from cul-de-sac to cul-de-sac. That is the lot sizes are all 13,000 square feet or over. The land use plan, future land use plan, is for a low-density residential, anything under 2.5 lots. We are at 1.65 acres, or units per acre, which it fits in with several other developments in the area. One comment that the staff looked at, and I know some of the residents here have discussed with me today, is some of the runoff from the site and in the area generally. My engineer Gaskins is working with staff to make sure that our stormwater management is sufficient. So they're taking that comment into account. We do have a little bit of wetlands. It's identified on the site. Point with my finger. And here, and along in here. Those are not included in the open space calculations. We're consistent with the comprehensive plan design. The DOT requirements, I think we've met them all. One requirement the DOT put out there is to do a left turn lane along Gaydon if we go over 30 lots. We have not gone over 30 lots, but the decel lane and other requirements, I think we've met. We are similar in use and density to surrounding properties and subdivisions. At 1.65 acres, there's surrounding zonings that have 1.78 units per acre and some that are below. I don't think this will result in a use that would cause, as the staff would put it, excessive burdensome use of existing streets or facilities. And I think that's about it. I'd ask you to approve it.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Get this.
Hi, I'm Larry Gore. I live at 5186 Olive Branch Circle. We're the subdivision that's directly to the back of this development. Before you start timing me, could I ask a question about the buffering?
Sure.
Without it taking my time. I know we've got people here that can answer that. This development shows 3 different buffers, a 75-foot, a 50-foot, and a 25-foot. Could somebody in authority tell me what that really means and why do you need that? Who enforces it when it gets out of control?
John can tell us about that. Is that Dave Braden? We'll just go around the room here.
With the stream buffers?
Yes, Dave. I've talked with you. I've met you.
Yes, Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. The state has a minimum 25-foot undisturbed buffer from a state water, which would can be identified on, we have stream buffer maps. The county's minimum buffer, however, is 50. So we have a 50-foot undisturbed buffer from the stream bank, which is the point of rested vegetation on the channel. Can't disturb within 50 feet of that channel. Then there's a 50-foot additional, or 25-foot, I'm sorry, 25-foot additional impervious setback. So you can disturb up to the 50-foot undisturbed buffer, but you can't put an impervious surface like a sidewalk, a house, shed, or a road. So now, we do have larger buffers in the county, but the minimum is 50.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I had specifically a question, what can you do in that buffer, and who controls it, actually controls it? We have a stipulation.
Community development would control what happens in that buffer, and if it's undisturbed, you can't disturb it at all, except maybe to penetrate it for like a utility, an easement. Yeah.
Like in our zoning, it has a statement in there that it's you shouldn't go into it for any reason through it or
I think,
perpetuity.
yeah, I think we're gonna have to go on with a public hearing, and then we'll call Dave up, or Galt can call Dave up and
Yeah,
ask.
just trying to get to the point of who enforces that. If
We'll
somebody
cover
decides-
it, yeah,
okay.
we'll cover it.
Frank Gibson.
Galt will cover it
Yeah,
in
he's-
his presentation.
Yeah, Frank is a settlement control guy. Anyway,
Thank you, Dave.
now I get to it.
Yeah.
We-
Now the time would start now.
We were established in 2004 with Z104. We're a conservation subdivision. Can I talk through this? And point?
Right there.
Okay. And you can see that even with our development, we have deer, we have turkey, we have geese, we have all forms of wildlife, and we have forced it out of its habitat into our subdivision. Fences and houses block the natural migration of those species. So we would ask that any future development look at berms, 8-foot-high berms with vegetation on top of it, so that these species can cross over and not be blocked. And the houses in Z104, when we were developed, were houses that the price point was $400,000 to $1 million plus, square footage of 3,000 to 6,000 square feet. That got amended somewhat when we had the Great Depression, I call it. I'm old enough to call it a depression instead of a recession. That got amended. Smaller houses were put in, but that was under the circumstance then. We're not under that circumstance now. Let's get our communities back the way we'd planned for them. So that's that portion. I'll let other people talk more about that. I don't want to take up all the time. But we were flooded. This is Covenant Place Dam or Lucille Lake Dam. This was overtopped and flooded in 2009, caused pretty extensive damage, and repairs had to be made. This is a pond on Moon Road, and it was overtopped. This was 11/12/2018. And this was Covenant Lake Dam. It overtopped. This is Moon Road. It's beginning to be overtopped. I've seen water over that road several times. This is Gaydon Road. It's overtopped. It goes overtop just about every time it rains. This is Restoration in our subdivision. It overtops. Because of the lack of enforcement in the buffer zone, people are allowed to store private property in those buffers. And when we have a flood event, they wash down. This came down and with other debris stopped up the culvert. And that backed the water up behind that dam to this level, and that contributes to the overtopping of Moon Road. This is one of my neighbors, Barry Shoemate. His property is on the western side of the development. That is not a creek going through there, believe me. I've seen that up close and personal. That's stormwater runoff. This is another neighbor, Tom Plowden, that lives up there by Barry. This water runs down by his house. He's been flooded twice. I live on Restoration, on Covenant. This is Restoration. I live at 5186 Olive Branch Circle.
Sir. I think you're gonna have to move your
I'm
back
sorry.
covering up the screen.
Sorry, getting on the wrong side. So we have 3, and I just found out we actually have 4 of our homeowners that have water in their basements or water under their homes. And the cost to remediate that has been between $300,000 and $16,000. Now, I know people do a lot of planning, and you make the best plans you possibly can. I've been involved in planning. But you've got to hand those plans off to a myriad of other organizations, and they've got to operate perfectly for that plan to work. And it never happens in our world. It's not perfect. So what we get into is the developer goes in, does his thing, the builder does his, and then the citizen, the person that lives there is stuck with the problem. And what we have today is all this water is feeding down into this lake. This lake has failed the county inspection. Dave is aware of this. Covenant Lake has failed a county inspection. It has numerous defects in it. And all the development on the northern side of Moon Road feeds into that lake. Now, the developer, as a part of this zoning case, was supposed to, they offered him a contract of $680,000, something like that, to dredge 2 feet out of the lake. And then as a part of the subdivision development, the dam was supposed to be repaired. Cobb County approved that repair. That repair didn't get done because, according to stormwater management engineers, the type repair that was called for would not be accepted, that it would have to carry it would have to be built to the next level up dam requirement in the state and by other federal authorities. So none of that work got done, along with a lot of other tasks in our subdivision. So how can you guarantee that any development that would be done up there would be done to the plan? Because it did not happen in our subdivision, and I've complained a lot to the guys you guys answered to. So that's all I've got to say, but I am really opposed to this development because that dam's going to go. When it does, it's going to take out that road. Hopefully I'm not on it, or anybody that I love. Thank you. I'll leave that there, so.
My name is Barry Shoemake. I own the property that's the R80 zoning to the right side of this, the west side. The water's been an issue. Mr. Banks owned the land. I built a pond to keep some of the sand getting in his lake 38 years ago. That worked until, it just continued to get worse and worse and worse. There's a pond on the backside of the development that leaches water into the earth that's not shown as wetlands, but it's continually wet. They can't even mow the grass with a zero-turn mower. That's not shown on any of these maps. Some of my concerns are traffic. At Gaydon Road and Florence Road, there's wrecks every week. I wondered if there had been a traffic study done on it. Some other things are the stormwater runoff. It floods me every time it rains about 2 inches. And it floods all the lower properties, and it goes into Lake Lucille, which can't hardly handle the water it's got now. And I don't know if it wasn't for beaver dams, what would happen, because it backs it back up under the bridge. It's terrible. I see somebody from the state tearing those dams out occasionally. We used to dynamite those dams 38 years ago to keep from flooding the bottom land. So, the dam integrity is at stake, no doubt. This last rain we had, the water almost got to the house at Moon Cabin off of Moon Road. Sewer access, I'm not sure what they've done on that. I don't know how they're gonna get that. But I would ask y'all to consider to continue to keep this at R30 and keep the integrity of that area up. I built a 2,500 square foot house 38 years ago. That's not what we're building today. This economy's booming. I'm out there every day. I also have a stormwater card. I'm certified for erosion control stuff. So I'm familiar with the flooding and all that, and I just don't see how they can control the water that's gonna come off of this development. at the size it is, with the rooftops and the gutter, storm gutter water. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Betts. I live directly across Gaydon Road where the subdivision we're going in. I guess I disagree on an R30 zoning. I certainly disagree with putting it to R20 with the added however many homes, 10 or more, traffic issues. I think they've been pretty clear on the water issues and some, a lot of the problems associated with that. I just don't see it being an asset to the neighborhood, an improvement to the neighborhood. I disagree with the request to zone it to R20. Thank you.
Public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board, and it'll be Gold's case.
Thank you, Judy. Yes, since stormwater is the big theme here, we'll start with Dave Braden.
Whoa, it's a big turtle. Dave Braden with Stormwater Management Division. Yeah.
That's right.
Big snapping turtle. Up here to greet me.
Okay. Well, I know you just heard all of that, and I just wonder if it's new information to you, things you already know that you planned for. Is this proposed to be just kind of normal detention? Are you proposing it to be kind of over-detained for a simplification of it?
Yeah. No, well, Stormwater Management Division is aware of issues out there with Lucille Lakes, and some of information Mr. Gore provided may need to be modified a little bit as far as his understanding from what our understanding is. But there are some issues with the existing dam there at Lucille Lake, and obviously with beavers downstream as well. And Bill Higgins, our division manager, is fully aware of that and is working with trying to deal with these issues ongoing because they've been around for a while. As far as this development is concerned, the current zoning is R30, proposed zoning is R20 OSC, or whether it even went to R20. The current zoning would allow 35% impervious coverage on this site if it didn't just came through as it stands today. And we would hold them to that same maximum coverage, whether it's R20 or R20 OSC. So as far as runoff's concerned, there's not going to be any higher runoff from this site than it would be under the current zoning. That is why we haven't required increased requirements for the development. But we do have several stipulations as far as Mr. Shoemake's Lake downstream, which is obviously the first thing that gets impacted. There has to be a pre and post sediment survey done on that. They're obviously going to have to be limited to, no matter, even if they control the flows to the existing runoff from the site, his spillway may not be able to handle it. And in that case, they would have to do reduced discharges anyway. So the downstream analysis is going to dictate what their design will have to be, because it'll probably wind up being more than what's required for our regular R30 development. So,
okay.
I think was there another issue? Yeah, all of this site drains through Mr. Shoemake's property and then ultimately to Florence Branch, which is where Lake Lucille is on. Yeah, and the drainage area for the lake is rather large. It's like 12 to 15 square miles. So the site's only like 17 acres. So the amount of runoff going through Florence Branch is obviously, you've seen the photos. It's on a 6 or 7 inch rainfall. It's a sizable event.
Yeah. And the idea of detention is that the water won't flow off this property any quicker after it's developed than what it does now.
Matter of fact, you can tell that there's a few structures on this property, and most of it, more than 50% of it, is cleared. So it's a grassed area that runs off more than a wooded area. We make them control their discharges as if the site was completely wooded. So they would have to take their allowable discharges based on if this site, before it was ever cleared, was wooded. So that's additional help as well.
So it should flow off a little little slower, maybe.
That with the restrictions based on the downstream conveyance would be much less, yeah.
Okay. And can you talk to the advantages of doing OSC versus just a straight zoning on it?
Well, we always want to, well, at least from a stormwater perspective, we want to incent an open space plan because first of all, you wind up, the idea is you're taking the amount of structures or units you could put under a regular plan and clustering them and then disturbing less and leaving more undisturbed on the site. Well, that's always going to generate less runoff because you've got more natural area, you're clustering it. It's also easier to get it to the pond. So from a stormwater perspective, it's always advantageous for us, yeah.
Okay. I guess my last comment would be is if you haven't already met with Larry and Barry, maybe they can get your card and you can meet with them before the Board of Commissioners and just make sure there's no surprises out there.
I'm sure Bill has met with them before.
If you haven't already met
yeah.
with them, you may have already, or Bill has, or something. Okay, anybody else have?
Is that it? Okay.
Question? And then I guess we'll have somebody from DOT come up. Yeah.
Remember, you guys approved this without water in our house.
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation.
Amy Diaz, Department of Transportation.
Just very quickly, like the next door neighbor, Barry Shoemate asked about if a traffic study had been done, so I thought I'd let you address why or why not, and what triggers a traffic study and those kind of things.
For a residential development, a traffic study is triggered at 75 units or less. And so, sorry, or more. And so since this was 30 units, it didn't trigger a traffic study.
Okay. Okay, and that's what I figured, but I thought I'd just bring it up and at least make it clear what the standard is for triggering them and that. Now, do you foresee any big traffic issues here compared to elsewhere where you look in the county? Because you look countywide as we do these developments.
We're not aware of any concerns, but we will look into the crash issue that someone brought up on Gaydon and Florence Road. We'll see if we can pull some crash data on that and see if there's some issues there.
Yeah, one of the pictures looked like near Moon and Florence, maybe the trees are too far into the right-of-way. It may be causing a sight distance. I don't know. I was just looking at the picture he had, and it looked like, oh, it might be hard to see with all those trees so close to the actual pavement. So I'll just throw that out there to look at too. But does anybody have any questions?
The sight distance, there wasn't a sight distance problem?
Not that I saw, but we just, go out there and use Google. But when they come in for plan review, they do have to submit those site distance profiles, so that'll be verified.
Oh, okay.
Right.
No.
Thank you.
And I didn't detect one as I went out there.
Yeah.
But not that I'm an engineer or know that, but oftentimes we can tell before they tell us that there is one. Yep. Okay, anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you. So oh, go ahead.
I just have one. Are there no wetlands that go into the density calculation?
They were taken out. It's very small amount of wetlands, but I did make sure they pulled it out of the total acreage before they calculated.
Okay, because
yeah,
17.7 acres, and that divided into 29 gives you exactly 1.65, which is the density. So it sounds like it was less than a tenth of an acre or something.
Yeah, it was really small.
Okay, I just want.
But they did delineate them. They're shown on the plan. And in looking at this one, I asked our staff to pull densities from around it, just to see how this would compare, because they're asking now that it's been reduced to 29 lots, it's 1.65 units an acre. And to give you a comparison, Covenant's Place is 1.65 units per acre. So it's very much the same density that Covenant's Place had. Enclave at Covenant Lake is, or Covenant Place was the other one, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, is at 1.32, so it's a little bit less, but across the street from that's Thomason Park at 1.74. And then Slightly north on Florence is Savannah Square at 1.65. And then we have right just about at the southwest corner of Gaydon and Florence is Brewster Manor at 1.3, which it's a relatively small development at 12 lots though. And then just to the south of that on Florence is Autumn Run at 1.73. So kind of looking at it, the average is probably right around 1.65. So, you know, the density doesn't seem excessive. The future land use map for this is low density residential, which would allow up to 2.5 units an acre. Typically, so it's within the land use category and that, and I can say we all understand flooding concerns and that, and I will say, and sometimes as these get put in, it helps fix problems. And, you know, some of the flooding sometimes gets better, but it definitely shouldn't make it worse. At least that's what our engineers tell us. So from that standpoint, I think this is a well-designed, layout. I believe the open space community is a way to go for the exact reasons that Dave Braden mentioned. We disturb less land, we keep the runoff down. It also requires that all those stream buffers that we talked about at the beginning of this be in the open space. So all that 75 foot of around the stream is not in anybody's property. It's in the common area property, and that's a big advantage to doing the open space. So with that, if anybody have any questions or, okay.
Just one more. You have the stip ladder. What's being proposed for what you're going to see along Gaydon Road there behind the 4 lots that back up to it and the 1 lot that's on the side?
Okay.
Is there going to be a fencing there? Is there a buffer? What's
There
in there?
is a 20-foot landscape buffer for screening. So
Good.
that's going to allow a double row of landscaping. You'll probably have some higher type landscaping in the back with some in the front. They're required to provide a landscape plan to be approved by the county arborist and the district commissioner. But we put a lot of emphasis on that so that people won't be looking at the back of houses. They'll be seeing something that looks really nice. And we didn't want to do like a wooden fence, because you put the wooden fence up, it looks great, and it immediately starts deteriorating. And we have lots of them around the county that look really bad after a few years. So landscaping tends to look better over time rather than worse. And then there's also a 10-foot buffer that separates this property from the others that will be planted as well. So, okay, I'll go ahead with the motion then. Regarding Z74, make a motion to recommend approval subject to all the following. And this will be a little long. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan dated 11/28/2018. All stipulations in the applicant's letter dated August 31st, 2018, not otherwise in conflict. Maximum of 29 lots, no variances. All homes to include a minimum of 2,200 square feet of above-grade finished living area. Approval of architectural elevations received from the applicant and found in the zoning analysis, and I guess we didn't show those, but those really have brick and stone fronts and look really nice, but they're probably going to need a few more home designs. So we put any additional elevations shall be substantially similar in design and features that represent. Let me just repeat that. I caught myself there. Any additional elevations shall be substantially similar in design and features to those presented with the application. The front elevation of all homes to have a minimum of 50% brick or stacked stone. The district commissioner to approve all additional elevations. Okay, then we'll move on to landscaping. The applicant to prepare a landscape plan which shall include all buffers, the 20-foot landscape enhancement buffer along Gaydon Road, landscaping around the detention area, and landscaping for the amenity area. Detailed plans of the amenities and ground-based monument entrance sign shall also be included in the plan. The 20-foot landscape enhancement buffer along Gaydon shall include heavy landscaping to provide visual screening for lots adjacent to Gaydon and beautification along Gaydon Road. The plan shall be subject to the approval of the county arborist and district commissioner. And any exposed concrete walls in the detention area shall be decorative stamped concrete. All homes to have a minimum of a 2-car garage. No garage shall be converted to finished living area. All garages will be used primarily for the parking of vehicles with only incidental storage that does not interfere with the parking of vehicles. The homeowners association shall enforce this restriction. All homes to be for sale to individual purchasers. There shall be no more than 10% of the homes being leased at any one time. The homeowners association shall enforce this restriction. At a minimum, the front and side yards of each lot to be fully sodded. All utilities servicing the residents shall be located underground. The district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the density of a residential project, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer, cause relocation of a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property, or a change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of this zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the That carries 4-0.
Can I add one more thing? I would encourage the people who showed up today to send emails to Commissioner Cupid, letting her know your things, because until today, we hadn't heard from any opposition regarding this case, and it's always nice to maybe get it out, and if there's more questions, to have it in advance. So I'll just encourage you to do that.
Well, as was brought up before, these issues get stated here, that when the development built, it doesn't live up to what it is, nobody's ever held responsible.
Thank you for your comments.
It's my home that gets flooded when it blocks off. And, you know, thanks for your time.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. Rezoning case Z75, 825 Mars Hill LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to RSF for the purpose of a non-supportive senior living subdivision in land lot 269 of the 20th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Hadaway Road and Mars Hill Road and on the northeast side of Due West Road. The applicant's representative is present. Earlier, there are 30 people here opposed to this application. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
We're ready when you are. Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Lark, and Huff and Valley. And I represent 825 Mars Hill LLC, which is the property owner and the applicant. Mr. Britt Harbor is the the principal of that corporate entity. He was here this morning. He had a business engagement he had to get to, both he and his wife. So his apologies, but I know you understand. But anyway, I'm available to respond to any questions at the appropriate time, and I think you've been briefed enough to know what the status of this is, because it's been dramatic changes instead of fits and starts. It's been dramatic changes fairly recently. This application for rezoning has drawn a great deal of interest throughout the community, as you might suspect. A previous application in 2015, of which this property at one point was a part of before it got withdrawn before the Board of Commissioners, drew a similar amount of interest in the community, and rightly so. It's its key location with triple road frontage. Previously, on October the 24th, we submitted a stipulation letter, a revised stipulation letter, and architectural renderings and elevations. Since then, we've had additional discussions with the county staff, with you as planning commissioners, and also with area residents, primarily the most vocal of whom have been residents in Browns Farm. They probably have the most standing and are the most affected by this. But I'd like to thank them for those discussions and the dialogue, which have gone up to, through, and including Friday of last week. You have a package of information, which includes the revised site plan. It also includes a document. It's the last document in the compilation of documents you have, which is a no-access tree save easement. Now, this was a document that was generated back in 2015. Ms. Blair, who is here today, was the author of that, I think, along with one of the partners in my firm. We weren't involved in that 2015 rezoning, but Mr. Moore, Kevin Moore, who presented it, made it clear that we would agree to that, which includes a 75-foot in width swath of trees, mature oak trees for the most part, that's along that property line, that southern, I guess it's sort of the southwestern side of the property. And those trees were planted years ago, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's really I think a point of demarcation, a point of aesthetic interest as you enter Browns Farm, and particularly with relation to this property. All of these conversations with you, with staff, and others have resulted in, as I mentioned, or characterized as a dramatic change. We have reduced the density of this from 40 RSL homes to 29 RSL homes, for a change in, or a reduction in density from 3.3 units per acre to 2.4 units per acre. And if you will remember, when this was withdrawn in 2015, it was after y'all had heard as a planning commission. It was between your meeting and the Board of Commissioners. But what happened, it left the piece at issue today, which is an 11-plus acre tract, rezoned, or not rezoned, but zoned in its current R30 classification, which allows for, right now, as we stand here, building 13 homes on the property. Some people one of the large misconceptions is that it's zoned or got rezoned for 10, and that didn't happen. And I've looked at the tape of that public hearing twice now, and provided links of that to you, so any misconception can be debunked, I think, by listening to that. Interesting property. It's a developmental problematic issue for my client. We got triple road frontage. Two of those are arterials. Hadaway Road is a collector. RSLs are determined and capped at density of 5 units per acre. And of course, instead of just having one arterial, we've got two arterials with which we have frontage on. So we meet that criteria under the ordinance. We're adjacent, if you will look at this particular map, which is a zoning map, to our southeast is West Hill Crossing subdivision. This is zoned RA5 at a density of 2.84 units per acre. Browns Farm, which is the one on the other side of the tree saved no access area, there's 5 phases of that. It's zoned at a blended density of 1.68 units per acre. Waverly Phase 2, Unit 1 Phase 2, is also zoned R20, but at a density of 1.86 units per acre, and then Brookstone 2, Unit 2, which is a PD development, is zoned at 2.11. So the density we propose today is either commensurate with or lower than contiguous and adjacent residential zonings, and those figures can be verified by reference to the staff analysis and recommendations. What Mr. Harbor and his company propose is rezoning the property, obviously, from R30 to RSL for 29 homes at a density of 2.4 units per acre. Timing-wise, understand this, and I know you better than anyone do as a group. We get benefit of what you've heard at your work session on this past Monday, not yesterday, but the week before. So that was Monday, the 26th. We get staff's recommendations and zoning analysis that afternoon after your meeting, 4:35. So we've got 48 hours within which to meet a deadline, which is the close of business on Wednesday. And we understand that, we get that, we all try to abide by it. And I know that you know that me and my firm certainly do as well. But the zoning discussions, the dialogue we've established, our conversations with you and others continued up to, through, and including, as I mentioned, this past Friday. So y'all defer to Ms. Blair. She's the county attorney, obviously, but I think you've got the authority to waive that deadline requirement if you see fit. If there's information that we give you as pertinent information, not repetitive, but is pertinent, and it's actually a reduction in what is originally proposed as opposed to some sort of gamesmanship, which of course, in this case, it's not. Our November the 30th letter, we can't possibly cover all of it in the amount of time I have, but this is 11.98 acres, 2.4 unit per acre density. The rezoning which Mr. Moore handled in 2015, one of the key points, and there was access at one point off Due West, we have a no access easement, we have a 75-foot swath of trees along Due West Road. You can see where our point of ingress and egress is off Hadaway Road. We're agreeable to the decel lanes. We are agreeable, and we show the pavement to prove it, to the left turn lane also on Hadaway Road, and all other DOT comments and recommendations regarding the voluntary contribution and donation of right-of-way. DOT had asked for curb and gutter along Due West Road, but we had submitted a letter from an arborist that said, hey, you do that, these beautiful, mature, 30-plus, maybe 40-year-old trees are gone when you get into the critical root zone of those trees. We're parking this with guest parking, as the fire marshal has suggested. The garages, the driveways accommodate at least 4 additional vehicles at all times. We are asking that this site plan be considered, and you recommend approval of it based upon what you have today. We will be also in accordance with staff's recommendations from not only the fire marshal's office and DOT, but also from the stormwater management system with respect to the conceptual positioning of detention for the site. The site drains into West Hill Crossing, the RA5 to our southeast, and we've been tasked with providing during plan review a routing systematic protocol for that to not eliminate, but enhance stormwater facility and maintenance downstream. Again, we also show a passive community area that will have a combination of gazebo, outdoor fire pit, contemplative garden, seated social areas, which are shown there. Typically, we like the residents, the purchasers who buy these homes, to be able to have input into the process into what kind of amenities they want to see there. Their existing culvert in West Hill Crossing, which I mentioned, and the routing system for that. We also have agreed in terms of interior circularity and maneuverability to the design that you see here, which satisfies fire apparatus equipment. These will be public streets built to the county's design and detailed specification. To sum up, Madam Chairman, the clear trend for development in this sub-area of Cobb County includes this demographic. Every day in the United States of America, 10,000 people turn 55 years of age. There are more people in the United States now that are 55 and older than there are 18 and younger. We've never been in this situation. You're going to see more and more of this multi-generational positioning of RSL communities within areas that have parents, grandparents, and children. So with that being said, we do ask, and of course, this complies with Federal Fair Housing Act requirements in terms of the RSL 55 and older age-restricted component. So that being said, I went a few seconds over, Madam Chairman. We ask that you follow the presentation I made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarvis. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
How you doing? Thank you very much. My name is Dwight Wingo. I live at Brown's Farm subdivision. And I had the best set of notes prepared, and they're on my computer. I have a petition that's signed by 169 people that oppose this. They have not had the opportunity to see the new plans because we did not get them until yesterday at 9:15. That being said, we are under the understanding that 5 years ago there was 10 homes approved for this site, and where that confusion comes from, I'm not sure. Another thing that we could throw in here is, given your logic earlier on the Z69, you could table this because I understand it's going to be a big change. I would contend that the zoning just doesn't fit. He says in his letter to you all Friday afternoon that, excuse me again, I don't have my notes, but it's all spelled out there. Community consisting of a total number of 29 homes at a density of 2.4 units per acre, which is consistent with or lower than the surrounding residential densities. It seems to be the only one it's lower than is the R5 that is adjacent to the southeast. Again, when you look at everything around it, we have a place we can put a map. This is left over from, does that work? This is left over from the 2015 map that was put together. I think that was probably Z66 back then. And if you look at it, it's got the RA5 down to the lower right. Everything around this is R20 or R30. So I really, like I say, I cannot see where this just doesn't fit. Given the RSL portion of this, you all have talked all morning about these. I mean, I would fit into the group that you would want to live here also, given that I'm 64. And since I'm 64, I don't pay the taxes for the school taxes. I'm curious to know what percentage of people in this subdivision that would not pay that, if there's a statistic there somewhere. And I can understand that one wouldn't be so bad, but up Morris Hill Road, about 2.13 miles is another one of these, and then to the south on the other side of Dallas Highway is another one of these. How many of these things can we stand from a tax supporting base? It's my understanding that in the proposal that was given to you earlier, and not the one that came out yesterday, was denied. We would certainly like to see the same with this. And Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners and Chairperson. Thank you for the time. I'm Charles Sprayberry, still with the Cobb County School District. The Cobb County Board of Education has concerns about this development. Senior residential developments generally have a negative impact on tax revenue for the Cobb County School District, unlike standard residential or commercial developments where property taxes are not exempt. We therefore would like to express our concern to the Planning Commission and ask you to take our concerns under consideration as you review this zoning application. Thank you.
My name is Susan Fitton. I live in Brookstone, just up the street from this intersection. I'm also a realtor in the area and a small business owner in the Akron-Kennesaw area. As a realtor, I love to have properties to sell, and the more available, the more we have to sell. But as a homeowner and somebody that lives in the community, I have very big concerns with the level of density that's going in. I see that he says, you know, it's in keeping with the area, but so many of these properties have also been rezoned after the fact from what they originally started at. Not only that, but our future land use for this coming up not too far from now, not only doesn't reduce it, pushes it to very low density as opposed to the other direction. This is what people, when they're moving out to our community, are looking for. They're looking to get away from those traffic problems. They're looking to get away from all that congestion right on top of each other. The traffic situation is not only of concern right in this particular area, but the traffic that it will bring down the Mars Hill corridor. Mars Hill is set to develop there at 41. If my understanding is correct, that's supposed to be a 19-building office complex when that is finished. That is already an extremely congested location, and all of this area is feeding in. We've got another resolution coming up that also is going to feed into that Mars Hill corridor just beyond. The other concern that I look at longer term is this, the senior living aspect. We know that the population is aging. 20 years from now, if we don't have the population able to buy into these price points in these neighborhoods, what happens to these high-density neighborhoods at that point? It's not just what we're doing right now. We need to think what's going on a little bit further down the road. We want our kids to stay in these areas. They're born here, they're raised here. It's a wonderful community. And it's just something that I think needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing no one, the public portion is closed, and it's back to Skip.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Chairman, woman, I'm sorry,
Whatever.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
We were here, I was here in 2015 when C66, Tim, I wonder if you could just bring that down a little bit so that we can see the, what I'll call the north portion as well as the south portion that's outlined in yellow. Okay, good. And as Garbus pointed out a minute ago, in 2015, the Z66 application had two major parcels to it. It had the one to the south with the yellow around it that we're talking about now, which became known as the southern parcel. And then the northern parcel, which is where the hand is roving around, which became an R20 open space community subdivision. We went through at least 2 or 3 months of discussions, as I recall, back in 2015, and finally settled on a plan that would allow for 46 homes under an R20 open space community construct for those two parcels. It was 36 in the northern portion that is now currently being built out as an R20 OSC, and a very nice one, I think. Excuse me. And then it was intended to be 10 in the southern portion. In fact, the site plan at the time showed 10. The site plan at the time had a couple flaws with respect to what the community was looking for. It had a long due west road. It had, I forget, 4 or 5 homes there with a common driveway that gave them access to the community by way of due west road. And it had several other lots that were on a road that came off of Hadaway into this yellow enclosed parcel. The flaws that the community saw were two with respect to this parcel. One was the idea that they wanted to preserve that row of trees along Due West Road. The second was there was a driveway that was shared by several houses along Due West Road in the proposed development that would get access to Due West Road. And they didn't want a break in that group of trees. So between when this proposal left the Planning Commission and went to the Board of Commissioners, the decision was made, as Garbus said, to eliminate or to take out of the Z66 proposal this so-called southern portion, the R30, the portion we're looking at today. At the time, the comment was made that because of the topography of this parcel, it can handle probably no more than 10 lots. We know that if you take the rule of thumb, which we typically use, of 1.1 units per acre for an R30 subdivision, that would multiply out to somewhere in the vicinity of 12 or 13 lots. It all depends on what the builder can design into a property, and that's what, as long as it meets other zoning standards, that's what he or she can get. But in this case, it was intended, it was not intended, it was viewed as having the capability of having 10 lots. So I think that's where the number 10 has come from. Whether this parcel holds 10 or 13 lots, by my way of thinking, is important, but it's not the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue really is, from where I sit, traffic. We hear over and over again, we've heard it today over and over again, traffic is the overriding issue that we face. So when we look at a retired senior living community, we recognize that the demographics of that community that's going to populate those lots, those houses and those lots, and their driving characteristics are going to end up being roughly a third of the offered traffic that a single-family dwelling would generate. Well, what's being proposed is 29 lots, which is roughly 3 times the 10 to 13 lots that would be here under the current zoning. So that leads you to the conclusion that, well, if we put RSL in here, we don't really have a huge net gain on traffic, given that this parcel would hold 10 to 13 lots. We do benefit because the RSL traffic tends to avoid the rush hour periods, and so that helps the rush hour, but the overall traffic offered during the day is roughly equivalent under the 2 options. So the question before us today, really, well, and then let me add 2 other comments. The second comment is, future land use is very low density, and very low density is clearly stated in very low density future land use map category that it does not allow RSL. Frequently, we approve RSLs which do go into VLDR, but in this case, it's been intended all the way along that this whole area not have any more intensity than what VLDR allows for. That's one comment. The second comment is, if we were to allow this, there's a question about the lots that are along Due West Road and how they infringe on that 75-foot tree buffer that is under agreement with Cobb County that was implemented after the BOC hearing in 2015. How does that work? Do those landowners own part of that? Is that a tree buffer that they can't do anything with? How is that going to work? But having said that, the way I'm looking at it is I'm asking the question, is this a density grab, as some people would characterize it, by asking for 29 lots when it currently is zoned for 10 to 13? Or is this something that meets our needs for a growing senior population in Cobb County? And I would raise that question to the Planning Commission because I think that's the crux of the issue.
You want to go first?
Sure. I have a question for John, because this changed after the Planning Commission heard it in 2015. When this 75-foot tree save buffer was put in, or easement, was that in exchange for maybe not as much open space in that R20 OSC up above? Was it like a trade-off for that?
it was not.
Or how'd that come about that we decided that they provided this buffer?
Commissioner Porter, I was not involved with that, so to tell you the truth, I'm not sure how it came about.
Let
but
me address
Okay,
it, because
maybe
it's,
skip those.
it's clearly in the tape, if you look at the tape of that
Okay.
hearing, and we actually have Kevin Moore, who was here, who was the attorney for it at the time. But what was done was, there was a big discussion, in fact, Bob Ott, who sits right here, said, how can we impose a condition on a parcel that's being pulled out of the application? And the discussion was, well, it was something along the lines that before they get a permit to break ground, within the next 30 days, they would have that agreement put in place. And in fact, that was done. But the OSC, the R20 OSC to the north, and the northern parcel is a totally intact, self-contained OSC in the sense that it has 35% open space. It has, at the time, we didn't have the 13,000 square foot minimum lot size, but it meets the density requirements and so on and so forth. So that's unrelated to the characteristics of the OSC.
I was curious about that because I thought maybe they had given them a little break up north to
No.
get them to
No.
to do that piece. But, you know, as I look at this, and there's a 35-foot building setback line on the plan, and if we have to have a 70-foot buffer, you just double the width of that 35, and that would be the buffer. And lots 1 through 13 aren't buildable if you can't get into there. On top of which, I would want that buffer to be not in individual lots when we're doing relatively small lots, but in some type of open space common area. So I really look at this plan and say, you know, you can only build half of it to start with, so, which may not be all bad, but I don't think it would be a very nice plan if you're only building half of it, if you can't build lots 1 through 13. So to me, this doesn't make sense. I also think, especially given all the circumstances around it, we should, if we allow RSL, bring it down to VLDR level, which would be about 23 lots. R20 would be 20 lots. So I don't think I think you could get a little thing if they could get 12 or 13 lots, 20, you know.
Well,
you're kind of balancing there.
The density is at 2.4 right now.
Right.
And if it came down to LDR, that would be a cap of 2.5. So they're within that.
Well, they're in VLDR.
In VLDR, I agree
It
with
would
you.
be
Yes,
2.
right. Yes.
And maybe not even go all the way there, but, you know, I could see it at maybe 20 lots RSL or something like that. That would make sense to me, but keeping completely out of this tree save buffer, because obviously there were some negotiations that they didn't just throw that out there for nothing. They got something in return. I just don't know what it was.
I don't think any of us did.
But there's no reason for the county to give it up.
Garvis said he knows.
What did they get in return, Garvis?
Garvis, come on.
And Kevin will shake his head if Garvis is right.
Skip wants to ask you a question.
Kevin is
No,
cunning, I will say that, first of all. No, it was not part of that. That was an application that was pending for at least 2 months, possibly 3 months, and a lot of negotiations went on. But that component, this 11.94 acre tract, was officially withdrawn from that application.
Right.
But I can see how you would think, well, there must be some sort of quid pro quo. But there wasn't anything that was related to the stipulations or the conditions. The tree save, no access easement you got is a document that was prepared by Ms. Blair. One of my partners, Joe Larkin, helped craft it. I know, I'm sure, I would guess Kevin was in the process. He can tell us if he was or was not. But it's a civil agreement between civil contractual agreement between Cobb County and Mr. Harbor or his corporate entity. So there's not a.
But there had
maybe
been
in
some
someone's
reason
mind
why he volunteered to do that and basically take up that much of his land.
Well, but it doesn't exactly, Mr. Porter, because that 75 foot in width buffer and no access, or tree save and no access issue is dependent upon caliper of trees that are in there. Now, what you see when you look at the photographs, either aerially or from the ground, are the specimen trees. If you look closely at the agreement crafted by Ms. Blair, you see that those clearly can never, ever be cut down. But within that 75 feet or caliper trees or volunteer vegetation, whatever you will, so there are portions where that can occur. As far as the setbacks, if you look at the stipulation letter, we've got individual setbacks on each lot to ensure that there are no incursions. In fact, with DOT's request for curb and gutter along due west, that's the reason we hired an arborist to come in to make sure that because if you do that on that street frontage, you get into the critical root zone of those very mature trees. So if Mr. Moore has a different story, I'd like to hear it. I'm going from the record and not urban legend. And we've done a plan. It can be done at 13 homes. So it's not a question of whether it's 10 or 13. The plan may show 10, but it can be developed at 13. And your staff concurs with that.
Okay. 'Cause I think, as I recall before, they were trying to get more density to that north part, so they were reducing this down to 10 to get more lots up there. Maybe they had to reduce the lots up there in the end or something, I don't know, because we weren't in it till the end, but I remember that being an issue as to why we weren't gonna do so many there. We were gonna let them build smaller lots north, and maybe that didn't happen.
I don't think that happened.
Yeah, but-
There were from the time I left the planning commission until I got to the VOC, well, during that process, there were a number of lots that were dropped out of the northern portion. And, while the 10 lots in the southern portion were retained. But I think the reason for the tree buffer, if I read between the lines, was just to engender support in the community for the northern portion.
Okay.
of
And
this
that may be
development.
because there was a lot of opposition.
Yeah.
So that
Which
may
was
be the
not a
whole
bad
thing
move.
that he got out of it.
Because we all got something saved, which is very nice.
So-
You could continue to save it, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Okay, but I would still favor this at a lower density.
Well,
I mean, and I would like still to see that tree save more in open space than actually in lots, because we know what people do. They go in and they start thinking it's my lot, I can do what I want.
We in many cases, and I don't mean to interrupt, but in many cases, we do recitals on the deeds and the sales contracts, and say in OSC, developments that do just that, place notice, and individual markers on the lot lines, right at the 75-foot point, that can do that, so.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause-
We're agreeable with that.
So I'm in agreement that, if it were to move forward as an RSL, it would have to be a significant decrease in the density so as to support the notion that the community gets a net gain on traffic. Otherwise, why are we doing this? Because it violates the future land use.
Well.
Go ahead. Oh, I thought somebody.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be breaking protocol, but 2 months ago, the cunning Mr. Moore had another application before you at the intersection of, he'll get me later, at the intersection of Stylesboro Road and Mars Hill Road, a piece of property the developer was trading, VLDR piece of property, zone RSL at a density of 2.4 units per acre.
I understand.
So I guess what I'm saying, Commissioner Gunther, the figure wasn't pulled out of midair.
I know it wasn't, and I know that, that we had discussions about that.
Yes, sir.
But the difference, first off, all these RSLs are not intended to create any kind of precedent anywhere. I think it says that probably in the ordinance. The second comment about that one up at near Stylesboro and Mars Hill is it was basically an extension of an existing retail node that's right there, and this is not. What I would say is that if there's some way that we can substantially reduce the density so that we can clearly get a win-win for the community on traffic, it might make sense. But I'm under the impression that what we want to do is try to do everything we can to move this forward today. And I don't want to wait for a new site plan to be able to move it forward, which would make us wait until next year. So I'm prepared to make a motion that we deny this, following staff's recommendation.
What is, just some brief comments. We have almost a perfect tract of land for Norris.
We need a second for comment?
Have we made a motion?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
I just said I'm prepared. Well, I said
You
I'm.
said I'm
I
prepared.
said
You
I'm
didn't make a
prepared to. I
motion.
didn't
He
make
said
it.
he was prepared. He didn't
Oh,
make a
I'm sorry, I
motion.
heard motion.
Yeah, no, he just said I'm prepared.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, and I'm prepared to accept it.
Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas. I think, yeah, it's a perfect piece of property with all the road frontage of an RSL. If you think about, you've got the Hadaway, you've got the Due West, which carries a lot of traffic, and Mars Hill, which carries a lot of traffic. So it's what's that thing, a perfect storm? This is a perfect storm. It's all the things we probably would look at in RSL in the fact that it doesn't produce any more traffic. We can, the traffic count is the thing we're looking at out here, because it is Brookstone added density. I know the real estate lady lives in Brookstone, but it's probably one of the higher density subdivisions we have. We got to factor in the golf course, so it made it lower. But then you have the RA5, which is down below there at that density. I think I wrote it down somewhere at 2 point something.
2.84.
If the density, thank you, Garvis. If the density could come down just a little bit, I think, to me, this is actually, and the 75 foot would be saved, because I think the board had a reason for doing that. I think it could make a good RSL.
Well, I was just going to say, what would you kind of prefer? Would you prefer a denial so you can move it up to the BOC, or would you prefer a hold and come back in February?
I think we've got with the, well, first of all, I'll answer your question. I don't ever prefer a denial.
Right, I know. Okay.
The momentum, or as President Bush used to call it, the big mo, is certainly not on your side with that. Being held is certainly better than the denial, but the work that we've done in the past week is sufficient so that the threshold is there to be able to master plan this, to comport with, I think, it looked like the direction within which you're going with that. So I would prefer that. I mean, of course, it's not 2 weeks because we got a deadline within 9 days.
Right.
Or eight days to meet. But I would prefer the way you and chairperson woman, whatever Ms. Williams is, but.
I'm the Merry Christmas lady today.
Yeah, I think that would be the construct or the protocol under which we would prefer to proceed. And we think we can get things ready before the deadline.
Okay. You can finally have a turn.
We're just talking up here amongst, we are having a discussion right up here. So did we.
Okay, well, let me apologize first, because I do not understand this tree save buffer. It's 75,
Yeah, Debbie's gonna.
Debbie, you were there.
I was there. I was there. So along Hadaway Road, or excuse me, Due West Road, for 75 feet, the trees that are 6 inches or greater in
Okay, so that's a
whatever-
caliper, 6 inches.
Yes.
Okay.
Cannot be cut down.
But can you build into the drip line of the tree, or
You can, and it says further in the easement that
can't damage them?
uses not inconsistent with the tree save can be done. So you could put a fence in there, you could do something else, but you cannot damage any tree that's 6 inches or larger within that 75 feet. So you can have some usage of that, but not to damage any of the trees that are that size. Does that help?
Right, well, really then, in terms of damage to the tree, that 75 foot could actually extend beyond 75 foot in terms of being able to build a home. So I don't we're looking at, I think, Galt brought up the point that if you drew a 75 foot line approximately parallel to the existing 35-foot line, you'd have a 75-foot deep maximum.
Andy, if I may interrupt, MH further agrees not to cut down any trees. So I use the term damage, but it is
Okay.
cut down anything 6 inches
So-
or greater,
So you could
cannot
cut
be
into the root
cut.
ball, effectively killing the tree.
I would
So
think
it just
that
wasn't,
while the language says cut down, I mean, it would be a tree save to me. I mean, you wouldn't want to damage it because then you're basically, then you need to cut it down afterwards. So, I mean, you wouldn't be able to damage any tree that's larger than that. I think, but the exact verbiage in here says cut down, so,
So you'd probably be better off with a 75-foot buffer down through there, or them taking the 75 feet out.
or at least, I'm just wondering if, I mean, at this density,
I wouldn't mind it being off, I mean, it's
Or,
open
or at
space
least a
anyway.
lot more front, right now, if you
Yeah.
look at where the setback's gonna be, these are either gonna be plowed right up on the road, or the houses are gonna be somewhere in this. But I just don't, I know the way people are.
Just pull
They'll
it
start
back.
cutting them down. We've had it with our OSCs. That's why we went to putting fences at the OSC line to prevent people from getting back into the open space.
Yeah, but these are
And they're
gonna be
gonna do
old
it.
people. They
Yeah.
won't be able to cut
No,
nothing
they'll
down.
hire somebody. I can still wield an axe.
I just don't know how, my concern is just how are the trees really protected if we don't?
That's the reason we have an arborist, to make sure that, we've got that as a condition of zoning. Everything we're doing is subject to that.
Another thing to consider too, excuse me, Garvis, could I say something?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I think another reason too would be that we have more flexibility with an RSL in the design than we would if it was a single family, because we can move it away from this 75 feet more than we could an individual homeowner association or each person having an individual lot through there. So it makes better sense to do an RSL.
So are you suggesting that maybe that whole strip along there should be defined as open space in effect, so that it's not part of any lots, and it would extend how far from the edge of the property? 100 feet, 150 feet?
I think it would have to be determined by an arborist. I mean, I don't know. We can't damage the trees, or they
Right.
can't damage the trees. I would assume that it was put there for a reason. I sort of like the idea, especially on Due West Road, of having it.
Well, we want to retain the trees, for
Yeah, we
sure.
want to retain those trees, but it seems to me like we could actually design it a little bit better with RSL than you could if it was single family, and that would be what you were facing. But I like the traffic aspect of this more than anything.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion that if the density can be reduced to something less than 2.0, because that's what VLDR is, and the buffer be extended to a depth that is consistent with what the county arborist says it needs to be in order to preserve those trees under this agreement, that then we could move this, I don't know if we could make a motion that's that fuzzy to move this forward as an RSO or not. I mean, I would really prefer to see this come back to this commission with a new plan in February, if that's the direction we're gonna go.
It's up to you, but I mean, we've made a lot of fuzzy motions in our day.
I know, but I don't want this to
But-
be one of those.
This is sort of, it's up to you. It depends if he can get a plan together in 2 weeks too. I think he can.
I got a plan together last Wednesday after talking with Commissioner Gunther within 36 hours, and submitted it on Friday, so we can do that.
I mean, if we can get a win-win where we have, the community is winning on traffic, and we preserve those trees in every which way that is, the implications go for preserving those trees. I'm willing to make that motion that we move this forward, but I'm not sure exactly what the motion is.
Well, I would say leaving 75 foot's probably enough, even though the drip line's a little further, because they still have a building setback from that 75 foot then, if that's an open space.
do 100
So they
foot.
aren't gonna be building anywhere near that 75 foot line. Because they're gonna have, some setback, 20 feet, 25 feet. So that should be, I would think,
That'd be great, but if you add a setback to that 75 foot, we've gotten a.
What
We've
we're
gotten far
doing,
enough away.
I'll tell you what really bothers me is what we're doing is we're redesigning this on the fly. And
right.
I think the cleaner thing is to simply recommend that we deny this to the BOC and let you then take all these comments, Garvis, and incorporate them into a reconstructed, well-thought-out, engineered proposal that you take to them that responds to our concerns. I think that's the way to go. So I'm going to go ahead and try that. I'll make that as a motion and see if it carries. If it doesn't, then we'll do something else. I'm going to make a motion that we deny this application. We recommend denial to the Board of Commissioners.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right, we have a second for discussion. No discussion.
I was gonna say, I kind of hate to have it go forward as a denial, just for the simple reason it makes it sound like we're totally against it.
We're not.
And we actually like part of it, but I also totally get the point of trying to redesign it on the fly. Looking at it, it almost looks like to me if we just shifted that road 35, 40 feet over, then dropped off lot 23, 24, 25, 22, something like that, it would work, but that's designing it on the fly.
Let's get this site plan back up and look at it.
We've done things in the past where we've said, okay, redesign it, leave the 75 foot as open space and maximum X number of lots, so that at least we've given some guidance to the BOC of what we're thinking. We might not get to see the final plan, but at least, if we just send a denial and say, and Garvis decides to go do something, they have almost no input from us then. At least if we gave them a motion that said, we don't want to see any more than 23 lots, which would be, the LDR,
Right.
and that 75 foot to be open space, we've at least provided some guidance of what we're thinking
I think you'd have to do
here.
an undisturbed open space.
Yeah,
But we could do that.
right.
And with
Okay,
a
well,
maximum of 23 lots.
I've made a motion and we have a second. I think we got to call the question.
We
and
do.
then-
We have a motion
And then
and
if
a
that fails,
second
then we do something else.
for denial.
Denial.
So
yeah.
call the question.
Okay, I
So
lost.
that fails for 3-1. Y'all get me off of these two. 3-1. So we need a new motion now. Does anybody have a new motion?
Was the motion to deny it?
Uh-huh.
Well,
So it failed.
okay, it failed.
It failed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 3-1. So we have to make a new motion, right?
Yes.
Okay,
No, I'd like to have one of you do it.
I'll do it.
all right.
Okay. Make a motion regarding Z75. Yeah, you know what I don't have is, there's a stip letter. I don't have
Yeah, it's all right here.
the date on the stip
November
letter.
30th,
November
at the
30th.
bottom of that.
At the
Okay.
very bottom.
Okay. I'll make a motion regarding Z75 that we recommend approval, subject to the following, which will be all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Letter of stipulation from Garvis L. Sams dated, and I know you just told me, and now I don't see
It's
it.
right near the bottom, October 30th.
November 30th, 2018. And with the following changes, maximum of 23 lots, and the 75-foot tree save to be put into an undisturbed open space buffer. And anything else I'm forgetting?
I don't think I have anything else listed
And
on there.
to have the revised site plan.
Oh, yes, and to prepare a revised site plan before the BOC hearing.
You can make that before the deadline if you prefer.
Okay, before the deadline
Uh-huh.
for submission.
And they put in the left turn lane.
Oh, and add a left-hand turn lane.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
So I think I have to vote now.
Well, so that is approved 3-1.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
All right, John, we're ready for the next one.
Madam Chair, the next zoning case also has a special land use permit with it. Do you want to hear them both at the same time?
Yes, please.
Okay. Rezoning case Z77, Ackworth Baker Grove LLC, request rezoning from NRC, GC, and R20 to NRC for the purpose of a convenience store with fuel sales and climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 25 and 26 of the 20th district. The property is located at the northeastern intersection of Baker Road and Hickory Grove Road. There were 12 people opposed this morning and 1 in support. And also, special land use permit number 12, Ackworth Baker Grove LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 25 and 26 of the 20th district. The property is located on the north side of Hickory Grove Road, east of Baker Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone opposed to SLEP 12? Let the record show there were 6 people opposed to the special land use permit, and,
John, this morning there were 12 opposed.
well, and that was just for the zoning case we called. So the zoning had 12 opposed, the special land use permit had 6 opposed.
They probably don't connect the two. Why don't
Okay.
we just do 12?
All those
It's-
wishing to
it's
address the
tis the-
board, please come
tis the
forward and be
season.
sworn in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and I represent Ackworth Baker Grove LLC. I'm going to refer to it as ABG. I have with me today Mr. Bo Brown. He's had an education today watching the zoning hearings. If you just raise your hand, Mr. Brown, seated back there in the corner of the room. But he is the developer. He builds climate-controlled self-service storage facilities. He's identified this particular site for a number of reasons. Number one, it's in a neighborhood activity center. The entirety of those 3 parcels that's the assemblage is within an activity center. Number 2, you may know, and I didn't know until recently, I just got a peach pass, but the northernmost, either terminus or the beginning, however you want to look at it, of the managed lanes, begins at the intersection or the exit and entrance on the interstate going in a easterly direction from this. So traffic patterns are definitely changing, going to change, particularly in AM, PM peak hours. This is a 3.44 acre assemblage. As I said, there's 3 pieces of this located, as you can see, at the northeast quadrant of these 2 intersections, Hickory Grove, Baker Road. The subdivisions behind this are elegant and gorgeous and beautiful. This intersection looks sketchy at best. It just does. And for whatever reason, I don't know. I don't represent the property owner, but represent the fellow that's here to make this look good. What we're asking for is a rezoning you can see that the pin corner piece is zoned general commercial, GC. The piece right above that to your west is zoned NRC. And then the piece to the far east is zoned R20, but make no mistake, the entirety of that lineally and both frontage and going north-south are within the activity center. While this application has been pending, we send out our notification letters. It's changed. It used to be 2 weeks before you guys heard it, and it's changed, which frankly has been great for us, or at least me, and my attorneys that work in my firm and my staff, because early on we get input from the public. In this particular one, we had asked for the same type of rezoning in the special land use permit, but we had, as a component of the pin corner, instead of the retail center you see now, a convenience store with fuel cells. So instantly, once we sent out those notifications, I think it was November the 2nd, a great hue and cry from the community, as you might suspect, that we don't want a 24/7 convenience store. And we were talking to the folks like Racetrack and Quick Trip and those type folks, particularly devolving upon changing traffic patterns in this area as a result of the managed lanes on 75. So we revised the site plan to eliminate the C-store and put, as you'll see in a minute on the site plan, a retail center, L-shaped, fits the property. It was in the buffer, the setbacks, and it works. And that seems to have alleviated at least that preliminary concern. With respect to that revision, or that revised site plan, we submitted it along with our original stipulation letter on November the 16th, which is well before your cutoff, but nevertheless, it didn't make the book, because the book has to go to print at a certain period of time. So you should have it before you as a part of your package provided by staff, but it's not in your zoning analysis. The revised site plan does show still the climate-controlled self-service storage facility building as well. What I'd like to do, if David will hand me the microphone and a pointer, is to give you a little bit of an understanding of the site plan first, and then of an aerial photo that I've got overlaid on Google with GIS components to it. This is the revised site plan. This is where the convenience store with gas cells were. We've done this L-shaped retail building right at 13,000 square feet, one story, as you might suspect, with the requisite amount of parking and buffering. As you go along on the eastern side of the property, originally our point of ingress and egress was here. Too close to this intersection, has to be 250 feet away, so we've replaced it right here. This is the climate-controlled self-service storage facility building. This shows the extent of the pavement. This, of course, is the detention pond, and this is the 20-foot landscape buffer there. One of the things I'll get to is a potential reduction in the impervious surface here. My understanding is that this was designed consistent with direction from the fire marshal's office with respect to the radius or turning maneuverability for fire apparatus equipment. So we're looking at doing that. With my conversations with you, I think you're looking at a potential reduction in the footprint. This is 58,806 now. I understand from my discussions with you, you're looking at something closer to 50,000 footprint. That gets it closer. They didn't move it closer to the street, but it takes it further away from this back property line. But also, it's important for you to understand how this area actually looks on the ground. This is current Google imagery that you're seeing here. It's kind of hard to orient you. This is so dark, but this is the superimposition of the climate control building. At the corner here, it's 97 feet to the property line of a fellow named Don Hignite, who lives here at 2413 Waterton Court. There is an inordinate amount, and of course this isn't our property, but nevertheless, this is an inordinate amount of tree save or existing tree cover that you see here and on our property as well. So if we can move some of this impervious surface, we can maintain more of this tree cover. Mr. Hignite says he has, I don't want to speak for him, but he says he has this property here, and we've got it measured out. So that's a total of about 170 feet between the corner of our building now. If you reduce the footprint somewhat, then it will exceed. obviously, that and be probably about, I'd say, 12 to 15 feet further away. But that's for purposes of giving you an understanding of just how much area is treed on the property. Now, there is a change in topo, as you might suspect, since detention is here, going back towards this area. So one of the other discussions we've had with area residents within the two subdivisions that surround us is being able to define the buffer area. And my client has given me the authority to say everywhere we've got this buffer that is contiguous, not just adjacent, but contiguous to residential property owners, we will plant rows of cryptomeria in there, which is an evergreen, and we'll follow the arborist recommendation as far as the height of those trees, the staggering of them, how many feet are on center, et cetera. I have little time left, but what I wanted to say, which I think is very important, we've had a good dialogue with this. You got a letter last night from Mr. Hignite, who I understand is speaking on behalf of the subdivisions that are contiguous to us. But we've agreed to the low-intensity environmental lighting. We've also agreed to follow the dictates of the county's recommendation. And as you know, the county recommended approval for this based on the site plan that we had originally that showed the convenience store with fuel cells. You know the nature of climate-controlled self-service storage facilities. They are attractive buildings that you can make them look residential, you can make them look like offices, you can skin them any way you want to. We're looking right now at making one of the 3 floors subterranean, which brings it down actually to a compressed height around 20 feet, which is lower than the houses in the subdivision that surrounds us. So I wanted you to know about the fact that we've eliminated a veritable plethora of uses, as you can see in the stip letter you have there to go along with the retail component. Obviously, the climate is going to be done specifically and exclusively for that purpose. And what we would ask also that you consider are the things we covered in a November 30th letter that was provided to Mr. Hignite. That very night, he was meeting with the combined HOA reps from both of those subdivisions. Another thing they want to see is make sure we have no outside storage on the climate building. Your ordinance doesn't allow it, but this is not one of those park-a-toys where people with big toys can park their RVs or their trailers or their boats, and it's all interior. But we've agreed to that. Nevertheless, we're trying to reduce that eyebrow cul-de-sac, and I'll have a discussion with Mr. Bennett between now, or either October between now and the Board of Commissioners. And another thing that we are looking at as well is simply continuing the dialogue that we've established. We just didn't quite make it to the finish line to get everything done, to get it where they wanted it or where we wanted it. But I'm not asking you to create, as you did, a revised site plan, except to the extent of the positioning of this climate and whether we can, from an engineering perspective, go subterranean with one of the floors to bring it down more closely in terms of profiles with other buildings, and provide them with architectural renderings and elevations, which I can do with a whole shop full of them that we've come from previous climates that we've done. So we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation, except with respect to the C-store component. Thank you.
We hear from the opposition.
Hello, my name is Richard Jackson. I've been waiting a while, all day. Anyway, I'm the association president of Waterstone Waterford, which backs up to this. Okay. Mr. Higbee had to go, as you well know. Skip knows this, I believe. And he's a greater speaker than I am relative to this. That said, as you can see by these pictures, the pictures I'm trying to show you, those are what the 3-story buildings look like. This is a residential neighborhood, single story. Okay, single family, excuse me. The 20-foot height, I don't know where that comes from because I've got a 3-story house, okay? And I've got a big piece of property there, but I don't back up to that. A lot of these houses do. One of them has a swimming pool. The loss of privacy is unbelievable. He's talking about the front of the property that he has, or he's gonna build this building, happens to, you know, if it's 2 stories and it looks like a single story maybe, that may be true, because the property goes down. Okay, so the people behind, Mr. Hignite and the others are gonna see will be seeing a 3-story building facing them that's lighted 24/7. Okay, it's ridiculous for the area. There's 15 self-storage area or storage area buildings within 2-mile radius of this. Why would a lot of them have signs out, free rent, things like that, because they can't even fill them. They just built a big one off of Giles. Okay, I don't get it or the need for it, but that said, it's not up to me. Let me read this, because this is what Mr. Hignite was going to state. The proposed commercial 3-story storage facility should not be placed on the property such as that it is bordered on 3 sides by single-family homes. The north and east quarter of the lot drops in elevation, as I told you, and the proposed commercial structure cannot be screened from the residential homes unless substantial old-growth trees are left undisturbed. And he's worried about that setback. It needs to be more, okay, so that people aren't impacted by this thing. No depiction, photo simulation, or artist rendering has been provided to allow homeowners to even see a rendering of the final construction and thus understand the aesthetic and commercial exposure impact on the neighboring homes. The requirement for an 80-foot diameter cul-de-sac on the back of the property has not been evaluated by fire marshal compliance under any assumptions other than placement of a 58,800 square foot building. We've asked if it is still required if the building footprint is reduced to a reasonable size and the paved apron behind the building is then expanded. Homeowners have requested a reduction in the size of the building such that the northernmost wall is aligned with the southernmost pin of Lot 35 in Whitfield Place, which is the next development over, and Lot 43 in Waterstone. This compromise, 1, removes the majority of the commercial structure from the area of the R20 lot, bordered on 3 sides by single-family homes, while allowing drive-around space and a detention pond in that area. It still provides for commercial use of the Hickory Grove Road frontage that is currently not allowed under our R20 zoning. It should allow the developer enough room to construct a sizable 38,000 square foot CCSFF in addition to the proposed 13,000 square foot L-shaped retail building for a total of 51,000 square feet of commercial space for rent. This should allow the elimination of the 80-foot diameter turn around the back of the building by extending the width of the drive around, Greek to me, on the north side of the structure such that it can accommodate fire and moving vehicles circling the building. It should allow for the retention of old-growth trees and provide effective screening to the north and east section of the lot by eliminating development in that section and retaining green space. Okay? We're making progress with Mr. Sams, Hignite, and he has spoken and gotten there. I understand that. When I first was given this information relative to this and was shown what they were trying to put in, I thought it was a Trojan horse in here somewhere, okay? And I'm right. I know I am. There's no way there's going to be a 3-story building there. At least it's illogical to me, okay? But the other picture we have, these are the homes that it backs up to. They're beautiful homes. We're proud of this development, and it's doing nothing but going up in value. And as he stated also, the off-ramps and the on-ramp for the Peach Pass is ridiculous. Why they built it there on a 2-lane road made no sense to me at all. The traffic now is ungodly coming in. What you have going down from Hickory Grove to Baker and turning right is the right turn lane, which now backs up to Water's Edge Lane, where the cars at night are backed all the way from the lane, all the way straight back. The entrance that he wants to put on this building, okay, how are they going to get in there? Okay, that road it's a 2-lane road that should be a 4-lane, and it's not. And the amount of traffic there now is just ridiculous. And there has to be a traffic study on it just to show you this. And I don't know how else to put it. It's just, I understand the need to build on that property, and I don't begrudge that. But that said, the storage facility makes no sense to me. You're going to do what you're going to do. But we just want to keep what our property area is. We've got, what do you call it, the development next to it, the 1,800 home development, which is now all of those cars are coming around to get on the Peach Pass, okay, every day. And it's just ridiculous. And anyway, use your best judgment. I'm sure you will.
The next person.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Jennifer Wan. I live in Whitfield Place. It's the neighborhood that backs up to the proposed plan. I live in Lot 34, which I have not received a copy of the revised plan, but as of now, the plan that I received in the mail was that the property line to the storage facility would come up to my property line. I have a few things that I wanted to touch on as far as in the gentleman, the lawyer had mentioned that it is an eyesore on that corner, and that is true. I've lived there for 14 years, and I am one of the newest homeowners in my neighborhood. Most people in my neighborhood have lived there 20 plus years, and so I'm speaking on behalf of all of us that no one wants a storage facility behind their home for obvious reasons. One is that whole area is wooded, so we're going to tear down the entire wooded area where and destroy the land there where animals live. It's going to be an eyesore behind our homes. It's going to decrease our property value. I know some of our neighbors had immediate concerns about crime, maybe increased crime with the storage facility behind the homes, and also lighting that would need to be on at nighttime would be disturbing them while they're trying to sleep or at night. You know, it would be difficult. The traffic has increased. That's true. We have the new express lane on-ramp or exit ramp, I guess, if whichever one, on Hickory Grove, and that has increased traffic tremendously. My commute home from work, which normally takes me 30 minutes, has increased by 15 minutes at least just to get down Hickory Grove. It is a two-lane road. It's not set up well for more traffic. And also on the intersection of Hickory Grove and Baker Road, if you are coming back, I don't really know how to explain it, but there's not a left turn signal there. And there's accidents at that intersection at Hickory Grove and Baker Road all the time. Without the increased traffic, the other thing that I wanted to say was that a 3-story storage facility is just ridiculous. There's nothing on that side of the road on Hickory Grove, on the right side of the road. If you're coming down Hickory Grove, there's not anything over 2 stories that's a commercial building. The commercial buildings on that side of the road are all 1 story. And they're all up towards Wade Green. So from Hickory Grove at Wade Green all the way down, you have neighborhoods. There is not any commercial buildings that are 2 to 3 stories. Even with the 1 story now being proposed to be under the ground, subterranean as they call it, it would still be 2 stories, which would be a complete eyesore and ultimately affect, our homes and our property value. I think that's pretty much all I had to say, just our concerns about the increased traffic and that we don't want a storage facility built behind our homes. So, thank you.
Is anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello. My name is Jill Quiros. I live directly behind this proposed facility. My property backs up directly behind. I've lived in Whitfield Place for 24 years. The reason I bought my property was because of my wooded lot. And this proposal would destroy all the trees behind my property to facilitate this project, and I am against it. As it is now, we cannot get out of our neighborhood because of all the increased traffic because of the new highway. Everyone comes up Baker Road and makes a right on Hickory Grove. And our neighborhood is almost at the corner of Hickory and Baker, and it is impossible to make a left turn in the mornings or even a right turn in the afternoon with the increased traffic. So I am not for this project. And we did not have an opportunity to meet with the attorneys.
Excuse me, ma'am, your time has run.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you, Jill.
you. Do you need some help getting down?
Thank you.
Well, I did, but I'm in,
She was gonna-
I did, because, but I'm in worse shape than she is.
She's got a cannon on it.
Time has run out. So the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board, and that would be Skip.
Yeah, thank you. First thing I'd like to do is call up Cobb DOT just for a second, whichever one of you wants to come.
Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Yeah, hi, Amy. You've heard the comments about the traffic at that intersection. Have you requested or do you require a traffic study for this intersection?
This development is under the threshold for a traffic study.
That's what I thought. So you've got some thoughts that are in the staff comments. Could you go through those briefly and just outline those with respect to how they might impact some of the comments that we've heard from the opposition?
Sure. So we do have some average daily trips that we have from count stations on Hickory Grove Road and Baker Road. So from those, Baker Road currently carries 13,300 vehicles per day, and Hickory Grove Road carries 17,200. These were based on 2016 counts, so they do not reflect any of the current HOT increase in traffic that has been reported. So based on those daily trips, there's a table that we use from Greta, and we can look at a level of service kind of approximated from those days. From that, we get that Baker Road is currently operating at D, and even before the impact from the HOT lanes, that Hickory Grove Road is operating at F.
So if this application were approved eventually by the VOC and then eventually went to plan review at some point downstream in a couple of months, would you require any new traffic information in your deliberations to make sure that, you know, the increase in traffic from the interstate is not going to adversely impact this in any more, you know, how are you going to deal with that? That's my question.
Well, one of the reasons for the thresholds for the various studies is once you get underneath a certain threshold, the number of extra trips that it adds is not significant compared to what's going on already. So the development doesn't get basically asked to do anything to improve that traffic. Obviously, Hickory Grove is a road that we're paying attention to already because it's already a level of service F. I don't know currently if there are any plans for the next SPLOS, for example, for any projects along that. We're kind of waiting to see how the hot lanes finish impacting once they settle down.
But we would hope that there will be plans, I would say. Is that correct?
I will make sure that the district engineer has it. I'm sure that it's already on their radar, but I will make sure of it.
So we have, that's a quick question. Do we have any data, or probably don't, of what impact the Peach Pass has had on that area?
We don't have any current counts like from this year.
And when will y'all do some kind of a study or give us a count?
I'm not aware of when. I mean, we do daily counts year round. I mean, we update them. So I know that roads that are being impacted by the hot lanes are going to be on the list I don't know if Hickory Grove is on that list.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I had, okay, go ahead. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, I was gonna just let it go.
Okay, well, just two other things. One, I think I think I heard accidents mentioned at Baker and Hickory Grove. Is there a way to get information on that before the Board of Commissioners hearing? Or would you have done that anyway?
We generally don't do a crash analysis unless it's been requested. So when there's a development going in, it's traffic operations likes to have the developer actually do that crash analysis if it's requested.
Okay, yeah, and this is obviously a existing traffic problem, but you were saying that you're already paying attention to Hickory Grove. Does that mean that we're currently counting cars on that? Is there?
Well, we had the cars that we
Equipment.
counted in 2016.
No, but I mean,
and,
are we
yeah,
doing it
and
now?
I'm sure it's on the list to be renewed. I don't know what year it's on that list.
Okay, but there's no way to get information to the Board of Commissioners before they're made. Okay,
There,
well,
there won't be a current count probably but in 2 weeks, no, but I can research on when they're expecting to count it again.
I just thought that might be information they'd want.
I might
If this
check and
goes
see if there's
forward.
many crashes right down there at that immediate
Yeah, you
intersection.
could at least do that.
You could do that, couldn't you,
Yeah.
Amy?
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and we ended 2 weeks.
And there's
yeah.
no turn signal. for
Thank you very
basic
much.
drivers.
It's closed, it's just for discussion up here.
We got it.
But you
We
could
got
check
it,
it.
though.
You could check it.
We'll reach out to traffic operations and see what information they can get to.
I know
Thank
you
you.
could do
Appreciate
it.
that. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Amy.
Just before you go,
Okay.
one thing is I
Last
know
one.
in the past, we've from here requested them to do a count and then it's gotten done. So.
Yes,
you know.
traffic studies and/or traffic counts can always be requested by either Board of Commissioners or the Planning Commission of the developer as a condition of zoning.
Well, then
Okay.
we
I
obviously
mean,
would
I
like
think,
to ask.
I think
Count.
traffic ops has gone out and done counts for us in the past. And I'm going back several years since we've done that, but I think we've, and maybe the commissioners need to ask for it. I don't.
When we have
versus
more
us.
lead time, that's been something that's been done on a few key cases. They basically just kind of stick it into their queue and get it in there. With 2 weeks, I don't think they could turn that
No.
around. And plus, we're in a bad time of year to count. We don't like to count after like the week before Thanksgiving.
Right, no, I'm thinking if this case happens to get held, I don't know which way Skip's going with this, but the other thing is, I'm curious on Hickory Grove, do we have enough right of way to widen that road? Or is that being contemplated? Because I can, this
You mean
used,
adding an additional through lane on that road?
right, in
No.
each direction.
I didn't look into that, so
Yeah,
I'm not
adding
sure.
two through lanes, because I'd be curious to know that too, because I can tell you, Baker Road used to be my daily commute when I did a 9 to 5. So I'm familiar with that road and kind of the traffic, and I know how horrible Hickory Grove was back then. And I can't imagine how bad it is now that they put the, toll lanes going there. And I have to believe that the county's gonna have to widen that road. I just can't see any way that they aren't gonna widen it. So I think we should be looking that way and saying, do we need additional right-of-way before we let them build something too close new that then we're gonna have to pay them to tear out or something? So I'd like to know that information too before we move this, before we recommend it anyway. So those are just a couple things. And obviously some turn signals and that would help at that intersection. But, so those are my
So you've got an
comments.
earful of things to do.
My Christmas list.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Amy. Gervis, where'd you go? There you are, hiding behind Ms. White. This is a case where I know you've been working diligently, pretty much 24/7 for the last couple of weeks, and certainly over the weekend. Don Higney has been reciprocating that way, and
Yes.
he's been, I think you would probably say, a delight to work with, right? That's what I've seen.
No, I think I told you as much.
Yeah, right. So the issue is, as you understand it, is exactly what you've described. We've got a residential piece of this, which is being proposed to have a self-storage facility installed on it. that would encroach back into the rear of this this property in a way that there would be residential surround on three sides of it. Nobody has seen the artist renderings of what it might look like yet, because those are in preparation. You've offered that rather than a three-story building, you would have a basement, and I think you've gotten approval or agreement from your client that you would have one of those levels would be underground.
Yes, sir.
With 2 levels above it. But because of the topography of this land, the people directly in the back, if they were able to see the building, they would see, in effect, 3 floors. They'd see a basement and 2 floors. The basement would be exposed, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't have a profile yet, but
That's what you would expect, though, probably.
I would expect that based on the topography that I'm seeing right now. But remember, number one, climate control self-service storage facilities. We put time-lapse photography on one from Friday, this is in Vinings, at 6 p.m. until Monday at 9 p.m. because weekends is when these are the most traffic. We had 12 trips generated during that entire 48, however long that is. But these buildings are also, when I say compacted floors, they're compacted floors. They're 10 feet. I mean, they're not, there's no conduit and things in between the floors. So the profile of this building is actually at 2 feet, at 2 stories, as it probably will present to the street, will present itself as a 20-foot building, which is significantly less than the first speaker's 3-story home. Topo makes all the difference. Tree cover makes all the difference. There are things Don Hignite and I talked about in directions within which we're going, and he understood that these are things that we can provide him in the interim. So
Right.
I hope I answered your question.
And I think that he's feeling good about the way negotiations are going. Unfortunately, he's not here right now. He had to be called away. But just to clarify in the minds of anybody who's listening, the topography of this, I think it was said, and I just want to restate this, it drops down in the northeast corner, directly contiguous with Don Hignite's lot, his lot. He's totally happy if the tree coverage that's there right now remains largely intact, however that might be defined. He's worried, though, that if the building is as large as it is currently proposed, or maybe even the 50,000 feet that you had suggested, he's suggesting 38,000 feet. I'm not sure where that number came from.
I haven't heard that number.
Well, he sent an email.
I saw that last night when I got up in Powder Springs.
And I don't know where it came from, but that's in the email and the picture. He's suggesting that if it were reduced to 38,000 square feet, and if that, what's the name of it?
You're talking the footprint.
The footprint, yes. And if that eyebrow cul-de-sac that the fire department is asking for, that big turnaround in the back, is somehow, I'm getting a shaking of the head. You're here from the fire department, is that right? Yes. Maybe I need to hear from you, because this is a sticking point. Okay, Garbus, let's interrupt this and see if we can get this resolved.
That's the next person I'm talking to after today.
I didn't see Rock sit in there, and so I wasn't sure if we had a fire department person.
Yeah, Rock's no longer with us as far as in this function.
In this one.
In this function, okay,
So,
good. I'm glad
my
that
name's
he's-
Bob Ben, I'm one of the captains down at the fire marshal's office.
But he is still with us in one way or another, yes. Rock still is with us in one way or another.
Yes, he's got a different assignment.
Good.
Based on the plans that we've got here, some minor modifications to the back corner of the building, we can probably do away with that entire hump-shaped turnaround back there in the back.
Good.
Right.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah,
So, Garbus,
darn.
Yeah,
You up here all the time.
we've got a major, move forward on that one.
That's huge.
Yes.
And of course, the positioning of the detention is conceptual, but it will be in that general location. So we can, with the cryptomeria that I mentioned that Mr. Hignite and I agreed to, and what Mr. Bennett just said, which is huge, because I was thinking it was designed that way because of fire department reasons. But those are two huge things for us.
One of the other concerns was crime and lighting and so forth, and I knew you have a stip in your letter. Could you just describe that briefly?
Oh, certainly. The lighting is going to be low-intensity environmental type lighting. It'll be downcast. They have dark sky technology now, so it doesn't escape the boundaries of the property. The building will, of course, have illumination, but they'll be shielded with cutoffs on those. But they'll be shielded. You know how it just goes up the building itself. It doesn't expand out beyond the perimeter of the building. And we can limit, of course, the height of those. We're not using the climate building at night, so we just need it for security. It's not for utilization by people that are visiting there, either to lease a space or to unload a load. And again, we can look at skinning this building. When I say me, I mean the exterior composition, any way that Mr. Hignite and his group wants us to.
And we can
So
shrink it.
we can shrink it. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure that I want to, if we move this forward, I'm not sure I want to state a number on how much it gets shrunk by,
Well-
but it's at least to 50,000 feet, no more than 50,000 feet.
My clients here, like I said, climates are what he does, and we'll have a confab tomorrow morning in my office and figure it out.
So again, the question is, I think otherwise, this is going to be a good development for this intersection. It's four corners right now. Part of it is the city of Kennesaw, two corners are. And it's a commercial intersection.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be, if the self-storage is done right, and if the neighbors agree to it, then this is going to be a good addition that would have less intensity to it, if in effect, than some other alternatives would in the place of that self-storage unit. So I think it's a good zoning, a rezoning for this parcel, but we have the unfinished business of making sure those neighbors are okay. So this is a question of, do we just move this forward with a statement of what we think we need to have to satisfy the Don Higney and his neighbors, or would you like to prefer to hold this until February, when you can have that fully negotiated and he can come up here and say that it's good?
Let's put it this way, Commissioner Gunther. If we get to the point of the deadline that we can't meet the deadline at the close of business on Wednesday, and Mr. Hignite and I can't, we reach an impasse, and my client will probably want it to be continued. But right now, we've got these excellent dialogue and communications going on. My wife's wondering who I'm texting at all hours of the night, and it's Don.
If I move this, if I make a motion to move this forward with a 38,000 square foot number on the side, the footprint of the unit.
I think this existing footprint's 22,000.
Yeah.
About 38,000 square foot building
Total. Is the total building.
come up with
We want to make
That's
it
what I'm talking
short.
about.
Yeah, we want to make the building shorter.
But they want to make it, shorter. They want to
Shorter.
make it shorter.
Yeah, we want to make it shorter and pull it back from the residential.
But they want to make it 38,000 square feet too.
total square foot, not the footprint.
No, that's not a,
That may not work.
Oh,
no, it simply doesn't. That's not it's a non-starter 30. No, it has to have a mass of at least 130,000 square feet. But what I hear is the height, the intrusion, they think of the height. And in terms of the footprint, that allows us to move it closer or further away from that north property line.
Exactly, move it up.
So what they're asking for is the back wall of the self-storage unit would not be further north than where the intersection of the adjacent lots is, if you're following me.
I'm following you. I haven't done that math yet.
This is in their email.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I got it last night. Don sent it to me.
Okay, well, I'm going to characterize it that way.
Sir, sir?
I'm going to characterize my motion that way then.
Okay,
Okay, so just cut it off.
I don't know where the 38,000 figure comes from.
I'm not going to say 38,000. I'm going to say the back wall will not be further north than where those immediately, I don't know how to characterize that, but as drawn on this diagram, and I'll make this a matter of the record, I guess, so that we have that, so that the square footage is not what this says, but it's where the back wall does not exceed a point north of that. Can I do that? Yeah, you got an idea?
Ask a question.
I want to make two comments, Skip. One is, I noticed just looking at all the different drawings we have, that the property lines that seem to so nicely align on this drawing don't align that well on the county plan. But the one other point I didn't know, Garvis, if there was a square footage number that's magic.
There is.
This is 58, is it 58,000?
Yes.
And what's your magic?
806, so then the only thing that could be done would be to move the building forward some.
Actually, what it does, it reduces or it increases the distance from the back line as far as, instead of moving it closer to the street. If you reduce the square the footprint.
Sure, okay.
Because we got the front setback, it
I
it is
understand
what it
that,
is.
but to reduce the footprint, you're gonna get below this 58,000 square foot
Yes, sir,
number.
and to answer the magic number, I'll certainly let Mr. Brown weigh in on that, but my understanding is they've got to have 50,000 square feet of
So
floor.
50,000 even would be the
Yes, sir.
the number? Just in case we were to see if was to be interested in making the motion, I didn't know if there was a number you might want to include in it. Because the 38,000 is unrealistically low from your.
I'm not gonna state 38,000.
No, but.
I'm gonna leave the number open. and just talk
As long
about-
as it can be brought to.
Talk about where the footprint is.
I would say, in all the research I've done on these things, 50,000 is kind of like the marginal level, where they're just kind of making it. You go less than that, and they're really going to struggle.
I think so too.
And, they really want them up closer to 100,000 for a good, healthy self-storage a lot of times. So, I can understand that 38,000's just, it may not be a
I
viable
don't think 38 is, but I
location.
think 50 is.
I think you can do it at 50.
50 can work.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that we recommend approval of Z77, subject to the letter stipulations received by the zoning department dated November 16th, as augmented by the letter received by the zoning department dated November 30th from Garbus Sams. And Garbus, those are the two letters that are operative at this moment?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Subject to the site plan received by the zoning department dated November 16th, 2018, as modified by negotiations with the adjacent homeowners, including reduction of the climate-controlled self-storage facility to 2 floors and a basement, not to exceed 50,000 square feet footprint.
Square footage. Total square footage.
I'm sorry, yeah, I keep putting footprint in there. 50,000 square foot size.
Are we talking about footprint? Footprint.
No, square footage.
Square footage.
The existing building shown on your plan is about 22,000 square foot footprint.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
This drawing, the 14th, shows the 110 foot by roughly 200.
Is that my drawing?
Yes.
Yeah.
By roughly 200 foot building is about a 22,000 square foot footprint. So I'm assuming the 58,000 square foot is total square footage in the building,
No,
3 stories.
No, sir. That's the footprint, 58,000.
Well, how does that come from a 110 by 200 foot building?
Yeah, I think that's.
We'll get Mr. Brown up here, since it's his business, and
So we'll take a pause on my motion for the moment.
We need a math,
John
is there a
says
math
it's all
teacher?
3 stories is 58,000 or whatever. Let's get the expert up.
this is Bo Brown, let me swear.
Thank you.
I'm Bo Brown, and I am the developer, and Mr. Sams is incorrect. If you look at the footprint, but with all due respect, Garvis, it's a total of 58,000 feet
Square
on 3
feet.
levels.
Right.
And we're digging in to the ground.
So the footprint is around 20,000 square feet in the vicinity.
160 by 110, something like that.
Yeah.
So you take that number and roughly multiply by 3, just a
Right.
rough
Yeah,
number.
Gotcha.
Hey, excuse me, Skip, since we've got the expert, is that 50,000 square foot total square footage a good number to include in?
Well, that's a gross number for me.
I understand.
And what you end up with is net rentable of about 32,000. So you're really getting to the point, you need probably 45,000 net rentable on a storage facility. And I can speak a little bit from experience because I'm involved in 16 of them, so I know where the kind of the break-even point is. So you need to be around 45, so when you get at 50, you're really at 32, which makes it hard to justify having an employee, and you only have one.
So 45 is roughly the 58,000 square foot building you've got.
That's right. So if I narrow the footprint, because the site is narrow, which means then I have to go up. And I'm trying to work with the neighborhood and understand what they're looking for, and that is not see it.
Right.
So the lower I keep it, the more low profile. But for the neighbors, there's 3 houses, I believe, directly in the back, and I'm gonna try to keep the trees, as many of them as I can in the buffer. With the fire department now saying that we don't have to have that big cul-de-sac, that helps, so we can leave more trees. So I've lived in Atlanta since 1960, so I understand people in neighborhoods. I'm one of them, and I want to work with them, so.
So let me ask you this question then. Are we, Garvis answered this as your attorney and you're his client, this question. But are we better off waiting until you and Garvis have an opportunity to negotiate the size that works for you and the placement of it that works for you, subject to meeting their constraints on what they're hoping to see? And that's a negotiation that has to happen. Are we better off waiting on that or moving this forward with some numbers that you may not be able to live with?
I've got to calculate in the landowner and what restraints he's putting on me. So I'd kind of like to think about that tonight if I could. So maybe if we could go forward on some basis, and if it gets to the point that we can't reach an agreement, we'll look at other options. If that answers your question.
All right.
I was going to say, I'll give you a little bit of my input. I'm just kind of uncomfortable with this. It doesn't
Yeah.
seem fully baked. So I would probably vote against any motion to approve right now. I'd be happy to do a hold.
Good.
But I don't think
I'm
we're
just
quite
trying not to
there.
give Garvis a totally bad day. But-
Or you could take out the approved one portion and take out the storage portion. You could do that, but that.
No, that's messy. Okay, I'm going to retract the motion that I was articulating. And Garvis, you want to weigh in before I do this?
I would like to, Mr. Gunther, if I could.
Well,
First of all, it's not the first time I've said something wrong, but usually it's someone else who catches me. No, honestly, I've dealt with these for a long time, and typically you see 3 stories, and you see closer to 150, 170,000 square feet. So I apologize. It wasn't a purposeful misrepresentation. But Don and I Mr. Hignite and I have really got good groundwork going. If we can't reach an agreement with them, then I'll come back to the board by the deadline and say we'd like to have it continued. But we'd at least like to have that opportunity, because we've dug in the trench pretty deep and we've made some good progress.
I understand that, but I'm not sure what it is I would make a motion to recommend approval on. That's
Well,
my
I think you hit the dimension on where the building should be, and that came from Mr. Hignite in terms of, and we've got excellent and positive input from the fire department with respect to what we can do away with.
Okay, we'll try it that way and see if that works. All right, so let me, is that gonna work with you, Bolt, if we try to do it on the boundaries?
and make it 2-story with a basement. And don't play with the square footage of the building.
I've been uncomfortable with this one from the start, that it just doesn't seem like the right thing to be putting there.
But it's in a.
So I can't vote for something that I'm not even sure exactly what I'm voting for. So for me, it'll be a no vote on any motion to move it forward to the BOC right now, because I'm just not comfortable with the whole thing. I don't know if I'll be comfortable come February or not.
I think where
but-
we are is I've got a partial motion on the table and we're having discussion.
Yeah, maybe you should finish a motion
No,
first. Or withdraw, or did you withdraw it? I'm not sure what
I
you
don't think
did.
he's made a motion yet.
But I think
He
what I'm gonna do
started,
is, I'm gonna go ahead and withdraw the motion, and I'm gonna just ask that we continue this case until February so that we can do it right.
Okay.
Okay?
No, hold,
That's fine.
hold.
I'm sorry, hold it. Yeah, I apologize.
I
Hold this
think
case until
we had the
February.
contractual latitude to
Good.
do that, so
And I think that's a smart thing to do right now.
that's fine. We're fine with
So
that.
that's my motion, that we hold Z77, and also that we hold SLUP 12. Can I
fine.
make two motions? So I've got two motions on the table.
All right. So we
All
have
right.
a motion and a second to hold
C-77,
seven. Let's call the question.
okay.
And that is approved for a hold 4-0.
And then I
now
make a
let's work
motion that we
slow.
hold SLUP 12 until the February cycle.
We have a second. We have a second. Call the question. And that
Good.
is approved
That-
for a
I
hold.
just have to comment, that was more painful than it probably needed to be. The progress that you're making is admirable, and I really think it's neat.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all's consideration of it, and I've expressed my appreciation to the neighborhoods, and it has been a wonderful, magical holiday.
In more ways than one. Yeah, they do. Yeah. They'll continue. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, John. Oh, I need to go.
Rezoning case Z78, David Hammondtree, request rezoning from RA5 to RA5 for the purpose of attached single-family residential, land lot 202 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Sandtown Road, south of Windy Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z78, David Hammondtree? Is there anyone here opposed to this application? Madam Chair and Board, the applicant is not present and there's no one opposed.
Okay. This was yours. Okay, what you
So I
want to
told you I'd make the next one quick.
Did you know he wasn't gonna be here?
Well, we asked before lunch. John, Debbie, and I had a little discussion about the best way to proceed with this, and one way we would have is to, make a motion to dismiss it. And I will say, staff has tried reaching out. The phone number we have for the applicant's bad, and both staff and I have been emailing the applicant with no response.
Let's just read it.
So the other thing, and if we just dismiss it, then they could go refile pretty much right away. If we make a recommendation of denial, then it can go to the Board of Commissioners, and if they deny it, then they'd be in have to wait to refile anything. The only downside to sending it to the Board of Commissioners with the denial is they don't get a whole lot of our input. I thought I could provide a little bit of insight and a clerk's note.
Well, I think if we deny it, that pretty much tells them.
Yeah, but if the guy shows up at the BOC, then we
Well,
haven't
if he hadn't been
provided any
coming, you
input.
hadn't been, yeah, it tells us that he's probably not gonna show up.
Right, probably
Yeah.
not.
So let's just go ahead and deny it.
Okay. Okay. I will, I'll make a motion to recommend denial of Z78.
We have a motion, do we have a second? We have a second for denial. All those in favor? That is denied. You did good on that one. Oh.
81? Okay. Rezoning case Z81, Wesley C. Staggs, request rezoning from R30 to UVC for the purpose of a mixed-use development in land lots 431 and 432 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northeast corner of Macklin Road and Old Lost Mountain Road. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 36 people here opposed and one in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. I'm gonna have.
We have a request to take a really quick 5-minute break.
Perfect.
All right. Fixing to start on case Z81, so Kevin, we are ready when you are.
Okay, is John read it out? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, great, super. I'm bad to jump in front of him when that happens sometimes, so thank you, Madam Chairman. And Planning Commissioners, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the group of owners and this applicant, Wesley Staggs, and this application for rezoning for just almost 21 acres located at the intersection of Macklin and Old Lost Mountain Road. This is a rezoning from the existing category of R30 to UVC, and we'll get into that about why UVC in this particular instance, which is Urban Village Commercial. But as you can see on the map in front of you now, where the property is located with Macklin running along its southern boundary and Old Lost Mountain Road running along its western boundary, this is, it's even west on Macklin Road of the intersection of Macklin and Lost Mountain. And which is a very large intersection. But what is being proposed is an age-restricted and age-targeted mixed-use community, which we think is extremely important, and it's a concept that we believe represents not only the present but the future in terms of development and in terms of bringing those elements together, because the concept is to integrate those uses under a comprehensive unified development plan that brings in not only the age-restricted residential component, but age-targeted health services and related retail component. We don't have a category for that in Cobb County. We have separate, distinct categories that, other than PVC, which is what we chose to select here because we believe it best sounds, looks, and feels for that category in terms of a zoning selection for this particular project. In terms of the age-restricted nature of the residential portion, we have age-restricted homes that'll be detached and age-restricted homes that'll be attached, and that is the residential component of the project. In terms of the non-residential component, this age-targeted, low-intensity retail and office uses. What does that mean? That means medical offices, neighborhood drugstores, and similar lifestyle or health-related uses. And what that does is bring those components together in a convenient, integrated, unified development plan. And let me show you about that again when I turn to the site plan. Turning again to the site plan. This is again Macklin Road along the bottom, and which is the southern portion, and Old Lost Mountain Road here. And you have a development plan with an access both on Macklin Road here, which is a restricted access, a full turner access located here, and then an access on Old Lost Mountain. And the component mixed-use parts of the proposal contain the detached age-restricted homes laid out here, and the attached age-restricted homes, which are two-story townhomes located through here. So you have that mix of residential types of uses and products. And then moving into the non-residential buildings, which are all 1- and 2-story buildings, consisting of medical office and related, like I said, health and service related uses, as well as your neighborhood drugstore type of use. These also contain provisions for those related types of retail, as well as residential above retail that would likewise be age restricted, to create a true village in this location. And while this true village in this location serves the age-restricted targeting that is occurring here with these residences, it also serves the surrounding community by providing some of the most basic needs and retail services for the surrounding community associated with that same health and lifestyle targeted and age-targeted demographic. But those apply across the board: your local drugstore, medical, health, and lifestyle-related service retail products and services for those individuals, which again serve a much tighter neighborhood circle. Otherwise, people that would both live in this development and that live in the surrounding area. They have to travel some distance, especially if they're looking for their medical office, some distance to go to their drugstore, some distance to get basic services. Yes, there's a somewhat nearby intersection at Macklin and Lost Mountain, but again, this area is vastly changing. And to get to that, as far as what's changing with this area, I can show you very clearly on this map here. This section of Macklin Road is scheduled to be widened. And by widened, I don't mean a small road widening. Macklin Road going west is a major GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation project. While it's not planned for next year, it is planned. It's on the horizon. It's been on the horizon. It's been announced. There's actually been acquisitions by GDOT over the years. It will occur. And in fact, just in terms of our planning for a development at this location, we're required to accommodate that future need for our planning for what those road widenings will be. And to give you an example, the distance, existing pavement is this dark kind of grayish line. This is how much right-of-way is proposed to be taken and acquired as part of this major project. It's a large swath. This will be a major intersection when this project is done. It'll be a signalized major intersection in West Cobb at this location, Old Lost Mountain and Macklin Road. And when that occurs, it changes how this road functions and how property can be developed and how it will need to be developed in the future. And that's what this project is envisioning. How does this need to look? Let's be proactive and not reactive to what we know is going to occur. And what I mean by that is then how does that look? How does it really look when you put a perspective on how would this appear to the surrounding community, especially keeping in mind the type of road that will be here. And he's going to show you a perspective so that you can see when you have this rather low intensity type of development that's done in an integrated fashion. Again, you have Macklin Road, and now you can see that takes into account what Macklin Road will look like when that project is completed by GDOT in the future. And you can see the widths and the lanes and the medians that will occur at this location. In addition, you can see how this project is laid out in that village concept that feeds off of that intersection. It doesn't dominate the surrounding West Cobb nature or flair that may be present there, but what it does is add to it. It adds to it by adding not only what will be needed basic services to help those in need of in searching those needs, services and retail services. It also will serve these folks, again, addressed towards overall traffic patterns. You only have to come to this intersection. You don't have to everybody get back on Macklin Road and go find something else several miles or a couple of miles down the road at best. In addition, when you bring it on a kind of come into the development itself, you can now see how this would look and feel and interact once you are in the development. And again, what you are seeing is not simply RSL. You're not simply seeing age-restricted homes, or you're not simply seeing some nice retail that may be at another corner. What you're seeing is that integrated together in a fashion that works, in a fashion that actually is low impact and low intensity on the surrounding area. The vision that's represented in this application is one that admittedly we may see or may more typically see in much more intense or commercial types of areas. But again, that opportunity doesn't really exist to do that, to create this type of thing, and to create this type of vision and create this type of integrated plan in those types of areas. Again, this is a situation where you want to integrate people who want to live there with low intensity types of uses that help serve their basic needs that they need. It's targeted towards that. But again, that also opens up to the surrounding community also being able to use those same low level, low intensity level types of retail uses that they do now not have to travel far distances for. It's a different way of looking at land use, we agree, but it's also recognizing what this intersection will become in the future and whether we want to be proactive about how that will be impacted or simply react to it at the time, which we don't believe is the appropriate way to look at that. With that, again, we believe it's visionary planning. It is looking at the particular property and what it will become in the future with the road improvements in a holistic manner, and recognizing how the community will look 5, 10, 15 years from now, and ensuring that it does maintain that look and feel of a true community on Macklin Road. And with that, we respectfully request your recommendation for approval, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Hi, my name's Carol Lynn. Live in the Bel Air development. It is one of your over 55 developments. Love them. We do have several points, though. We don't oppose development. We're a development of 90 homes. If people opposed us, we wouldn't be there. So we don't oppose all development. Last we heard, the widening of Macklin Road is been delayed by the Georgia DOT 15 to 20 years. It's now projected 2032. I moved first to this area in 1990, and it was in the works then. So that's 18 years plus now 15 to 20 more. I don't think this is something we can plan on happening anytime soon. Traffic already, I know we've heard today many times about traffic and density, but traffic already backs up at this intersection all the way from Corner Road all the way back down to Lost Mountain Road in the afternoon in the commute home. And Macklin's not being widened anytime soon, so that's certainly just going to be worse. There is commercial development, so this retail could be a quarter, half a mile away. Those are already, I believe, zoned commercial or retail areas. The gentleman didn't speak about the price point of the houses. We talked to the attorney, we maybe talked to him, but we talked to an attorney representing this, and they said they would be in the $300,000 range, which is somewhat in line for $500,000 houses around close to the area. The single-family homes, the townhomes, I understood were 2-bedroom, 1-bath. I'm not sure those would ever get up to a $300,000 price point. Mentioned the drugstore, there's 1/4 mile away. The medical offices, generally those are around where there are other medical facilities. There's a giant new hospital, maybe 4 or 5 miles from our home. I didn't see if there were any rentals allowed, if these were all privately owned homes. I'm assuming they are. I want to leave plenty of time for everybody else. Besides, I'm an old person. I need to get out and not be in the commute traffic. So, Merry Christmas.
She got you.
I know you're getting tired of seeing me today, so good.
Never.
So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I'm Charles Sprayberry with the Cobb County School District. Thank you for your time this afternoon. The Cobb County Board of Education has concerns about this development. The Cobb County Board of Education acknowledges a portion of the proposed development will be leased. Therefore, the owner will be paying property taxes on that portion of the development. This may offset some of the tax revenue lost due to the exemption for senior residential developments, which generally have a negative impact on tax revenue for the Cobb County School District.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Van Huss, and my wife and I live on Old Lost Mountain Road adjacent to this property. Currently, I'm extremely frustrated with the process because of the lack of information. I've left 3 messages and 1 email with the representative without any response. Right now, I don't know if the structures adjacent to my property will be 1 story or 2, what material will be on the exterior, will they have decks on the back, specifically what kind of buffer is planned between my property and the development. If the buffer is vegetation, well, what kind of vegetation? Where's the sewer access? Will that impact my property? Where will the additional water drainage go? Will the residential units have garages? What is the price range of the properties? When will Macklin be widened? I guess we've already addressed that. Will a traffic study be done prior to making a decision? Based on the concerns from neighbors and area residents responding on social media, I suggest we deny this based, for one, on the lack of information. And additionally, the current zoning in the land use plan is light density. This is not light density. This, Kevin, matter of fact, this is the donut you were talking about in one of your previous properties. There's nothing around it, close to it. It's way too many residents. We don't need another drugstore on every corner. And let's see what else I have. 800 square feet. I understand some of them are going to be 800 square feet. That certainly doesn't fit in, folks. How much is that going to sell for out there? Anyway, and traffic. I won't stand up here and talk a lot about traffic. You guys know. You know exactly what's going on with traffic. And I'll let somebody else have the floor.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Next one.
This is the Merry Christmas.
Dude.
I like it though.
I do too. It is festive, festive.
I'm Randy Gibbs, and I live at 2000 Old Lost Mountain Road, which is catty-cornered to this development across on the west side of Old Lost Mountain. This development is totally out of character. As a matter of fact, out of character is an understatement for what this development is relative to the rest of on all 4 points of the compass is in the low-density residential in the future land use plan for Cobb County. This type of zoning is called spot zoning. And most people frown on it. Most decent people frown on spot zoning. That's what this is. It's clear that's what it is. And Bel Air, they built right behind me. You can see them on the left-hand side of the picture. Plenty of retirement homes back there. They got another big one in addition to that one over on Bullard. They selling them like hotcakes, I reckon. I don't know. Your staff did an analysis, and they had comments A through E. And I went to government schools, but I can read pretty good. And they are siding with the neighbors. This is wrong. Not a little bit wrong. Wrong. In summary, I reckon, well, now let me back up just a little bit. How out of character is this? It would be just about the equivalent of going right up there to Lost Mountain or New Macklin and Macklin, and on Varner's Corner up there, building a nudie house. That's about how much out of character it is. And I tell you right now.
A duty? Oh, nudie.
Nudie, yeah, a nudie bar, you know, across from the Methodist
Merry
Church.
Christmas.
We like that you didn't know what that is.
Yeah, I might not have any problem if I was a whole lot younger. But anyway, in the long and the short of it is, I've been out there for 42 years in the same place. And I moved out there to get away from this very crap. And I can tell you right now, in talking with I've actually made a lot of new friends recently when we didn't all receive it. Only people within 1,000 feet away received it, the letter. I've made a lot of new friends, and they feel the same way I do. From quite a bit of discussion. So I won't talk much about the traffic except to say it seems that, well, we'll go develop something and add a bunch of houses and people. We won't worry about the traffic. We'll let the DOT take care of that. Well, right there at that intersection, it took 5 people being killed before we could get a traffic light there. And that is pitiful. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Merry Christmas. I know I did.
Chairwoman, there's 23 seconds
Good afternoon.
left, and I
I'm
know there's
Cynthia
several people
Roark
that wanted to
Partain.
speak.
I've
I
been
don't know what you wanted to do.
out there since 1967. My daddy bought off of Governet Road when it was just a dirt road. There was not even a rock on it. And he wanted us to grow up where we had room to grow. We haven't ever held back in that we knew there would be development, but this kind of development is totally out of character for the community. It used to be a cornfield.
Yeah. Ma'am, we are out of time. We extended it, and I think we've got the gist. Thank you. The public hearing is closed, and it's back to Skip.
First thing I want to do is, Randy, I'm not sure if I got your last name right. Where are you sitting now? I don't even see. Oh, there you are, right there. Is it Randy Git?
Gibbs.
Gip, okay. I just want to thank you for your service, sir. Excuse me. I think this is, as Kevin said, an attractive and really exciting vision of the future. But the operative word there is future. For today, I think this is too much, too soon. The community right there, just it's out of character, as many people have said. It's way too dense in comparison to what's around there. It does not fit into the future land use plan. The A through E paragraphs refer to the Steinberg criteria, Randy, just so you know. And that's a set of criteria that we need to evaluate every single proposal against. And the staff is properly pointed out that this application, as currently structured, just does not fit the Steinberg criteria. So that's why they recommended denial. So, okay, we can't take any more testimony from the floor, but I'm just telling you that. So I'm going to make it pretty short and sweet. I'm going to recommend to the BOC that we pass forward a recommendation for denial of Z81.
All right, we have a motion for denial. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
I'll make the discussion quick, but I do agree with Skip that this is kind of out of sorts until they at least expand the road there. But I do think it's an interesting concept.
Yep.
And I think it might work more on the Z70 we were looking at possibly or something. I like the individual homes, I like the townhomes, and I like a little bit of commercial mixed in there that would fit with the senior. So maybe we should, when we're looking at our RSL category, look at that. That was the big comment I wanted to make. But I do think if you look at the density of this is 4.33, which really makes it more like 6, 7-ish, because if you pull out the commercial acreage, it really drives it up, and that's just totally out of character here. And so for that reason, I don't support it.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second for rejection. Call the question. And that is denied 4-0. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas.
Seriously.
We're getting, as the day goes on, I'm getting more serious.
And I'd just like to say thank you to all of you who hung in through this whole day.
Yes.
We still have another case, though, but thank you for coming.
Round of applause.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Rezoning case Z84, Tippins Family Properties LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to LRO for the purpose of professional offices in land lot 15 of the 19th district and in land lot 335 of the 20th district. The property is located at the northeast corner of Dallas Highway and County Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezone case Z84. Please keep your hands raised. Got three. Let the record shows 3 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, David.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chair and board members. For the record, my name is David Meyer. I'm the owner of DGM Land Planning Consultants and the designer of the current site plan that you have a copy of. As stated by Mr. Peterson, our subject property is located in West Cobb on the north side of Dallas Highway at the intersection of County Road. So as you've seen in your package prepared by staff, our petition is to rezone the 2.3 acre site from its existing R30 classification to the LRO low-rise office classification. So in presenting this, I wanted to bring to your attention 3 salient points that I think would support approval of our application. Number 1, and we've heard a lot of talk about this all day today, is traffic and commuting time. It's of great concern in West Cobb, and as this photograph that was taken yesterday afternoon, I think it was 1. Yeah, this photograph was taken yesterday afternoon at rush hour. That just kind of conveys the amount of traffic that goes by this particular site. Many citizens in West Cobb travel from their home east on Dallas Highway and then south on I-75 or other connections onto their offices in Atlanta or other existing suburbs. While growth is imminent and our traffic issues aren't going to be solved at any one time, I think there are certain steps we can do to mitigate it. Now, one of these would be to create home offices. Another one would be to have offices closer to home. Commuter trips could be shortened for workers, not only the employees, but also people receiving these professional services at this location. An analogy might be with the avenues. Prior to building the avenues, people had to, in West Cobb, would drive all the way over to town center for their goods and services. Once the like goods and services, I should say. After building the avenues, much less of a commute, much shorter of a distance to go. I'll also use a personal example. My office happens to be just inside the city limits of Kennesaw. It's Stanley Road and Old 41. We back right up to residential, works very well functionally and aesthetically. And I chose that spot because it was right down the street from my kids' school and very close to our residence. Worked very, very well. Rezoning this property from R30 to LRO will allow us to build high-quality professional offices with architectural features and elements that will complement and blend into the surrounding neighborhoods and still maintain the visual expectations of this scenic highway. My second point is how our property sits topographically. And as you can see from this next photo, yeah, perfect. This is looking down our north property line from the west. As you know, the Park Meadows subdivision is under construction just to the north of our property. I haven't seen the full engineering plans of their site, but for whatever reason, probably creating slab homes or whatever the reason may be, they've created a 2-to-1 slope, which is probably 15 to 20 feet off the existing grade, which goes right down to our property line. Very intense 2-to-1 slope. So if you're taking that into consideration, this fill slope, even when screened, the houses that'll be overlooking and looking down onto our site will be looking straight into the residences, right into the backyard or right onto the rooftops. I think there's one more photo here. This is actually from the top, so you can see how much further you are above these houses, above what could be houses as it's zoned R30. We think that we can make this much more aesthetic as a low-rise office, okay? Yeah, like I was saying, if you look at the site plan for Parkside Meadows, you can see that this is not just open space looking over our project. It's slated to be houses, literally right on that dirt that's looking over our site. Okay, the third point I'd like to make is with the size and location of our property. As it's currently zoned, this 2.3 acre tract would accommodate 3 homes, just doing the simple math of 1.1 for the R30. Since a public right-of-way wouldn't be necessary in this case or cost efficient for a 3-lot subdivision, these homes would most likely face Dallas Highway and back up to the 2-to-1 slope I just showed you, being the minimum of 30,000 square feet. They would have to live with traffic noise and the danger of having an arterial highway literally right in their front yard. Depending on the design of the subdivision, additional driveway or curb cuts may even be necessary onto Dallas Highway. Not exactly an ideal scenario. So lastly, I'd like to address the land use plan. And we know this land use plan is in place for a reason. I know that, you know that, and nobody knows that more than the Tippins family. The Tippins family has lived in this area for several generations. They've made great contributions to the area. My point is the last thing they want to see is something that would not fit into the area, would not complement it, or some kind of high impact use for that site. Even a residential subdivision that did not fit in with aesthetics of the scenic highway, they would be opposed to, for obvious reasons. This is their home, their community as well. Our land use plan is a living document. It's not subject to change with the wind, we understand that, but it is subject to be tweaked and adjusted from time to time. And we would argue that our 2.3 acre site at County Road and Dallas Highway is a textbook case of a small change whose time has come over a long period of time for this site. So in closing, I reiterate, the Tippins family is wanting to build high-quality offices with architecturally compatible elements that will add value to the entire community. We've reviewed all the staff comments, and we've submitted our letter of stipulations accordingly, and we're agreeable to each of the points we have in that letter. Again, I thank your professional staff for all the assistance they've given us and in answering questions related to our application, and we certainly appreciate your consideration and respectfully ask for your approval of Z84. And of course, Merry Christmas.
We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Squark. I live at 68 Midway Road. And I moved to the area in the mid-'90s, and because I have both a rural and an urban background, I like the idea, the R30, the development just at the nodes. If you take Midway Road from Dallas Highway and go to due west, and if you take County Road and go from County Road to where it intersects with Midway Road, it has a real super rural feel, an incredible rural feel. There's chickens, there's cows, you see people with their gardens. I have a garden, I have an orchard. I've even raised, when my children were younger, I raised chickens and I raised a few hogs just to kind of show them what that's like, It takes a lot of work, and anyway, I don't do that anymore, but I still have a garden. The area is, like I said, it's very rural, has a rural feel, and the LRO at the corner of County Road and Dallas Highway is just so out of place for that area, okay? It's just not compatible. Traffic problems, I've seen a picture. I probably should have took a picture of the traffic that I seen yesterday, but it sure wasn't like it was triple what the picture showed. I used to make the turn all the way through to cut through County Road. Probably won't be doing that anymore with the new development that's adjacent to it, because I'm sure it met all criteria, but it's a marginal kind of entry. You're gonna have a lot of people making that right turn. And I tell you, when you make that right turn, if you're not going real fast to go up there, if you don't realize there's a hill there and you slow down, somebody's on your tail, okay? Now, the distance is only probably, gosh, I'll be generous and say 100 feet. maybe to where the proposed entrance is, you're going to have accidents there, especially with a new development, and people are going to be streaming down there to get into the development where they live, and you're just going to have a lot of traffic there. I can't tell you how many times if I had my F-350 and didn't downshift quick enough, there's somebody on my tail. So anyway, talked about the traffic. And I also have a problem. There's the opposition or the people looking to get the waiver for R30 to LRO. There are tons of office space. You just see availability everywhere. So we don't need it. It doesn't fit in. And it's, I think, one of the things of urban blight, because I did grow up in Cleveland, Ohio, and I know about urban blight a little bit. When you take a development like this, and if it doesn't have enough horsepower to stand like an office building, 2 little buildings, you don't maintain them, goes through a different owner. It's not like you have a big office developments, big plan on 10 acres or something like that, 5 acres, where they have a lot more sustainability. Everybody's, just like with everybody pays their dues for a home, one of the
HOA.
HOA, yeah, that's it. And when you're paying for that, you have to have a lot of people putting their money together. I think this is doomed to failure. It's going to take a beautiful area like West Cobb, and eventually it's going to be a blight, and it's not necessary. Thank you very much, and
Thank you.
Merry Christmas again.
Thank you.
Good Merry Christmas crowd.
I know it. I'd rather it be this way than it's festive.
My name is Romy Schwederman. I'm a neighbor to this proposed development area, and I'm here representing several of my neighbors that have not had the opportunity to do the research on this. We just really found out that this was on the docket last night, unfortunately. So first of all, I would like to propose that at a minimum, our new commissioner, there's a reason why she got elected in our area with Ms. Gembrell. There's a reason for it. And she's very intimate with this area of Cobb County. She was very intimate with the potential of development in this area. And I would respectfully like to request that at a minimum this be tabled until she's had a chance to come into office, okay? Officially, we're opposed. Several of us are opposed to the R30 going to LRO mainly. We moved in this area as well because it was a very, very limited development. We're not opposed to development, but it is out of character for the area. And I would like to reiterate, I travel up and down this section of Dallas Highway frequently, almost daily. And trying to make a turn into the proposed area would be an absolute nightmare. And there's no way to actually make a northbound turn into this location without putting a traffic light in there. And in order to do it safely in a turn lane, because traffic, it's going 45 to 65 miles an hour on that section of Dallas Highway. There are accidents frequently there. And it would be a very dangerous area. And there's one thing we don't need on Dallas Highway, and that is another traffic light. Traffic is horrendous through there. I don't care if you leave at 6 in the morning or if you're coming home at 7 p.m., it is horrendous right there. And I would just say it's pretty obvious. I have all respects for the Tippins family, but it's pretty obvious. I get calls frequently asking, or the county calling me, asking me to allow surveyors to come onto my property so that another sewer line could be put in right through the foundation of my home. So I'm very intimate with the landowners that are in this area, and this is actually very clearly one small parcel out of many parcels that the Tippins family owns. And it's very clear what their intent is, and that is to go forward with rezoning all of the area up and down Dallas Highway in order to come up with either more density or office space that is completely out of character of the land use for this area. And I would like to, when people buy in a particular area, they're hoping that their county officials will be following the land use plan and be taking input from them. And county is getting better at being able to get the word out as to what's going on, but it's still a slow process. People are busy. They don't have the time to keep track and follow these things, and it's very difficult to be able to take a day out of work and come here and sit all day for the last item on the docket, okay? Very difficult. So that's why I'm here representing many people, because they're all out of town. Something else that I would like to say is that I haven't seen a stormwater study or a sewer study. I don't know if one is done or not, but I would like to see that, just to make sure, once again, that sewer lines are not going through the foundation of my home, either on this property or the future adjoining properties that Senator Tippins does own. So at a minimum, I would like to see some of that. And other than that, that's all I got. Marie, did you have anything? Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing no more opposition, it's back to this board. It's Skip.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Very clearly, this whole section of Dallas Highway, all the way from Old Hamilton, which you can see in the upper right corner of the picture you're looking at, down to the intersection with Lost Mountain Road, Mars Hill, and Dallas Highway, by and large is intended to be, and then beyond as you go west, is intended to be a scenic highway. The county in its land use planning has gone way out of the way to designate the vast majority of this as very low density residential, which this is in the future land use map. There are a couple of nodes. There's the commercial node in the Avenues Parkside area up in the upper right of this picture. And then as you go west to the Lost Mountain Road, Mars Hill Road, Dallas Highway intersection, that's basically the next commercial node. I think from my perspective, we're doing everything possible to retain the scenic byway feeling as you drive down this section of Dallas Highway. So that's a problem. If we were to allow this to be LRO, that would change the VLDR designation to more of a commercial designation in the future land use map. And that's just the beginning, in my mind, of the erosion of this whole section of highway. So I understand the dilemma that Mr. Tippins has with respect to how he might use his property, but we can't really undermine what we're trying to do along Dallas Highway for the sake of one owner. I do want to comment that we saw the pictures. David Meyer showed us the pictures of the building pads that Lennar has built in this Park Meadows subdivision immediately to the north and the east of Lindsay Tippins' property. I think that's probably for stormwater management. I understand the perspective that there would be houses out there looking down, but I think it's probably not the houses looking down. It's going to be more the backyards would be at that slope, but the houses would be further north. And so they probably wouldn't be looking down very much. In any regard, I'm prepared to make a motion to deny this application.
Okay, make a motion.
I make a motion that we recommend denial of Z84 to the Board of Commissioners.
Do we have a,
Yes, I second.
we have a motion and a second? John,
And before you vote, I just want to
you
clarify.
want us to put it on the consent agenda?
No, before you vote, I just want to clarify the record. I forgot to call for people in support, and there are two people here in support. So I just want to note that for the record, that
Oh,
there's two
okay.
people here in support.
We've got it.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second for rejection. Call the question. And that's approved for rejection 4-0.
And the last thing on your agenda is to adopt the dates for the 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing dates.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes from November 14th and November 26th as presented.
Okay, I have a motion for the minutes. We got a second. This is for the minutes, and we'll do the agenda next. I mean, the calendar next. All right, so call the question. And then the next one is the agenda for next year.
The calendar?
The calendar, yeah, agenda, a calendar. You may- yeah,
I'll just make a motion that we adopt the calendar as presented for
Okay, we have a motion.
2019.
I'll second it.
Well,
What?
is it appropriate for me to vote on that?
Yes.
Yes, of course, you're here today.
still here.
Yes.
Well, it looks good to me.
Yeah, I thought it did. And that calendar is approved, agenda is approved.
Calendar
Calendar
is approved 4-0.
My Merry Christmas has gotten to me today.
See that 413.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah, everybody have a happy holiday and Merry Christmas. And that's sincere from us
You're
up
supposed to
here.
say, Merry Christmas, everybody.
We are adjourned.